कि ये मेरा दी बेस्ट है। तो जब मुझे इसी चीज़ में सारी चीज़ें मिल रही हैं तो मैं क्यों बदलूँ अपना? तो ये एक मेरे को खुद ही मैं जब खुद से सवाल करता हूँ कि भाई मैं जैसा हूँ वैसा ही हूँ, और आपको अगर ये चीज़ अच्छी लगी तो फिर मैं क्यों बदलूँगा उस चीज़ को? जब आप अप्रिशिएट कर रही हैं बात की तो मैं बिल्कुल थोड़ा ही बदलूँगा उस चीज़ को, डेफिनेटली वैसे ही रहूँगा जैसा आप कह रही हैं।
You are watching
Sir, this is Elon Musk. For some reason, he's sharing a console with Homer Simpson.
His mind is as rich as an Italian wedding soup.
Elon Tusk, listen, we need your help.
Rick, Morty, why me? Did something happen to Elon Musk in your own reality?
No, he's fine.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
จุดประสงค์ตอนแรกมันไม่ได้คิดอะไรกันคือมันเริ่มจากกับอยากทำแล้วก็ถ่ายด้วยมือถือพอถ่ายแล้วภาพมันออกไปเนี่ยมันเริ่มมีคนสนใจเข้ามาก็มีการสร้างกลุ่มคนก็เริ่มเฮ้ยผมอยากต่อยแบบนี้บ้างแบบนี้บ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเริ่มจากตรงนี้ถ้าในเรื่องของพรบมวยคือเราไม่ได้เข้าพรบมวยเราไม่ได้จัดมวยเถื่อนผมตอนนี้คือขึ้นอยู่กับกรมปกครองซึ่งเป็นกิจกรรมไฟขับเราไม่ได้เป็นมวยเราไม่ได้เป็นกีฬาเราเป็นกิจกรรมหนึ่ง ซึ่งมีสมาคมของเราสมาคมไฟขับไทยแลนด์
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone,
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear the sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
and without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Very good afternoon. You're watching the lunch break with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Anger boils in Jammu and Kashmir after the Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead inside a government office in Badgam. Protesters hit the streets. Forces fire tear gas. Sonia, Rahul, Priyanka, other top Congress netas in Udaipur for a 3-day Chintan Shivir to brainstorm amid turmoil. Congress says big organizational change likely to happen. Full meltdown in Karnataka Congress ahead of polls. Divya Spandana accuses the state Congress chief DK Shivkumar of defaming her. MLA MB Patil backs Divya. Karnataka government brings an anti-conversion ordinance. Big face-off erupts. Congress says what was the hurry to bring in a law, calls it a bid to divert. Political showdown over Gyanvapi Mosque survey. AIMIM chief slams Hindu group, says won't lose another mosque. BJP and VHP hail court's verdict. AIMIM Neta Akbaruddin Owaisi wades into loudspeaker showdown, ambushes MNS chief Raj Thackeray, compares him to a dog, says those who bark, let them bark. Now, following the brutal murder of a Kashmiri Pandit, Rahul Bhatt, the Kashmir Valley is now in a state of unrest. Massive protests erupted in Jammu, with forces firing tear gas on protesters. Members of the Kashmiri Pandit community took to the streets in different parts of the Union Territory to protest against the brutal killings. Protesters blocked the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway near Vesu village on Thursday evening. The wife of Rahul Bhatt says that her husband felt insecure while working in Budgam. He had made several requests to have him transferred to Jammu, but that fell on deaf ears. Slain Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt's mortal remains arrived in Jammu for final rites. Meanwhile, Ministry of Home Affairs, the officials, along with the IB, will review preparedness of Amarnath Yatra, which will be commencing from the 30th of June after a gap of about 2 years. Cutting across to Sunil G. Bhatt, joining us live from the streets where protests are taking place. Sunil G. Bhatt, we know angry Kashmiri Pandits who have taken over the streets. They've blocked roads. They're raising slogans against the BJP government, against Prime Minister Modi, against Amit Shah, saying that the BJP government has failed them. They feel unsafe in the Kashmir Valley. They want to be rehabilitated. But all those pleas and requests have fallen on deaf ears.
Absolutely, Nabila. The Kashmiri Pandit community has been demanding it time and again that the government employees of the community who are serving in the Kashmir Valley should be shifted and they should be brought to Jammu, because the situation in the Kashmir Valley is not conducive for their survival. And in the recent past, time and again, the members of the Kashmiri Pandit community have been targeted by the terrorists. And the people are feeling very insecure there. They want that adequate security should be provided, and the government employees belonging to the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandit, should be brought to Jammu and to other safer areas. They are saying that the employment package that was announced in 2010 was a flawed one, and the Kashmiri Pandit youth were made to sign a bond that whatever may be the condition in the Kashmir Valley, they can't be transferred to Jammu or other places. So the people are saying that they are working as a bonded labor in the Kashmir Valley, the Kashmiri Pandit youth, and the government is totally indifferent towards their problems and sufferings. That is why now the patience of the Kashmiri Pandit community is running out. They are staging protests across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir, and in other parts of the country we are hearing that the Kashmiri Pandit community members have hit the streets. Their only demand is that how long they are going to suffer like this. Time has come to give justice to the Kashmiri Pandit community, and the government must seriously look into their issues and mitigate their suffering. For last more than 3 decades, the community has been suffering at the hands of the terrorists and separatists, and the successive governments have also turned and Nelson's eye towards the Kashmiri Pandit community, and the members are very angry now. They are staging protests in Jammu, in Srinagar, in Budgam, and in other places also. What we are
see
learning
extensive protests on the streets of Kashmir there. Sunil, in fact, the wife of the slain Kashmir Pandit, Rahul Bhatt, she speaks to India Today, and she says that her husband, Rahul Bhatt, has been feeling threatened ever since he was posted in Budgam. She narrates the horrific ordeal, says that he didn't feel safe in Budgam, requested a transfer, but that fell on deaf ears. People from his own office allegedly conspired with terrorists. These are claims of the Kashmiri Pandit who was murdered, his wife making these sensational claims. Will this be taken into record? That remains to be seen, but let's have a listen.
मुझे बताइए, जब राहुल भट्ट वहाँ 2010 में काम करने गए, तब से अब तक कभी उन्होंने आपसे कहा कि उनको कोई डर लगता है?
भैया, वो पहले इधर बड़गाम तहसील ऑफिस में थे, वहाँ पे कभी उनको कुछ लगा ही नहीं। डीसी को इन्होंने बहुत बारी बोला कि मेरे को ट्रांसफ़र उधर नहीं लेनी, वो दूर है, चारडूरा बहुत दूर है बड़गाम से। हम तो शेखपुरा में रहते हैं, वहाँ से बहुत दूर है। वो उसने पता नहीं कौन सी जिद निकाली, उसने 2 साल से उसकी ट्रांसफ़र ही नहीं की वापस वहाँ से। डीसी बड़गाम ने और एसीआर ने, जो नया एसीआर है, उसने पहले भी बोला था उनको कि मेरे को यहाँ से थोड़ा डीसी ऑफिस लाओ। जब पिछली बार उसका वो जो 2 मारे थे टीचर्स, तब हम फिर आए थे, मैंने इसको बोला था हम नहीं जाएंगे, मगर उसने नहीं माना, बोला मेरे को ड्यूटी जाना है। उन दिनों भी उनको बोला था इनको डीसी ऑफिस में ही रखो, वहाँ तब भी सेफ्टी है। इधर एक गार्ड नहीं था इसको बाहर, भैया कितने लोग उसके पास आते थे, सर के ऊपर से लोग होते थे,
कोई सुरक्षा नहीं थी वहाँ,
कोई कुछ भी नहीं। एसडीएम ऑफिस साथ है, कोई एक गार्ड नहीं था बाहर जो चेक करता। इनके पास रिवॉल्वर थी, 3 बंदे थे, क्या सुनने में आया 3 बंदे थे। 3 बंदों के पीछे पूछा राहुल भट्ट कौन है,
अच्छा
नाम पूछ के गोली शूट किया। वो अपनी ही चेयर पे बैठा था, अपनी ही चेयर पे शूट किया उसको, भैया हिलने का भी मौका नहीं दिया। उसके पास लोग बहुत आते थे।
All right, there you have the wife who's really upset. She's, of course, she feels defeated, says that her husband made several pleas asking for a transfer because he didn't feel safe in Badgam. She accuses some of his own colleagues of conspiring with terrorists. These are her claims. These are really some sensational claims. Remember, her husband worked at a government office. He was a government employee. So if she's saying that some of his colleagues may have conspired with terrorists, that's certainly something that needs to be looked into. But Kashmiri Pandits at large in the Kashmiri Valley have constantly felt threatened, insecure. They faced all sorts of atrocities for decades in that region. And so far, so long, it seems like barely any government that has come into power there have been able to secure Kashmiri Pandit community adequately. Sunil Ji Bhatt is joining us live from that region, from Jammu in fact. Sunil, we know that protests have erupted in many parts of Kashmir. We're looking at candlelit protests. We're looking at people have come out on the streets, have blocked roads in those residential colonies where Kashmiri Pandits are living. Many of those transit camps, thousands of Kashmiri Pandits are now out on the streets demanding some kind of security and rehabilitation. Have they put out a list of demands while they come out protesting?
Well, Nabila, the Kashmiri Pandit government employees serving in the valley have mustered a lot of courage and they have hit the streets in different parts of the Kashmir Valley, whether it's Badgam, Srinagar, Anantnag, Vesu, Matan. They have been staging protests against the administration, and their main demand is that the government employees who are serving in the Kashmir Valley should be shifted to Jammu. They should be adjusted in Jammu because the situation in Kashmir Valley is not conducive for their survival. They want that adequate security must be provided forthright to the Kashmiri Pandit government employees who are serving, and they should be given adequate security. That's what the demand of the people is, and they want proper inquiry also into this killing that has taken place yesterday in central Kashmir's Badgam district. Many people are alleging, the family members are even alleging that there could be some of his own colleagues in his office who may have conspired with the terrorists, and they must have carried out this assassination of Rahul Bhatt. Rahul Bhatt's presence in the Kashmir Valley was like an eyesore for many, including his own colleagues. That's what the family members are alleging. They want a proper inquiry, and they want the killers of Rahul Bhatt to be shot down as soon as possible. But Nabila, one important thing that comes to light is that government is making tall claims that they are doing this, they are doing that for the Kashmiri Pandits, but the fact of the matter remains that nothing is happening on ground. The Kashmiri Pandit community is suffering. They are in deep pain. They are in deep mourning, and they have to face the brunt of the violence that is being unleashed in the Kashmir Valley by the terrorists. And in the recent past, we have seen many killings have taken place, targeted selective killings of the Kashmiri Pandit community. In the previous occasion, identity cards were even checked of the employees, of the Hindu employees who were serving in a school in Srinagar. So the situation is very volatile in the Kashmir Valley. The Kashmiri Pandit community has hit the streets, and we have seen very angry protests taking place. And even in Jammu, people are very angry. They have blocked many roads, and they are demanding justice. They want that the government must take some important steps to ensure that the community of Kashmiri Pandits is protected, is saved. They want that adequate security must be provided. That is point number one. Point number two, that all those government employees belonging to the Kashmiri Pandit community who are serving in the Kashmir Valley, they must be brought to Jammu, and they must be adjusted here, because the situation, the atmosphere in Kashmir Valley is not conducive for their survival. An atmosphere of fear is prevailing there, and particularly for the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandits, the situation is very pathetic. They are being targeted. They can't trust anyone there. That's what the community members are saying. And here we are with the family members and relatives of Rahul Bhatt. They are in deep mourning. We spoke to many of their relatives earlier. They vented out their anger. We will again try and get a word from father of Rahul Bhatt, Mr. Bitaji Bhatt. Bitaji, आपकी बेटे की जिस प्रकार से आतंकवादियों ने हत्या की, इस समय समूचे कश्मीर में कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के युवक इस समय प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, क्या लग रहा है आपको, कुछ बदलाव आएगा?
कौन सा बदलाव आ गया? कौन सा बदलाव आज तक आ गया? आज 30 साल हो गए हमें ऐसे ही। चलो हमारा जो लूट गया सब लूट गया, अब क्या बोल रहे हैं?
आपको लग रहा है कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय बलि का बकरा बन रहा है?
बन गया, और क्या, हम तो बन गए बकरे।
इस समय अगर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह आपको देख रहे हो, सुन रहे हो, क्या कहेंगे आप उन्हें?
क्या कह सकते हैं, हम क्या बोल सकते हैं? कम से कम प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी करा ले, ये कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ। जब प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो किसी मसले की, सही जजमेंट आए, तब ये लोग सुधर जाएंगे, वरना ऐसे कहाँ सुधरेंगे वो। किसी को सज़ा लगती नहीं है, जब सज़ा किसी को लगेगी, भुगतना पड़ेगा, तब जाकर कहीं ये हालात ठीक हो जाए।
आपकी बहू और राहुल भट्ट की पत्नी मीनाक्षी जी से हमने बात की, वो कह रही है कि हो सकता है उनके अपने दफ्तर में कुछ लोगों ने आतंकवादियों से षड्यंत्र रचाया।
वो हम नहीं बोल सकते हैं, हमें नहीं पता है।
तो अभी आप क्या चाहते हैं, कोई प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए?
प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो जी, प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो, प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो, ये देखा जाए कि कैसे ऑफिस में घुस गए बंदे और नाम लेकर बुलाया गया।
अच्छा, नाम उनका बुलाया गया?
नाम उनका बुलाया गया। राहुल कौन है, राहुल भट्ट कौन है? उसने बोला हाँ मैं हूँ, आ जाओ इधर, तो उसको गोली मार दी।
ऐसी स्थिति तो 1990 में थी कश्मीर घाटी में,
उससे बदतर ये है।
अभी लगता है आपको हालात बदतर हो रहे हैं कश्मीर में?
हमें क्या हालात के साथ, हमारा जो था वो सब हालात ही।
मैं समझ सकता हूँ आप बहुत पीड़ा में हैं, हमारी संवेदना आपके साथ है। तो अभी सरकार को क्या कदम उठाने चाहिए ताकि कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के साथ न्याय?
हम इस वक्त
ठीक है, you can see Nabila that the family is inconsolable, the family members are in deep pain. We can understand their suffering and pain, and we fully empathize with them, and we express our condolences to them. But Nabila, time and again the Kashmiri Pandit community is being targeted by the terrorists. They are feeling insecure, and what the people here are saying, that the government is totally indifferent towards their plight, towards their suffering, and they are saying that the time has come to teach the terrorists a lesson, and the government must pursue a policy of hot pursuit against terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. Nabila, back to you.
You know, so awful. One can only imagine the pain that Kashmiri Pandit community is feeling right now. Targeted killings. At least 3 Kashmiri Pandits have been murdered since October. And it appears that Rahul Bhatt's murder too was certainly targeted. The Pandit community now out on the streets demanding some kind of security and protection at this point within the Kashmir Valley. The wife of the slain Kashmiri Pandit, Rahul Bhatt, though, speaks to India today. She, in fact, narrates the horrific ordeal, saying that her husband, Rahul Bhatt, felt unsafe in Budgam. He had requested for a transfer and says that people in his own office may have conspired with terrorists to kill him. Let's have a listen.
मुझे बताइए, जब राहुल भट्ट वहाँ 2010 में काम करने गए, तब से अब तक कभी उन्होंने आपसे कहा कि उनको कोई डर लगता है?
भैया वो पहले इधर बड़गाम तहसील ऑफिस में थे, वहाँ पे कभी उनको कुछ लगा ही नहीं। डीसी को इन्होंने बहुत बारी बोला कि मेरे को ट्रांसफ़र उधर नहीं लेनी, वो दूर है, चारडूरा बहुत दूर है बड़गाम से। हम तो शेखपुरा में रहते हैं, वहाँ से बहुत दूर है। वो उसने पता नहीं कौन सी जिद निकाली, उसने 2 साल से उसकी ट्रांसफ़र ही नहीं की वापस वहाँ से। डीसी बड़गाम ने और एसीआर ने, जो नया एसीआर है, उसने पहले भी बोला था उनको कि मेरे को यहाँ से थोड़ा डीसी ऑफिस लाओ। जब पिछली बार उसका वो जो 2 मारे थे टीचर्स, तब हम फिर आए थे। मैंने इसको बोला था हम नहीं जाएंगे, मगर उसने नहीं माना, बोला मेरे को ड्यूटी जाना है। उन दिनों भी उनको बोला था इनको डीसी ऑफिस में ही रखो, वहाँ तब भी सेफ्टी है। इधर एक गार्ड नहीं था इसको बाहर। भैया कितने लोग उसके पास आते थे, सर के ऊपर से लोग होते थे,
कोई सुरक्षा नहीं थी वहाँ,
कोई कुछ भी नहीं। एसडीएम ऑफिस साथ है, कोई एक गार्ड नहीं था बाहर जो चेक करता। इनके पास रिवॉल्वर थी, 3 बंदे थे, क्या सुनने में आया 3 बंदे थे। 3 बंदों के पीछे पूछा राहुल भट्ट कौन है,
अच्छा, नाम
पूछ के गोली शूट किया। उस अपनी चेयर पे बैठा था, अपनी ही चेयर पे शूट किया उसको। भैया हिलने का भी मौका नहीं दिया। उसके पास लोग बहुत आते थे।
कल जब सुबह वो दफ्तर से निकले, आपकी कुछ बातचीत हुई थी जाने से पहले?
दफ्तर तो वो रोज ही निकलते थे। मैंने 10 मिनट पहले उनको फ़ोन किया था, हमारे घर में काम चल रहा था। मैंने बोला हो गया पूरा, मैंने बोला आ जाना जल्दी। वो तो ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। तो उसी के 5 मिनट के बाद ही वो उधर आए। मैंने उसको क्यों नहीं बोला तो अभी निकल। मैं उसको बोलती थी मत जाओ उधर, डीसी ऑफिस ट्रांसफर करा ले, छोड़ दे नौकरी, हमको नौकरी भी नहीं चाहिए। मुझे पता है तू वहाँ पे सारी जगह तेरे को जानते हैं, सारे जानते। बोलते मैं सेफ रहूँगा, मैं सेफ रहूँगा, मुझे सारे जानते हैं। उसको नहीं पता था उनमें कोई निकलेगा, कोई निकलेगा। उनमें गरीबों की भी बहुत मदद करता था।
तो आपको लगता है कि सरकार कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के प्रति गंभीर नहीं
बना रही है, बलि का बकरा बना रही है उधर। वो कुछ नहीं सोच रही है, ना सेफ्टी का ना कुछ। वो वहाँ पे बलि के बकरे हैं सारे, जाके काटेंगे ही उनको।
Now going over to Suril Ji Bhatt, who's been tracking those developments. Suril, it's so heartbreaking to see how the family of Rahul Bhatt are devastated. They say that they've been demanding for a transfer. They've been requesting, begging, saying that they've not been feeling safe in Badgam, but that fell on deaf ears. Really none heard their pleas, and eventually finally we saw this kind of fate. Unfortunately, he was murdered by a terrorist. It looks like a very targeted attack. At least 3 people have been murdered. 2 of them have been injured, all Kashmiri Pandits, since October. So we're seeing a series of cases where targeted attacks are being reported, particularly of Kashmiri Pandits. This is scary, and that really clearly establishes why the Kashmiri Pandit overwhelmingly in the valley region are now feeling threatened.
Absolutely, Nabila. The killing of Rahul Bhatt has sent shockwaves across the country, and particularly among the Kashmiri Pandit community. The community feels that the government is using the Kashmiri Pandit youth as cannon fodder in order to portray a rosy picture of Kashmir Valley. They are saying that time and again the Kashmiri Pandit community has been demanding that the government employees who belong to Kashmiri Pandit community should be shifted to Jammu and adjusted here. But all their pleas are falling to deaf ears. The administration is not taking any favorable decision, and it's the Kashmiri Pandit community which has to pay a heavy price of the government's indifference. In the last 2-3 years, we have seen series of killings that have taken place in the Kashmir Valley, whether it was Ajay Pandita, Rakesh Pandita, Makhalal Bindru, and then 2 teachers belonging to Hindu and Sikh community in a school. Their identity cards were checked and they were assassinated, and it seems that the government hasn't taken any lesson. No adequate security is being provided to the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandits, and that is why we are seeing that killings are taking place in Kashmir Valley, and there is no end to this bloodbath in the Kashmir Valley. And it is the Kashmiri Pandit community and the other religious minorities who are facing the brunt of the violence that is being unleashed by the terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. Now the Kashmiri Pandit community is demanding that enough is enough. Time has come that the government takes some strong steps. The Kashmiri Pandit government employees who are serving in the valley must be moved to Jammu. They should be adjusted here because the atmosphere that is prevailing in Kashmir Valley is of fear right now, and the situation is not conducive for the survival of the Kashmiri Pandit community in the Kashmir Valley. And they are saying that the community cannot become scapegoat in this entire scheme of things that are taking place. They are saying that the community members are being used as cannon fodder, and this will not be tolerated by the Kashmiri Pandit community. And that is why we are seeing that protests are taking place in Kashmir Valley, in Jammu region, and in other parts of the country, and people are hitting the streets. They want justice. They want this bloodshed to end. Nabila.
Right, you know, at this moment we see that tear gas shells were fired. We also saw the military on ground trying to quell those violent protests. How is the district administration managing the protesters? Have they been spoken to? Is there any coordination happening right now between the government officials and the Kashmiri Pandit community? Any way that they can be convinced? All right, before that, I'm going to cut across to some political reactions coming in on this.
कश्मीरी पंडित समाज ने एक अपना होनहार नौजवान खोया है। स्वाभाविक है लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है। जिन परिजनों ने अपने ब्लड रिलेशन में अपने रिश्तेदार को, अपने परिवार के सदस्य को खोया है, यकीनन उनको गुस्सा है। ये पाकिस्तान के जो कायर आतंकवादियों ने घटना की है, इसके विरुद्ध पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में गुस्सा है। इन सभी कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को जमीन के पाताल से निकाल कर इनको मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। किसी पाकिस्तानी को, किसी दहशतगर्द को नहीं बख्शेंगे।
हमें भी इस चीज़ का दुख हो रहा है और इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होने से कहीं ना कहीं जो शांति प्रक्रिया का प्रोसेस चल रहा है उसमें कई अड़चन आती है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जल्द ही इन लोगों का जो गुस्सा है, कश्मीरी पंडित मुलाजिमों को सुरक्षा के साथ किस प्रकार से हम करें, इसके लिए केंद्र में भी बात की जाएगी और जी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में भी बात की जाएगी।
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, India Today's mega exclusive. India's most wanted terrorist dossier has been accessed. More details up next. Stay with us.
Massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh.
A lot of push and shove by the angry locals here.
They are sitting before the bulldozer and the situation is quite tense.
Only channel from the bulldozer's path.
Unlike Jahangirpur, I can tell you it's complete commotion in Shaheen Bagh.
The only structure that came down.
Bulldozer versus Shaheen Bagh. Uncompromising coverage only on India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You
All right, a big breaking news coming in. A big setback for NEET PG aspirants. Supreme Court has dismissed the plea to postpone NEET PG examinations 2022. Says that it will affect thousands of students who have registered for the examinations already. Patient care is paramount. Postponing will affect other students who have registered for the exams. Remember, we saw a heart-rending plea coming in from a girl that you see on your television screens requesting for a postponement of NEET exams as they claim that counselling took place really late owing the COVID pandemic. Counselling was delayed. Therefore, it was very difficult for them to complete studying 18 grueling subjects in a limited time of barely a week between counselling and the examination. Now, the matter was in Supreme Court. The Supreme Court seems to have struck down the plea, saying that there are several other students who have already registered for the examinations. Maybe a handful of protesters do not represent a larger community going ahead with who want to appear for the NEET exams. Anisha Mathur joins us on the phone line for that. Anisha, this is a massive setback for NEET aspirants. We saw thousands of them protesting, asking for NEET exams to be postponed. A plea was filed in Supreme Court. They were really hoping for some intervention, but this has now come as a huge disappointment.
Well, yes, the Supreme Court has very clearly noted after the Centre and the Medical Council said that more than 2 lakh 60,000 students had registered for the NEET PG examination, and it was about 30 to 40,000 students who were objecting to the examination being conducted according to the current schedule. The court has said that we have to balance the interests, that the patient care cannot be allowed to be affected, because one argument that was given by the NCC and the centre is that because there has already been a delay in the NEET PG exam in the last 2 years, the admissions have been affected. Only 2 batches of doctors are available working in the hospitals, and even after this, the super speciality examinations, admissions, etc., all of that batches will be affected if there is any further delay. Now, the court has said that your issue is important, but you should have registered for this exam at least, because remember, this is the issue that has been raised, that the students who have cleared the 2021 exam but are waiting for the counselling and the seats in various hospitals, they have said that if we do not get seats in the 21 batch, then we should also be allowed to sit for the 2022 examination. And with the 2022 examination scheduled for the 21st of May, they had asked for a postponement of this particular exam. But now the court has said that you should have at least registered for this exam. You should not have waited till this late. And we have to make sure that we balance all the different interests. The interest of patient care, the interest of other students, all of that also needs to be balanced, and therefore the court has declined to intervene in this matter and has dismissed the petition that has sought the postponement of the exam. Back to you.
All right, Anisha, thank you very much. Huge disappointment, undoubtedly, as the Supreme Court strikes down the plea asking for NEET examinations to be postponed, saying there are several other students who've already registered. A delay is not possible. All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. India's most wanted terrorist dossier has been accessed. Most wanted Rinda fled to Pakistan in 2020. Rinda sent explosives to many Indian states. Rinda has constantly changed appearance to hide from the police. In fact, Rinda has now been labelled as A+ level gangster. Rinda has at least 27 criminal cases against him and has cases all including murder, kidnapping, possession of ammunition. Rinda's preferred weapon, as per the investigation, the dossier we believe, is .32 9mm double barrel. These are his weapons of choice. Rinda now, who's known to be quite a terror activist, a terrorist for that matter. He, in fact, is a Khalistani most wanted terrorist. He could possibly be behind the RPG attack on the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters in Mohali as well. As the police now try to detail what exactly is this man capable of. A dossier now that's revealed several, all kinds of information about Rinda. Let me cut across to Arvind Oja for more on that. ओझा, यहाँ पर रिंदा जो खालिस्तानी टेररिस्ट है, वो आरपीजी अटैक मोहाली में जो हुआ वो उसके पीछे हो सकता है. अब एक डॉसियर निकला है जहाँ पर एक डिटेल रिपोर्ट में बताता है कि रिंदा कितना खतरनाक है.
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, और इंडिया टुडे के पास ये एक्सक्लूसिव डोजियर है हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा का, जो फिलहाल इंडिया का मोस्ट वांटेड बना हुआ है. वो भी इस वजह से कि न सिर्फ मोहाली इंटेलिजेंस बिल्डिंग में जो अटैक हुआ उसका मास्टरमाइंड माना जा रहा है, उसके अलावा करनाल, हैदराबाद, महाराष्ट्र, यहाँ पर पिछले 2 महीने में इसने आरडीएक्स एक्सप्लोसिव वो सप्लाई कराया है अपने पंजाब नेटवर्क के थ्रू. और इसमें बताया गया है कि किस तरीके से A+ का गैंगस्टर है रिंदा, और उसके अलावा 27 केसेस पंजाब और महाराष्ट्र में उसके खिलाफ है. लेकिन जो इम्पोर्टेंट बात निकल करके आई है, जो इंडिया टुडे को सोर्सेस से एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी मिली है, कि पिछले दिनों करनाल में जो आईईडी रिकवर हुई थी और 3 लोग अरेस्ट हुए थे, उन्होंने भी पूछताछ में खुलासा किया है कि हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा आपको बब्बर खालसा इंटरनेशनल का इंडिया का हेड बनाया है पाकिस्तानी इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी ISI में. लेकिन ये डोजियर बताता है कि किस तरीके से जो रिंदा है वो न सिर्फ A+ का गैंगस्टर है, बल्कि जो MM की पिस्टल है, .32 की पिस्टल्स है, उससे ये मर्डर करता है. उसके अलावा इसके एसोसिएट्स जो है 22 एसोसिएट्स की भी इसमें लिस्ट दी गई है. उनके नाम है जिन पर जो एजेंसी है वो अब निगाह बनाई हुई है, क्योंकि अभी तक मोहाली का जो केस है वो पूरी तरह से पंजाब पुलिस ने क्रैक नहीं किया है। लेकिन अब पूरा जो फोकस है पंजाब पुलिस का और सेंट्रल एजेंसी का है इसी हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा पर है, जो फिलहाल पाकिस्तान में मौजूद है। नबीला
जी, Oja, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Here, a dossier that India Today has accessed, showing very well how this man is quite a dreadful terrorist. In fact, India Today has accessed the dossier which shows how Rinda fled to Pakistan in 2020. Rinda sent explosives to many Indian states. He constantly changed his appearance to hide from the police, and he's now been labelled as an A+ level gangster. Rinda has over 27 criminal cases against him, all including murder, kidnapping, possession of ammunition, and his preferred weapons, we believe, is 32, 9mm and double barrel. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, we're looking at AIMIM chief's brother, Junior Owaisi, who was hit out at Raj Thakre. More details up next. Stay with us. All right, some big news coming in on a fresh controversy that's erupted over AIMIM leader Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to Aurangzeb tomb. The controversial AIMIM leader's visit to Aurangzeb tomb in Aurangabad has not gone down well. In fact, we're looking at the MNS crying foul over this visit. Both the parties, along with the Shiv Sena and the MNS, alleging that the visit of Owaisi Jr. to the tomb was a move to ignite communal tensions in the state. Meanwhile, BJP has slammed the Maharashtra government over the visit, asking why no sedition against netas making provocative speeches after visiting the tomb instead of someone reciting Hanuman Chalisa. But here you have images coming in of Akbaruddin Owaisi visiting the tomb of Aurangzeb. Here, of course, this comes in the backdrop of much debate on whether or not India must glorify the Mughal invaders. and those tyrants at that point. Today, a man like Akbaruddin Owaisi visiting the tomb of Aurangzeb really sends red flags. Clearly here we're looking at the Shiv Sena as well as the MNS targeting Akbaruddin Owaisi and condemning this visit to Aurangzeb's tomb. Now, the loudspeaker controversy continues to simmer in Maharashtra. MNS President Raj Thackeray, who's been demanding the removal of loudspeakers from mosques. AIMIM leader Akbaruddin Owaisi stated in a speech there, an open speech, that nothing can change. And those who have been ousted from their own home maintain that such people must be entirely ignored. Do not listen to them. He's made some really a strong speech there with words that could be condemned. Addressing a rally in Aurangabad, Owaisi has asserted that he was not scared of anyone, cautioned that those people who want to talk, let them talk, and that he means Muslims, must avoid falling into a trap. Meanwhile, Raj Thackeray, who's left Shiv Sena in 2005, later floated his own party, had held a rally in Aurangabad earlier this month where he consistently claimed his demand to remove loudspeakers from mosques, while MNS calls for removal of loudspeakers in mosques grow louder. You have the Owaisi brothers who have now stepped in saying, those who want to speak, let them speak. Though he said it in his own language, let's have a listen.
जो भी होने दो, जो भी का छोड़ो, मैं तो कहूंगा जो भी कुत्ता जैसा भी भौंकता है भौंकने, जो भी ब्रीड का जैसा भी भौंकता है भौंकने दो। कुत्तों का काम भौंकने, शेरों का काम खामोश चला जाना। बस भौंकने दो। सूरत में वक्त और हालात की नदाकत को समझो, उनके जाल में फंसना नहीं, वो जाल बुन रहे हैं, तुमको फंसाना चाहते हैं, तुम फंसना नहीं, खामोश रहो, जो बोलता है बोलने दो, मुस्कुराओ और चले जाओ।
Asaduddin Owaisi and Akbaruddin Owaisi are PhD holders from the School of Hate Politics and Divide and Rule. But unfortunately, whenever a verdict comes out from the court, whether it is the hijab verdict, whether it is the loudspeaker verdict, whether it is the Uniform Civil Code, which is in the Constitution, whether it is the verdict in Varanasi on the Gyanvapi disputed structure, every time they use these court orders to divide and rule, to provoke and incite a vote bank. But Mr. Uddhav Thackeray ji, why can't you take action, strong action, like you took on Hanuman Chalisa on Akbaruddin Owaisi?
All right, now Congress leader Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi are in Udaipur to attend the party's 3-day Chintan Shivir amid massive turmoil that the party is going through currently. After a series of poll reverses, the meet aims at a revamp of the party. Ajay Mishra says big organizational changes will be visible after this 3-day Chintan Shivir. Mishra has also highlighted that one family, one ticket proposal is being discussed with an exception only if another family member is working for at least 5 years in the party. In attendance, there will be over 400 Congress netas who will find ways to be battle ready for upcoming elections. Along with brainstorming over the roadmap for the party, the meeting will also be seeing some key discussions over topics including politics, organization, economy, social welfare, youth and agriculture. The demand to bring back Rahul Gandhi at the helm of affairs is likely to be raised in this meeting.
सर सफर करके आए हैं, 3 दिन का चिंतन शिविर है, क्या कहना है आप?
3 दिन के चिंतन शिविर में बहुत सारी बातें आएगी और एक नई दिशा मिलेगी कांग्रेस संगठन को भी और देश के लिए भी नए विचार आएंगे।
सब कह रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी को जो है अध्यक्ष बनाने की एक बार फिर से मांग रखें।
वो तो है ही।
अच्छा, इसके साथ साथ पार्टी के सामने चैलेंजेस क्या है सर?
देख, चैलेंजेस ये है कि ये जो सांप्रदायिक ताकतें हैं उससे किस प्रकार से लड़ा जाए। किसानों के, मजदूरों के, नौजवानों के, महिलाओं के हित में आज महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, ये सारे मुद्दे हैं इसको किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ाया जाए और इनके हक की लड़ाई किस प्रकार से लड़ा जाए।
चिंतन शिविर कांग्रेस का होना एक मायने रखता है, इसलिए पूरे देश के हमारे डेलीगेट्स आ रहे हैं। मीडिया इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आ रहा है, आप समझ रही है कितना इम्पोर्टेंट चिंतन शिविर है। राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए लंबी समय से मांग होती जा रही, नई बात नहीं है। हर वर्किंग कमेटी में लोग सब डेलीगेट सब मेंबर ही कहते हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि राहुल गांधी जी को खुद को बन जाना चाहिए अध्यक्ष, मेरा मानना है।
परिवारवाद का जो मुद्दा है उसको लेकर आप लोगों ने डिस्कस
देखिए, हम लोगों में चर्चा आई है कि एक परिवार से एक ही टिकट मिलनी चाहिए और दूसरी टिकट तब मिले जब किसी व्यक्ति ने कम से कम 5 वर्ष पार्टी के लिए काम किया।
कांग्रेस नई शक्ति के साथ किस प्रकार से देश में एक सकारात्मक विकल्प लेके जाए, इस बात पे हम चर्चा करेंगे और विश्वास है कांग्रेस मजबूती से इस चिंतन शिविर से निकलेगी।
हम सबों का मानना है राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए और बहुत पहले बन जाना चाहिए था। हमसे उनसे निवेदन करते हैं, उनसे गुहार लगाते हैं कि उनको अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए।
राहुल जी तो अध्यक्ष बने, ये सबकी मांग है, डिमांड है। दूसरी बात ये कि देश की हालात कहाँ है, हर एक आदमी, चाहे वो सरकारी कर्मचारी है, चाहे दुकान वाला है, चाहे रेडी पटरी वाला है, चाहे इंडस्ट्री वाला है, आप देखिए उसकी हालत क्या है। चरमरा गई हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था, चरमरा गई, हमारे नौजवानों को रास्ता नहीं मिल रहा। ये बजाय नौजवानों को रोजगार देने के, शिक्षा देने के, ये कहते हैं कि आप राम मंदिर और मस्जिद की बात करो। जो हमारे पुराने लोग हैं उनकी सारी जो चिंतन मंथन है, जो उनका एक्सपीरियंस है, आने वाली पीढ़ी को दिया जाना चाहिए। और जब नई पीढ़ी को हम ये चिंतन मंथन देंगे तो वो देश को फिर से पुनः आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
All right, shifting our focus to Karnataka here, we're looking at infighting within the Congress party that rages on in Karnataka after former Congress MP Divya Spandana alleges that Karnataka Congress leaders and volunteers have been asked to troll her on Twitter. Congress leader MB Patil has now come out in support of Divya Spandana, saying that Spandana's opinions are in the best interest of the party. He went on to say that some in the Congress party have spoken out of turn to demean Divya Spandana. The Congress Neta also urged all party men and women to end the controversy and focus on larger mission, that is the election 2023. Controversy erupted after State Congress Chief D.K. Shivkumar alleged that Education Minister Ashwath Narayan of the BJP and Congress leader MB Patil met with each other only to seek protection from the PSI sub-inspector recruitment scam. Slamming D.K. Shivkumar over his remarks, Divya Spandana tweeted that people across parties meet each other, go for functions, some even get married to families, so it's not fair for D.K. Shivkumar to pick on his own party member, MB Patil. This was more or less what she said.
There is no way connected with any issues. First of all, we are not met and we can meet whenever we want. So basically linking with the PSI issue, government has been investigating it very thoroughly, transparently. Only people are, into this kind of abuse and misuse of power, they need to worry. I am not a person to worry because I come here with a purpose to serve the people, to work for the people. There is no question of misusing the power.
Karnataka Assembly elections is fast approaching and opposition Congress seems to be staring at a divide within the party. Former Congress MP Divya Spandana, who a few years ago resigned as the national social media head of the Congress party, has lashed out at her own party leaders for allegedly trolling her on social media. Yes, posting a thread of screenshots on Twitter, Divya Spandana alleged that some senior Congress leaders have directed their volunteers to heavily troll her online. In a desperate tweet, Spandana sought immediate intervention from Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal.
Humble request to K.C. Venugopal MP to please clarify with the media about this whenever you are in Karnataka next. The least you can do for me, Venugopal ji, so I don't have to live with this abuse and trolling for the rest of my life.
Remember, Divya Spandana was once known to be a close aide of Rahul Gandhi, but it's now been a few years since she's taken a political backseat. Spandana, though, has been quite active on Twitter and never misses an opportunity to take a stand when she has to. This time she went a step further to call out her own party chief in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar. It all began with DK Shivkumar alleging that Education Minister Ashwath Narayan met with Congress leader MB Patil seeking protection from the PSI recruitment scam. Both leaders have rubbished these claims.
ಅವ್ರ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಯಾರು ಎತ್ತಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಭೇಟಿ, ನಾವು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ತೊಗೊಳಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ, ನೀವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳಿ.
ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ನನ್ನ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಗ ಈಗ ನ್ಯೂಯಾರ್ಕ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಈಗ ಅವನು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಮಗಳು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ಸ್, ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿಸ್ಸಸ್ಸು, ಅವ್ರ ಮಿಸ್ಸಸ್ಸು, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಜೊತೆಗಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆ ಗುಟ್ಟು ಕರೆದು ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರ ಕರೆದು ನಾನು ಕರೆದು ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸಮೇತ.
Spandana in her tweet though expressed surprise and regret over DK Shivkumar making such allegations against his own party senior MB Patil.
People across parties meet each other, go to functions, some even get married into families. I'm surprised DK Shivkumar would say this about MB Patil, who's a staunch congressman. Shouldn't the party be fighting elections as one unit?
Well, certainly not all is well within the Karnataka Congress. MLA Zamir Ahmed's comment was another signal. In what can be seen as a dig at DK Shivkumar, Zamir Ahmed rooted for Siddaramaiah as a CM candidate.
ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಷ್ಟೇ, ನೀವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ದೇವ್ರದ್ದು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರಾದಂಥ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಂತ ತಾವು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
With elections knocking on the doors, the infighting in the Karnataka Congress has surely come as a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Bureau Report, India Today. Meanwhile, Congress's former MP Divya Spandana has accused DK Shivkumar, as we see, of trying to target her and also pulled him up for casting aspersions against senior Congress leader MB Patil. You have the Karnataka Pradesh Youth Congress Committee President Mohammad Haris Nalapad, who's hit out at Divya Spandana, saying where has she been involved in politics so far? She hasn't been available and yet she speaks. It is incorrect. Mohammad Haris Nalapad, he is in fact the president, Youth Congress president in Karnataka, has spoken for the first time on national television, has chosen India Today to break his silence. Thank you very much, Nalapad, for speaking to India Today. We know and see the kind of divide that we see within the Congress party. In fact, your own party member, Divya Spandana, has come out accusing Congress leaders of unleashing a troll army and trying to target her on social media. What's the reason? What happened with Divya Spandana and you?
Oh, where's Divya Spandana? I have not seen her for a while now. I'm surprised that she's making statements all of a sudden about politics. In general, if it was a normal Karyakarta who had made this claim, or the normal Karyakarta had made an accusation, I would be really worried. But someone who's been an absentee, who's not even been in the picture, suddenly making accusations of this sort is actually worrying.
Well, but nonetheless, Divya Spandana has put up a series of tweets there and she's attached proof saying many of the Congress leaders are deliberately trying to target her. Why does she have to say that? Why is really there any smoke without fire? You think Divya Spandana is lying?
See, we are not, first of all, we don't have a troll army. We do not have any mechanism of that sort. We are not BJP, we are Congress party here. And whatever she's been putting out or whatever she's been tweeting, I've been watching it. It doesn't make any sense. If somebody of the sense that as comes out and asks, where were you? Why were you not there at Amrish's funeral? Is not wrong. It's a true fact. Kannadigas want to know where she was. She wasn't there when the person who made her MP, who stood by her, when that person passed away, she was nowhere to be seen. So someone asking that is not a fault. I don't think that is an objectable question.
All right, if that's said, Nalapad, I'd really like to ask you, is Divya Spandana really part of your party or not? Is she a member of your party? Do you consider her part of the Congress?
I really don't know if she's in the party or no. Past last 3-4 years, she's been totally off the grid. And I've been seeing her tweets and stuff. It's all about her personal stuff and about her allegiance to movies. No, nothing about politics at all. So I don't know whether she's still a Congress party member.
All right, cutting across to the Gyanvapi Mosque survey row, it's now reached the Supreme Court. The Masjid Committee has moved Supreme Court seeking stay on the survey order. Supreme Court, however, has declined to stay the survey but has agreed to consider listing of the plea of the Muslim party. Survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque is all set to begin tomorrow. The issue has snowballed into a mega political showdown with the BJP and AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi locking horns over the issue. Owaisi seems to be going all guns blazing at the BJP, stating that he will not let another mosque get demolished, lashing out at the Saffron Party. AIMIM chief accused them for using the issue for political gains. Meanwhile, BJP has backed the survey, demanding that the truth be revealed. The court's order on Thursday came as a setback for the Mosque Management Committee.
Court order is wrong. The court cannot go against the Parliament Act of 1991. The court cannot go against the Supreme Court judgment. Why are you doing this survey? What are you trying to come to a conclusion? We have decided as a nation that what religious place existed on 15th of August 1947, period. That's the end of it. That it will remain. You cannot change the nature and character of it.
इस संविधान पापी एसपी इकोसिस्टम को बताना चाहिए कि क्या वो माफी मांगेंगे भड़काने वाली राजनीति करने पर, क्योंकि बार बार उनका चाल चरित्र चेहरा ये बन चुका है। कोर्ट का फैसला हिजाब पर आता है, ये भड़काने की राजनीति करते हैं। कोर्ट का फैसला लाउड स्पीकर पर आता है, ये भड़काने की राजनीति करते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से हम जो सर्वे नहीं करवाएंगे, हम कागज़ नहीं दिखवाएंगे, हम बुलडोज़र नहीं चलवाएंगे, हम लाउड स्पीकर नहीं उतरवाएंगे, ये जो संविधान पापी मंडली है, जो संविधान के विरुद्ध जाकर वोट बैंक के नाम पर देश के टुकड़े टुकड़े करना चाहती है, आज उनके चेहरे पर ये करारा तमाचा है।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Abhishek, who's given us a report from ground. Let's have a listen.
On one hand, the court has ordered the survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque, which will begin from Saturday 8 a.m. And on the other hand, today for the Jume Namaz, Namazi are coming here at the mosque, and it is very important. Today is the Friday, and for this particular Namaz, people are coming here and they have reached at the Gyanvapi Mosque for this important namaz. It is also very important how the court has made it clear that as far as the service concerned, it will be conducted from morning 8 a.m. to 12 in the afternoon, and the DM of Varanasi has now confirmed that the survey will begin from tomorrow morning 8 a.m. and as far as all the arrangements are concerned, as far as the security and the support from the district administration, that all has been made sure. Look at the number of people who have come here. So far there is no situation of any sort of inconvenience. All these namazis who are coming here are coming and they are going one by one. भाई साहब नमाज के लिए आए हैं आप? जी जी। सुबह की आज नमाज है? नमाज है। सब लोग आए हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं? कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, नमाज अदा करेंगे चले जाएंगे। सर्वे का काम चलेगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है? हम लोग कोई इतराज नहीं है, जो इसका लेंगे बड़े लोग। सर्वे का काम चलेगा भाई साहब, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है? कल से क्या दिक्कत होगी? नहीं रहेगी, उसमें कुछ निकलेगा तो मस्जिद नहीं रहेगी, हम लोग की नमाज नहीं जाए थे। अगर नहीं निकलेगा नींबू की खाएंगे और क्या होगा? जो खाना आपको लग रहा है सर्वे ठीक है? सर्वे जो हो रहा है कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया है। सॉरी सर। अब क्या कहा जाए? You can see all these namazis who are going there now are saying that they will abide by the court order, but at the same time the pictures which emerged last time, where we have seen that there was a protest, there was voices against the survey which was conducted, but this time the court has made it very clear in a strict order that the survey will be done with all the action which is required, and it is also said that if required then the administration can deal with this strictly. So it looks like that the way for the survey is clear now. Namaz is going on, and at the same time the survey will begin on Saturday 8 a.m. as per the order of the court. In Varanasi with cameraman Gaurav Gupta, Ajay Mishra for India Today.
All right, for more information on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. For now, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. I'm going to come back with the top headlines. upgrade to 5G? Are you still wondering if you should get a 5G compatible phone? Well, it'd be a future-proof upgrade, especially with what 5G can really offer. 5G is faster, exactly 20 times faster than 4G. Experts are saying now that it's likely to bring a technological revolution. Unlike its predecessor 4G, which used longer airwaves, 5G uses millimeter waves, which makes it much faster. So say goodbye to annoying buffering when watching your videos. Why is 5G so fast? The millimeter waves are short, which means they have limited range and higher penetration. 5G also carries the promise of making latency disappear, which means that there's going to be less delay between sending and receiving information. So downloading heavy file sizes, of course, will take a few seconds. Can 5G make our cities smart? The idea is that 5G can create smart cities with more connected devices. For instance, increased use of connected or autonomous vehicles will impact lifestyle choices. This also begs the question of enormous amount of data it will generate. So, digital security will be an area of concern, of course, especially since 5G network is more difficult to protect than its predecessors. So, are you ready for the next upgrade?
Millions of pieces of man-made debris called space junk are currently orbiting the Earth. Now, why is there so much trash in space? This huge cloud of space junk is suspended between 800 and 2000 kilometers above us. Since space exploration began in 1957, fragments from more than 6,000 space launches and 600 orbital explosions have been accumulating. Why is space junk a threat to space exploration? Old rockets, out-of-order satellites, tools lost by astronauts, and even flecks of paint pose a serious threat to future space exploration, particularly manned flights and stations. Sensors carried on space vehicles only tend to detect micro debris, but damage from a collision can be serious due to the very fast orbital speed of this debris, which travels at some 28,000 kilometers an hour. There is also the risk of debris slamming into the hundreds of Earth observation and telecommunication satellites that orbit the Earth. Billions of dollars worth of weather monitoring equipment, global navigation and communication systems are at risk. The big fear is of a collision occurring and triggering a chain reaction, known as the Kessler syndrome. Over 30,000 pieces of debris measuring more than 10 centimeters and sometimes as big as a bus are currently being tracked and followed from the Earth. Space agencies are working on debris recovery systems with nets, harpoons, sails. Everything is envisaged to deal with the risk of collision.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
By Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. The headlines first. Anger boils in Jammu and Kashmir after a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead inside a government office in Badgam. Protesters hit the streets, force tear gas there to disperse protesters. Sonia, Rahul, Priyanka, other top Congress netas in Udaipur for a 3-day Chintan Shivir to brainstorm amid turmoil. Congress discusses one family, one ticket. A full meltdown in Karnataka Congress ahead of polls. Divya Spandana accuses the state Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar of defaming her. MLA M.E. Patil backs Divya. Karnataka government brings in anti-conversion ordinance. Big face-off erupts. Congress says, what was the hurry to bring in a law? Calls it a bid to divert attention. In political showdown over Gyanvapi Mosque survey, AIMIM chief Owaisi slams Hindu group, says won't lose another mosque. Survey to begin from tomorrow. Big face-off over Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to tomb of Aurangzeb. BJP and Sena lashes out at the open provocation by AIMIM Neta paying homage to Hindu haters. Now, following the brutal murder of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, the Kashmir Valley is now in a state of unrest. Massive protests have erupted in Jammu with forces firing tear gas on protesters. Members of the Kashmiri Pandit community took to the streets in different parts of the Union Territory to protest against the brutal killings. Protesters have blocked the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway near the Wesu village on Thursday evening. The wife of Rahul Bhatt said that her husband felt insecure while working in Badgam. Slain Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt's mortal remains arrived in Jammu for the final rites. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Home Affairs officials along with the IB will review preparedness of Amarnath Yatra, which will commence from the 30th of June after a gap of 2 years. Let me cut across to Ashraf Wani as well as Sunilji Bhatt, both of them tracking those developments in the Kashmir Valley. Let me start with Ashraf. Ashraf, Kashmir Valley seems to be in a state of unrest with thousands of Kashmiri Pandits who are out on the streets demanding some kind of security after the death of Rahul Bhatt, another targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit. It seems like the community now is furious, claiming that the BJP government, the central government, all governments have failed them.
Absolutely, Nabila. In fact, in my 30 years of this career as a journalist in the Jammu and Kashmir, I have seen first time this kind of anger among the Kashmiri Pandit community, that too when they are in exile. Yesterday evening, these protests started across the Kashmir Valley, particularly in all those camps where the Kashmiri Pandits are residing, in the specially made colonies where mostly the Kashmiri Pandit employees have been kept during last 10 years. They felt that if their colleague is being killed in a broad daylight in his office, what can be their destiny? That is why this anger we have seen. I am outside the Sheikhpura housing colony, which is one of the housing colonies for the Kashmiri migrant employees here in the Badgam district. It has been completely sealed by the security forces. In fact, we were not allowed to enter inside that housing colony. In fact, it is unofficial, undeclared curfew here, where these employees are still sitting on the road and since morning demanding the justice. They are demanding that Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir should come to the spot and assure these employees that there will not be any kind of such incident again in the Kashmir Valley. That is their prime demand, and also the demand that how this family gets the justice. So far, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has called in the bereaved family, the wife of Rahul Bhatt, and they are giving her a kind of sense secured that everything possible will be done for her. But big question is that when the government is claiming for last so many years that everything is fine in the Kashmir Valley, it seems that nothing is fine. It is not the first time when the minority community has been targeted, particularly the Kashmiri Pandit. It started since last year in the month of April when 2 teachers were killed in a school building in Eidgah area of Srinagar. Then also a pharmacist Makhanlal Bandru was killed. Then another minority community member was killed in Anantnag, another one in Pulwama, and yesterday Rahul Bhatt was shot dead in his office where he was performing the duty for the government. Now big allegations from the family of, as you said, of Rahul Bhatt, that he was being taken to the Chadura instead of Badgam. The Chadura Tahsildar office is not so much secure. There is not any kind of frisking. The gunman easily penetrated into the office and shot him dead. Now in fact we are seeing still the administration, the police, the security forces in a hurry. They are trying to motivate these protesting employees here in the Srinagar. We have seen first time hundreds of all employees gathering outside the Sheikhpura house where Rahul Bhatt and his family was residing for last 10 years. They just want a word from the government, and probably that is being on the way, that the government will come up with a statement and will assure these protesting employees here in the Sheikhpura Badgaon.
You know, Ashraf, from what we see there, it really clearly looks like the community today is so frustrated. And this, of course, is targeted killings, because we hear that the Rahul Bhatt, the man who was murdered, the Kashmiri Pandit who was murdered, was literally called out by those terrorists. And as soon as he got up from his seat, he was shot at. So that clearly appears like a terror attack which is being targeted towards the Kashmiri Pandit community. Sunilji Bhatt, of course, are tracking the family members, speaking to many of those Kashmiri Pandit. Sunilji, these kind of targeted killings that's been happening since October, a lot more. At least 3 Kashmiri Pandits have been killed, 2 of them have been injured. It's scary to say the least how the community has managed to live there for so many years despite this kind of overwhelming threat to the community.
Absolutely, Nabila. The Kashmiri Pandit community has been feeling insecure in the Kashmir Valley, and they have been raising their concerns time and again with the administration. And it seems that the administration showed totally an indifferent attitude towards their problems and sufferings, and that is why we are seeing killings after killings of the Kashmiri Pandit community in the Kashmir Valley. The community is in anger, and that is why we are seeing protests taking place even within the Kashmir Valley. The Kashmiri Pandit community has shown a lot of courage. They have mustered a lot of courage, and they have hit the streets in a hostile atmosphere in the Kashmir Valley, and they have staged protests, and their demand is that the government employees belonging to the Kashmiri Pandit community who are serving in the Kashmir Valley should be shifted to Jammu and adjusted in Jammu. They are saying that there is an atmosphere of terror that is prevailing in the Kashmir Valley, and it is the Kashmiri Pandit community who has to face the brunt of the violence that is being unleashed by the terrorists and the separatist elements sponsored by Pakistan. The Kashmiri Pandit community across the globe right now is very concerned. They are, staging protests with the authorities. And we spoke to a wife of Rahul Bhatt earlier in the day, and she also said that Rahul Bhatt had expressed his concerns with his seniors. He wanted to be transferred to Badgam district headquarters because he was feeling insecure in Chadura. He said that there was no adequate security in Chadura, but all his pleas went to deaf ears, and no action was taken as far as his pleas was concerned. And yesterday, terrorists carried out his assassination in broad daylight inside his office, and the terrorists, when they stormed inside the office, they took his name, that who is Rahul Bhatt, and when few of Rahul Bhatt's colleagues pointed out that that person sitting on the chair is Rahul Bhatt, they shot him point blank, and he got seriously injured. But unfortunately, when he was rushed to the hospital, he succumbed to his injuries. The important thing that comes to light is that the presence of Kashmiri Pandits is an eyesore for the separatist elements as well as for the terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. They don't want the presence of the terrorists in the they don't want the presence of the Kashmiri Pandits in the Kashmir Valley. The terrorists are unleashing a fresh reign of terror against the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandits. We remember what happened in late 80s and early 90s in the Kashmir Valley. The Kashmiri Pandits had to face persecution. They were targeted. There were gang rapes that took place. Kashmiri women were targeted. Kashmiri Pandit women were targeted. And there was even one incident where a woman was cut into pieces on a sawmill. So such horrific crimes have taken place against the Kashmiri Pandit community. And in 2010, the then UPA government had come up with a special employment package for the Kashmiri Pandit youth. But it was a flawed policy party because the youth were asked to serve in the Kashmir Valley. They had to flee the Kashmir Valley in 1990 due to terrorism, and they were made to go to Kashmir again, and they were asked to serve there, and they were asked to
and
sign
it
a bond.
shows what courage it took for the Kashmiri Pandits to actually go back to the Kashmir Valley after the kind of persecution that they faced at the hands of many of those the terrorists who were aligned along that region. But stay with us. The wife of the slain Kashmiri Pandit, Rahul Bhatt, has spoken to India Today, and she claims, and while she narrates this horrific ordeal, that her husband Rahul Bhatt often tried to inform his officials how unsafe he felt in Budgam, and also requested for a transfer, but that fell on deaf ears. She now claims that some of the people from her husband's office, a government office there, may have conspired with terrorists. A very important statement to note, because if this is true, then it's got to be looked into.
मुझे बताइए, जब राहुल भट्ट वहाँ 2010 में काम करने गए, तब से अब तक कभी उन्होंने आपसे कहा कि उनको कोई डर लगता है?
भैया, वो पहले इधर बड़गाम तहसील ऑफिस में थे, वहाँ पे कभी उनको कुछ लगा ही नहीं। डीसी को इन्होंने बहुत बारी बोला कि मेरे को ट्रांसफ़र उधर नहीं लेनी, वो दूर है, चारडूरा बहुत दूर है बड़गाम से, हम तो शेखपुरा में रहते हैं, वहाँ से बहुत दूर है। वो उसने पता नहीं कौन सी जिद निकाली, उसने 2 साल से उसकी ट्रांसफ़र ही नहीं की वापस वहाँ से। डीसी बड़गाम ने और एसीआर ने, जो नया एसीआर है, उसने पहले भी बोला था उनको कि मेरे को यहाँ से थोड़ा डीसी ऑफिस लाओ। जब पिछली बार उसका वो जो 2 मारे थे टीचर्स, तब हम फिर आए थे, मैंने इसको बोला था हम नहीं जाएंगे, मगर उसने नहीं माना, बोला मेरे को ड्यूटी जाना है। उन दिनों भी उनको बोला था इनको डीसी ऑफिस में ही रखो, वहाँ तब भी सेफ्टी है। इधर एक गार्ड नहीं था इसको बाहर। भैया, कितने लोग उसके पास आते थे, सर के ऊपर से लोग होते थे,
कोई सुरक्षा नहीं थी वहाँ,
कोई कुछ भी नहीं। एसडीएम ऑफिस साथ है, कोई एक गार्ड नहीं था बाहर जो चेक करता। इनके पास रिवॉल्वर थी, 3 बंदे थे, क्या सुनने में आया, 3 बंदे थे। 3 बंदों के पीछे पूछा राहुल भट्ट कौन है।
अच्छा, नाम
पूछ के गोली शूट किया। वो अपनी ही चेयर पे बैठा था, अपनी ही चेयर पे शूट किया उसको। भैया, हिलने का भी मौका नहीं दिया। उसके पास लोग बहुत आते थे।
कल जब सुबह वो दफ्तर से निकले, आपकी कुछ बातचीत हुई थी जाने से पहले?
दफ्तर तो वो रोज ही निकलते थे। मैंने 10 मिनट पहले उनको फ़ोन किया था, हमारे घर में काम चल रहा था। मैंने बोला हो गया पूरा, मैंने बोला आ जाना जल्दी। बोला ठीक है। तो उसी के 5 मिनट के बाद ही वो उधर आए। मैंने उसको क्यों नहीं बोला तो अभी निकल। मैं उसको बोलती थी मत जाओ उधर, डीसी ऑफिस ट्रांसफर करा ले, छोड़ दे नौकरी, हमको नौकरी भी नहीं चाहिए। मुझे पता है तू वहाँ पे सारी जगह तेरे को जानते हैं, सारे जानते। बोलते हैं मैं सेफ रहूँगा, मुझे सारे जानते हैं। उसको नहीं पता था उनमें कोई निकलेगा। उनमें गरीबों की भी बहुत मदद करता था।
तो आपको लगता है कि सरकार कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के प्रति गंभीर नहीं
बना रही है, बलि का बकरा बना रही है उधर। वो कुछ नहीं सोच रही है, ना सेफ्टी का ना कुछ। वो वहाँ पे बलि के बकरे हैं सारे, जाके काटेंगे ही उनको।
32 साल से जो ये चल रहा है, और 2008 के बाद जो पीएम पैकेज सरकार ने दिया था, उसके अंडर दैट पैकेज बहुत सारे एम्प्लॉयज़ बिकॉज ऑफ लाइवलीहुड वहाँ पे चले गए थे, बट उनको टारगेटेड किलिंग कर दिया जा रहा है डे बाय डे। और जो गज़वाए हिंद और ये जो टेररिस्ट रेजिस्टेंट फोर्स जो भी अभी TRF जिसको बोलते हैं, एक एक करके उन्होंने थ्रेट दिया है कि कश्मीरी हिंदू को हम मारेंगे, यहाँ पे हम कश्मीरी हिंदू को नहीं रहने देंगे, यहाँ पे इंडिया हम बसने नहीं देंगे। तो गवर्नमेंट को इसका संज्ञान लेना चाहिए, और गवर्नमेंट को पूरा सोचना चाहिए कि गवर्नमेंट ने स्केपगोट्स कैसे बना लिए कश्मीरी हिंदू को। कश्मीरी हिंदू जो कि इतनी माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी है।
कश्मीरी पंडित समाज ने एक अपना होनहार नौजवान खोया है। स्वाभाविक है, लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है। जिन परिजनों ने अपने ब्लड रिलेशन में अपने रिश्तेदार को, अपने परिवार के सदस्य को खोया है, यकीनन उनको गुस्सा है। ये पाकिस्तान के जो कायर आतंकवादियों ने घटना की है, इसके विरुद्ध पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में गुस्सा है। इन सभी कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को जमीन के पाताल से निकाल कर इनको मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। किसी पाकिस्तानी को, किसी दहशतगर्द को नहीं बख्शेंगे।
हमें भी इस चीज़ का दुख हो रहा है, और इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होने से कहीं ना कहीं जो शांति प्रक्रिया का प्रोसेस चल रहा है उसमें कई अड़चन आती है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जल्द ही इन लोगों का जो गुस्सा है, कश्मीरी पंडित मुलाजिमों को सुरक्षा के साथ किस प्रकार से हम करें, इसके लिए केंद्र में भी बात की जाएगी और जल्द ही एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन।
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. A big crackdown on terror in the valley. 3 government employees have been terminated by the Jammu and Kashmir admin. Crackdown to eliminate terror elements within the system. Here, remember, we saw how Rahul Bhatt, Kashmiri Pandit, was gunned down while he was seated at his office. Almost looked like a case of targeted killing. Exactly what his family members say, that he was literally hunted down from his office and shot at. A big crackdown now on the terror in the valley. We're looking at 3 government employees who've been terminated by the Jammu and Kashmir admin. A crackdown to eliminate terror elements within the system. Remember, we're looking at the slain Rahul Bhatt's wife, who claimed that some of Rahul Bhatt's colleagues could have conspired with terrorists. Now, these are claims that are, of course, very serious and got to be looked into. And post that, we're looking at a crackdown on the terror valley, on terror in the valley there, with 3 government employees who have now been terminated by the Jammu and Kashmir admin. The crackdown is to eliminate terror elements within the system. Sunilji, but for more on that, Sunil, 3 government employees have been terminated by the Jammu and Kashmir admin. What does that really tell? Who are these 3 people? Have they been, have any links with terrorists been established with these government employees who've been detained?
Well, Nabila, this is a continuous process that was initiated, a couple of years ago by the J&K government, that terror sympathizers who are there in the J&K administration, action is being taken against them. And in the latest incident, we see that Altaf Hussain, who is the Altaf Hussain Pandit, he is the chemistry professor in Kashmir University. He has been sacked, he has been terminated by the Jammu and Kashmir administration, and the 2 other government employees are Muhammad Maqbool Hajam, he is a teacher in school education department, and Ghulam Rasool, a Jammu and Kashmir police constable. So this exercise is being carried out to basically weed out the terror sympathizers from the J&K administration, to cleanse the J&K administration of the terror sympathizers. And in the recent incident also, if we see that in the Rahul Bhatt's assassination case, Rahul Bhatt's wife has alleged that there could be few terror sympathizers in his own office, in his own department, who could have conspired with the terrorists, and that is why this assassination was carried out. So it's a big challenge for the J&K administration. There are terror sympathizers who are still there within the system, and many people, many observers say that these terror sympathizers are leaking crucial information to terror groups about the movement of the members of the minority communities, or even the policemen, or even the army personnel who are coming on leave to their homes in the Kashmir Valley. So this action is being initiated by the J&K administration. The effort on part of J&K administration is to free the J&K administration from the terror sympathizers.
Yeah.
But many observers say that the government still needs to do a lot.
Absolutely, Sunilji, but thank you very much for joining us with those details. Undoubtedly, we understand the fear that has gripped the Kashmiri Pandit community within the valley. This is the 3rd targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit in that region since October. We're hoping that there's some assurance that comes their way at the earliest. Now, Gyanvapi Mosque survey row has reached the Supreme Court. Masjid committee has moved the Supreme Court seeking stay on the survey order. Supreme Court, however, has declined to stay the survey, but has agreed to consider listing of plea of a Muslim party. Survey at the Gyanvapi Mosque is all set to begin tomorrow. The issue has snowballed into a mega political showdown. BJP and the AIMIM chief, Asaduddin Owaisi, have locked horns over the issue. Owaisi is now going all guns blazing at the BJP, stating that he will not let another mosque get demolished. Lashing out at the Saffron Party, AIMIM chief accused them for using the issue for political gains. Meanwhile, BJP has backed the survey, demanded that the truth be revealed. The court's order on Thursday came as a setback for the mosque management committee.
Court order is wrong. The court cannot go against the Parliament Act of 1991. The court cannot go against the Supreme Court judgment. Why are you doing this survey? What are you trying to come to a conclusion? We have decided as a nation that what religious place existed on 15th of August 1947 Period. That's the end of it. That it will remain. You cannot change the nature and character of it.
इस संविधान पापी एसपी इकोसिस्टम को बताना चाहिए कि क्या वो माफी मांगेंगे भड़काने वाली राजनीति करने पर, क्योंकि बार बार उनका चाल चरित्र चेहरा ये बन चुका है। कोर्ट का फैसला हिजाब पर आता है, ये भड़काने की राजनीति करते हैं। कोर्ट का फैसला लाउड स्पीकर पर आता है, ये भड़काने की राजनीति करते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से हम जो सर्वे नहीं करवाएंगे, हम कागज़ नहीं दिखवाएंगे, हम बुलडोज़र नहीं चलवाएंगे, हम लाउड स्पीकर नहीं उतरवाएंगे, ये जो संविधान पापी मंडली है, जो संविधान के विरुद्ध जाकर वोट बैंक के नाम पर देश के टुकड़े टुकड़े करना चाहती है, आज उनके चेहरे पर ये करारा तमाचा है।
Now, meanwhile, people were seen offering namaz in the Gyanvapi Mosque today on Friday, day after the court's survey order. Here's a look.
On one hand, the court has ordered the survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque, which will begin from Saturday 8 a.m. And on the other hand, today for the Jume Namaz, Namazi are coming here at the mosque, and it is very important. Today is the Friday, and for this particular Namaz, people are coming here and they have reached at the Gyanvapi Mosque for this important namaz. It is also very important how the court has made it clear that as far as the service concerned, it will be conducted from morning 8 a.m. to 12 in the afternoon, and the DM of Varanasi has now confirmed that the survey will begin from tomorrow morning 8 a.m. and as far as all the arrangements are concerned, as far as the security and the support from the district administration, that all has been made sure. Look at the number of people who have come here. So far there is no situation of any sort of inconvenience. All these namazis who are coming here are coming and they are going one by one. भाई साहब नमाज के लिए आए हैं आप?
जी जी।
सुबह की आज नमाज है?
नमाज है।
सब लोग आए हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं?
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, नमाज अदा करेंगे चले जाएंगे।
सर्वे का काम चलेगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है?
हम लोग कोई एतराज नहीं है, जो इसका लेंगे बड़े लोग।
सर्वे का काम चलेगा भाई साहब, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है? कल से दिक्कत का होगी?
क्या दिक्कत होगी?
नहीं रहेगी और उसमें कुछ निकलेगा तो मस्जिद नहीं रहेगी, हम लोग की नमाज नहीं जाए थे। अगर नहीं निकलेगा मुंह भी खाएंगे और क्या होगा?
जो खाना
आपको लग रहा है सर्वे ठीक है? सर्वे जो हो रहा है कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया है, सर्वे होना चाहिए।
सॉरी सर।
अब क्या कहा जाए? You can see all these namazis who are going there now are saying that they will abide by the court order, but at the same time the pictures which emerged last time, where we have seen that there was a protest, there was voices against the survey which was conducted, but this time the court has made it very clear in a strict order that the survey will be done with all the action which is required, and it is also said that if required then the administration can deal with this strictly. So it looks like that the way for the survey is clear now. Namaz is going on, and at the same time the survey will begin on Saturday 8 a.m. as per the order of the court. In Varanasi with cameraman Gaurav Gupta, Ajay Mishra for India Today.
All right, yes, some big breaking news coming in. Delhi bulldozer politics speaks yet again with AAP's open dare to Delhi BJP chief. AAP wants bulldozers at Delhi BJP chief Ajay Gupta's house, threatens to demolish encroachment at BJP Neta's house. India Today in its report has shown that encroachments and building bylaw violations by political leaders such as Ajay Gupta. Remember, this is the same Ajay Gupta who's been shooting letters to the MCD asking for writers' homes across areas where communal clashes took place like Jahangirpuri, Shaheen Bagh, etc. to be demolished by bulldozers. But it appears that a report that has exposed the same BJP chief of Delhi, Ajay Gupta's building, violates some of those provisions. Some bylaws have been violated. There could be some encroachment that Ajay Gupta's home has also is guilty of. Now, while we're looking at bulldozers carrying out action across some areas in Delhi politics over this bulldozer only peaking with Aam Aadmi Party daring the Delhi BJP chief Ajay Gupta, saying that if you are carrying out this anti-encroachment drive in areas across Delhi, then carry out the same anti-encroachment drive in your own area. The BJP chief's house is also allegedly encroached. Amit Bharadwaj joining us more on that. Amit, as much as we see that Ajay Gupta has been batting for the anti-encroachment drive in areas like Shaheen Bagh, in areas like Jahangirpuri, Here, Adesh Gupta's home itself could be in violation. His home itself could be on encroached land. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party threatening, asking for the MCD to first carry out this demolition drive on Adesh Gupta's home.
Well, absolutely right, Nabila. In fact, India Today had reported on as to how several politicians in the national capital are in violation of the building bylaws and are doing encroachment on their at their own homes. And Adesh Gupta was one of the political leaders where building bylaws were, one of the political leaders who had clearly violated building bylaws and had the allegations of encroachment against him. Now, Aam Aadmi Party has found an opportunity to attack BJP and Adesh Gupta. Durgesh Pathak, who is the MCD in charge of Aam Aadmi Party, he has issued a threat to the Bharatiya Janata Party that the encroachment outside Adesh Gupta's home should be demolished by tomorrow 11 a.m. And if that does not happen, then Aam Aadmi Party will carry a bulldozer on their own and they will remove that encroachment outside Adesh Gupta's house. So it seems, Nabila, it is a direct fight between Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party over bulldozer. And remember, earlier this morning, there was a letter which was made public as well. Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodiya, has written a letter to Home Minister, Union Home Minister Amit Shah. In that letter, he has raised issues concerning the anti-encroachment drives and demolition drives being carried out by the MCD officials across Delhi in the past 15 days. And he has also said that Amit Shah should ask the BJP leaders to stop this politics, dangerous politics. And he has also asked that if at all action, the MCD wants to take action, then the action should be taken against those officials, those BJP leaders who have allowed these illegal constructions to flourish and to come up in the national capital in the first place. Over to you, Nabila.
Amit, of course, this is something that the BJP chief Adesh Gupta must respond to, because he has been the champion behind MCD carrying out this anti-encroachment drive, pushing for the MCD to demolish homes that have been illegally encroached in areas like Shaheen Bagh and Jahangirpuri. But here are reports that suggest that his own house could be built on encroached land. We're going to continue tracking this story. Thank you for now.
सिसोदिया जी, आपकी चिंता वाजिब है। जिस तरह से ये बुलडोजर दिल्ली के अंदर अवैध अतिक्रमण पर चल रहा है, बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या के द्वारा जो अवैध अतिक्रमण किया जा रहा है उस पर चल रहा है, जिनको आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता आपके विधायक संरक्षण देते हैं, तो मुझे खूब आसानी से पता लग रहा है कि आपका दर्द क्या है और आपके अंदर जो बौखलाहट हो रही है वो क्यों हो रही है। ये गरीबों की बात आपके मुंह से शोभा नहीं देती है। तो कृपया करके इस तरह के बांग्लादेशी, रोहिंग्या और आतंकी और जो दंगे फैलाते हैं उनको जो संरक्षण दे रहे हैं, उन पर जो बुलडोजर चल रहा है उस पर राजनीति मत करिए।
All right, now coming up right after a short break, on the other side, a death by suicide by youth in Tamil Nadu after becoming frustrated over the government staff seeking bribe from him. More details up next. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
attise la curiosité et les gens du coup viennent pour voir ce que ça donne. Après oui, dans la pratique, on ne s'affilie pas du tout à l'univers Harry Potter, on utilise les mêmes termes comme soif, cognard, vif d'or, balai, etc. Mais c'est vraiment devenu un sport à part entière, à la frontière de plusieurs sports collectifs qu'on connaît depuis des centaines d'années, quoi.
Moi, ce qui me plaît, c'est la mixité, c'est que c'est le seul sport de contact qui est mixte dans les genres. Également l'ambiance, parce que c'est une ambiance vraiment bon enfant. Et également tout le côté complexe, parce que c'est l'un des rares sports où on a vraiment différents postes, comme batteur, poursuiveur ou attrapeur.
Now, a fresh controversy has erupted over AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi's visit to Aurangzeb's tomb. The controversial AIMIM leader visited Aurangzeb's tomb in Aurangabad. It's not gone down too well with the Shiv Sena or the MNS crying foul here over the visit. Both the parties have alleged that the visit of Owaisi Jr. to the tomb was a move to ignite communal tensions within the state. Meanwhile, BJP has slammed the Maharashtra government over the visit, asking why no sedition charges have been slapped against Akbaruddin Owaisi, while they were quick. Shiv Sena was quick to slap the same sedition charge against the Rana couple for chanting Hanuman Chalisa.
महाराष्ट्र का मराठी मुसलमान और हिंदुस्तान का मुसलमान ये तो कोई औरंगजेब के कब्र पे जाता नहीं, तो आप कौन हो? ये आपने महाराष्ट्र को और पूरे देश को बता दिया है। स्वराज्य के जो आज के मराठी मावले हैं, तभी के मराठी मावले थे, उन्होंने मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया था, तो आज भी उन्हें मुंहतोड़ जवाब मिलेगा। और जब तक वो नतमस्तक होके वो औरंगजेब के कब्र से उठेंगे और समझ पाएंगे कि कुत्ता कौन और शेर कौन, तब तक तो शेर उनका शिकार कर चुका होगा।
औरंगजेब कोई महान सूफी संत नहीं था, कोई कुछ भी कहे, वो एक आक्रामक था। लेकिन आप महाराष्ट्र में आकर उसी औरंगजेब के कब्र के ऊपर बैठेंगे और नमाज पढ़ोगे या और कुछ आपकी रस्में करेंगे, तो ये महाराष्ट्र को चैलेंज देने के बाद, ठीक है, हमने चैलेंज स्वीकार लिया है, समझ लो। औरंगजेब भी इस नीति में हमने गाड़ दिया था, और जो औरंगजेब के भक्त हैं, जो राजनीति करना चाहते हैं, उनका भी यही हाल होगा महाराष्ट्र में।
The government in Maharashtra, led by Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray, is under such pressure of Congress, NCP and its vote bank politics that it can file a case and book people for Hanuman Chalisa, but it can take no action on the likes of Akbaruddin Owaisi, who made a provocative and inflammatory speech in Maharashtra, who went and visited the tomb of terrorist Aurangzeb, who was responsible for demolition of so many Hindu mandirs.
Now, the loudspeaker controversy continues to simmer in Maharashtra. MNS President Raj Thackeray, who has been demanding for removal of loudspeakers from mosques. AIMIM leader Akbaruddin Owaisi has stated that there was nothing to say about those who have been ousted from their own home and maintained that such people must be entirely ignored. Addressing a rally in Aurangabad, Junior Owaisi asserted that he was not scared of anyone and cautioned that people must avoid falling into a trap. Raj Thackeray, in fact, who's been asking for loudspeakers to be pulled down, remains firm on his demand, asking for mosques to pull down loudspeakers. If not, Hanuman Chalisa will be sung on loudspeakers at temples.
कि जो भी होने दो, जो भी का छोड़ो, मैं तो कहूंगा जो भी कुत्ता जैसा भी भौंकता है भौंकने, जो भी ब्रीड का जैसा भी भौंकता है भौंकने दो। कुत्तों का काम भौंकने, शेरों का काम खामोश चला जाना। बस भौंकने दो, जरूरत नहीं। वक्त और हालात की नदाकत को समझो, उनके जाल में फंसना नहीं। वो जाल बुन रहे हैं, तुमको फंसाना चाहते हैं। तुम फंसना नहीं, खामोश रहो, जो बोलता है बोलने दो, मुस्कुराओ और चले।
Asaduddin Owaisi and Akbaruddin Owaisi are PhD holders from the School of Hate Politics and Divide and Rule. But unfortunately, whenever a verdict comes out from the court, whether it is the hijab verdict, whether it is the loudspeaker verdict, whether it is the Uniform Civil Code, which is in the constitution, whether it is the verdict in Varanasi on the Gyanvapi disputed structure, every time they use these court orders to divide and rule, to provoke and incite a vote bank. But Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, why can't you take action, strong action, like you took on Hanuman Chalisa on Akbaruddin Owaisi?
Meanwhile, Congress leader Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi are in Udaipur to attend party's 3-day Chintan Shivir amid massive turmoil that the party is currently going through. After a series of poll reverses, the meet aims at a revamp of the party. Ajay Mishra says big organizational changes will be visible after this 3-day Chintan Shivir. Mishra has also highlighted that one family, one ticket proposal is being discussed, with an exception only if another family member is working for at least 5 years in the party. In attendance, there will be over 400 Congress netas who will find ways to be battle-ready for the upcoming election challenges. Along with brainstorming over the roadmap for the party, the meeting will see key discussions on six topics, including politics, organization, economy, social welfare, youth and agriculture. The demand to bring back Rahul Gandhi at the helm of affairs is likely to be raised in the meeting.
सर, सफर करके आए हैं, 3 दिन का चिंतन शिविर है, क्या कहना है आप?
3 दिन के चिंतन शिविर में बहुत सारी बातें आएगी और एक नई दिशा मिलेगी कांग्रेस संगठन को भी, और देश के लिए भी नए विचार आएंगे।
सब कह रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी को जो है अध्यक्ष बनाने की एक बार फिर से मांग रखें।
वो तो है ही।
अच्छा, इसके साथ साथ पार्टी के सामने चैलेंजेस क्या है सर?
देखिए, चैलेंजेस ये है कि ये जो सांप्रदायिक ताकतें हैं उससे किस प्रकार से लड़ा जाए। किसानों के, मजदूरों के, नौजवानों के, महिलाओं के हित में आज महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, ये सारे मुद्दे हैं, इसको किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ाया जाए और इनके हक की लड़ाई किस प्रकार से लड़ा जाए।
चिंतन शिविर कांग्रेस का होना एक मायने रखता है, इसलिए पूरे देश के हमारे डेलीगेट्स आ रहे हैं। मीडिया इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आ रहा है, आप समझ रही है कितना इम्पोर्टेंट चिंतन शिविर है। राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए लंबी समय से मांग होती जा रही, नई बात नहीं है। हर वर्किंग कमेटी में लोग, सब डेलीगेट, सब मेंबर ही कहते हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि राहुल गांधी जी को खुद को बन जाना चाहिए अध्यक्ष, से मेरा मानना है।
परिवारवाद का जो मुद्दा है उसको लेकर आप लोगों ने डिस्कस किया?
देखिए, हम लोगों में चर्चा आई है कि एक परिवार से एक ही टिकट मिलनी चाहिए और दूसरी टिकट तब मिले जब किसी व्यक्ति ने कम से कम 5 वर्ष पार्टी के लिए काम किया।
कांग्रेस नई शक्ति के साथ किस प्रकार से देश में एक सकारात्मक विकल्प लेके जाए, इस बात पे हम चर्चा करेंगे और विश्वास है कांग्रेस मजबूती से इस चिंतन शिविर से निकलेगी।
हम सबों का मानना है राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए और बहुत पहले बन जाना चाहिए था। हमसे उनसे निवेदन करते हैं, उनसे गुहार लगाते हैं कि उनको अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए।
राहुल जी तो अध्यक्ष बने, ये सबकी मांग है, डिमांड है। दूसरी बात ये कि देश के हालात कहाँ हैं, हर एक आदमी, चाहे वो सरकारी कर्मचारी है, चाहे दुकान वाला है, चाहे रेहड़ी पटरी वाला है, चाहे इंडस्ट्री वाला है, आप देखिए उसकी हालत क्या है। चरमरा गई हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था, चरमरा गई, हमारे नौजवानों को रास्ता नहीं मिल रहा। ये बजाय नौजवानों को रोजगार देने के, शिक्षा देने के, ये कहते हैं कि आप राम मंदिर और मस्जिद की बात करो। जो हमारे पुराने लोग हैं उनकी सारी जो चिंतन मंथन है, जो उनका एक्सपीरियंस है, आने वाली पीढ़ी को दिया जाना चाहिए। और जब नई पीढ़ी को हम ये चिंतन मंथन देंगे तो वो देश को फिर से पुनः आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
BJP has also reacted at the Congress's Chintan Shivir, asking the party to first retrospect.
Till the time the Congress does not realize that by merely changing the dibba of the railway, nothing will happen. The problem is with the engine. The Congress party does not realize that nothing will happen by trying to get in some imported salesman unless you change the product of parivarwad, bhrashtachar and nepotism. But Congress party can never get rid of the parivar because the parivar itself has become the party today.
Now, meanwhile, the infighting within the Congress party rages on in Karnataka after former Congress MP Divya Spandana alleges that Karnataka Congress leaders and volunteers have been asked to troll her on Twitter. Congress leader MP Patil has now come out in support of Divya Spandana, saying that her opinions are in the best interest of the party and that she has been targeted. He agrees that she has been targeted. He went on to say that some of the Congress party, some people within the Congress party have really spoken out of turn to demean Divya Spandana. The Congress Neta also urged that all party men and women to end this controversy, focus on larger missions, that is the elections that's coming up. The controversy erupted after State Congress Chief D.K. Shivkumar accused Education Minister Ashwath Narayan and Congress leader M.B. Patil of meeting one another only to take protection from the sub-inspector recruitment scam. Slamming D.K. over his remarks, Divya Spandana tweeted that, and she expressed surprise as to how D.K. Shivkumar could target his own party member. She in fact went on to say in her tweet that people within parties and oppositions meet each other, go to functions, some even get married to one another's families.
There is no way connected with any issues. First of all, we are not met and we can meet whenever we want. So basically linking with the PSA issue, government has been investigating it very thoroughly, transparently. Only people are, into this kind of abuse and misuse of power, they need to worry. I am not a person to worry because I come here with a purpose to serve the people, to work for the people. There is no question of misusing the power.
Karnataka Assembly elections is fast approaching and opposition Congress seems to be staring at a divide within the party. Former Congress MP Divya Spandana, who a few years ago resigned as the national social media head of the Congress party, has lashed out at her own party leaders for allegedly trolling her on social media. Yes, posting a thread of screenshots on Twitter, Divya Spandana alleged that some senior Congress leaders have directed their volunteers to heavily troll her online. In a desperate tweet, Spandana sought immediate intervention from Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal.
Humble request to K.C. Venugopal MP to please clarify with the media about this whenever you are in Karnataka next. The least you can do for me, Venugopal ji, so I don't have to live with this abuse and trolling for the rest of my life.
Remember, Divya Spandana was once known to be a close aide of Rahul Gandhi, but it's now been a few years since she's taken a political backseat. Spandana, though, has been quite active on Twitter and never misses an opportunity to take a stand when she has to. This time, she went a step further to call out her own party chief in Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar. It all began with D.K. Shivkumar alleging that Education Minister Ashwath Narayan met with Congress leader M.B. Patil seeking protection from the PSI recruitment scam. Both leaders have rubbished these claims.
ಅವ್ರ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಯಾರು ಎತ್ತಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಭೇಟಿ, ನಾವು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ತೊಗೊಳಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅದರ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ, ನೀವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳಿ.
ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ನನ್ನ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಗ ಈಗ ನ್ಯೂಯಾರ್ಕ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಈಗ ಅವನು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಮಗಳು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ಸ್, ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿಸ್ಸಸ್ಸು, ಅವ್ರ ಮಿಸ್ಸಸ್ಸು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿರುಗಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆ ಗುಟ್ಟು ಕರೆದು ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರ ಕರೆದು ನಾನು ಕರೆದು ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸಮೇತ.
Spandana in her tweet, though, expressed surprise and regret over D.K. Shivkumar making such allegations against his own party senior, M.B. Patil.
People across parties meet each other, go to functions, some even get married into families. I'm surprised D.K. Shivkumar would say this about M.B. Patil, who's a staunch congressman. Shouldn't the party be fighting elections as one unit?
Well, certainly not all is well within the Karnataka Congress. MLA Zamir Ahmed's comment was another signal. In what can be seen as a dig at D.K. Shivkumar, Zamir Ahmed rooted for Siddaramaiah as a CM candidate.
ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಷ್ಟೇ, ನೀವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ದೇವ್ರದ್ದು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಅವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರಾದಂಥ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಂತ ತಾವು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
With elections knocking on the doors, the infighting in the Karnataka Congress has surely come as a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Bureau Report, India Today. Now, another death by suicide case has been reported in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. 25-year-old youth dies by suicide after becoming frustrated over a government staff seeking bribe. Manikandan from Tiruvallur was building a house along with his mother, who was selected to benefit from the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Manikandan and his mother, Lata, had approached the block development officer, Mateshwaran, to release the third installment amount, but was allegedly told to pay a bribe of 15,000 rupees. Manikandan had recorded a video before his death where he had stated in detail about how he had pledged his mother's jewelry, spent money that he had saved for a foreign trip, but the block development officer didn't release the money in time. Frustrated, Manikandan died by suicide on Wednesday. In fact, the officer, Mateshwaran, has been suspended while local police officials have registered a case with a thorough investigation that's currently underway.
ஒவ்வொருத்தர் பேர் வந்து மகேஸ்வரன். அவர் என்ன சொன்னார்னா, நீ வந்து ஆரம்பித்து கட்டிகிட்டே இரு, நான் தரேன், உனக்கு பில்லு வந்தோன்னு நான் தரேன்னு சொன்னார். சிமெண்ட்லாம் கொடுத்தாரு. அதை வாங்கி நான் கட்டி இன்றைக்கி வந்து ரூஃபு போட்டுட்டேன். ரூஃபு போட்டு ஒரு 10 நாளாவது இன்னையோட ரூஃபு போட்டுட்டேன். எல்லாமும் கடன் வாங்கி தான் போட்டேன். அப்புறமா 2 பில்லு ஏறினது, 52,000 ஏறினது. அதில் 15,000 அவர் வாங்கிட்டார். ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து இது என்ன பணமே ஏற்ற முடியாதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டார். ஏன்னா நீ வந்து நான் அளந்து கொடுக்காத முன்னாடியே நீ வந்து வீடு போட்டுட்ட, அதனால் உனக்கு வந்து பணம் தர முடியாது அப்படின்னாரு. ஆனால் போட சொன்னதே அவர் தான். சில பேர் வந்து வாங்கிட்டு வந்து வீடு கட்ட மாட்டாங்க, அதனால் நீ ஆரம்பிக்கன்னு சொன்னதே அவர் தான். ஆனால் முடித்ததுக்கப்புறம் வந்து நீ யாருக்கிட்ட ஆரம்பித்த, நீ 15,000 பணம் கொடுத்தா தான் நான் வந்து உனக்கு பில்லு ஏற்றுவேன்னு 15,000 பணம் வாங்கிட்டாரு. இது இல்லாமல் நான் வந்து கட்டுறப்பயே நான் வந்து 2,500 3,000 கொடுத்துருக்கேன் அவருக்கு. இந்த 15,000 இல்லாமல் இது 3,000 கொடுத்துருக்கேன். இப்போ ரூஃபு போடுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் ரெண்டல் மட்டத்தில் நிற்கிறப்ப என்ன சொன்னார்னா, நான் சொன்னேன், சார் 3வது பில்லு ஏற்றி விடுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். அவர் என்ன சொன்னார்னா, 3வது பில்லு ஏற்ற முடியாது, நீ ரூஃபு போட்டால் தான் நான் ஏற்றுவேன் அப்படின்னாரு. எந்த பணம் இல்லை சார் சொன்னேன். நீ ஏதோ ஒன்று பண்ணி நீ ஏற்றணும், அப்போ ரூஃபு போடணும், அப்போ தான் நான் வந்து உனக்கு 3வது பில்லு போடுவேன்னு. ஆனால் நான் 3வது பில்லுக்குள்ள லெவலில் வந்து நான் முடிச்சிட்டேன். அது முடிச்சுமே எனக்கு 3வது பில்லு போடாமல் வந்து நீ ரூஃபு போட்டால் தான் நான் வந்து பில்லு 3வது பில்லு போடுவேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். சரி, நான் வெளிநாடு போகிறதுக்காக வச்சிருந்த பணம் 50,000. அப்புறம் என் ஃப்ரெண்டுகிட்ட கொஞ்சம் பணம் வாங்கி எல்லாத்தையும் போட்டு கம்பி 36,000 வரைக்கும் கம்பி கடன் வாங்கினேன். இன்னைக்கு என்னோட உயிரிழப்பு காரணமே நான் 36,000 கம்பி கடன் வாங்கினது.
இதற்கு முழு காரணம் இந்த மாநில அரசு மட்டும்தான். ஏன்னா ஒரு டாஸ்மாக்ல எவ்வளவு பாட்டில் கோட்டர் விக்குதுன்னு மாசம் கலெக்டர் போட்டு ரிவ்யூ மீட்டிங் நடத்துறாங்க. சாராய அதிகாரிகளை கூப்பிட்டு, ஆலய தொழிலதிகாரிகளை கூப்பிட்டு, எவ்வளவு வித்தீங்க, எவ்வளவு பாட்டில் வித்தீங்க, எவ்வளவு டேக் ஆஃப் ஆச்சு. ஆனா ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு கலெக்டர் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒரு மீட்டிங் போட்டு பாரத பிரதமருடைய வீட்டு திட்டம் எவ்வளவு போயிருக்கு, அதிகாரிகள் லஞ்சம் இல்லாம கொடுக்கறாங்களா, மக்கள் போய் கை காலில் உளுந்ததை வாங்கணுமா அப்படின்னு யாராச்சும் கேட்கறாங்க. ஏன்னா மாநில அரசுக்கு அதில் அக்கறை கிடையாது. அதனுடைய வெளிப்பாடு தான் இந்த சகோதரர் மணிகண்டன் அவருடைய இழப்பு. இது நிச்சயமாக பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி கண்டிச்சு விட்டு சும்மா போறது கிடையாது.
Right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. Further news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
จุดประสงค์ตอนแรกมันไม่ได้คิดอะไรกันคือมันเริ่มจากกับอยากทำแล้วก็ถ่ายด้วยมือถือพอถ่ายแล้วภาพมันออกไปเนี่ยมันเริ่มมีคนสนใจเข้ามาก็มีการสร้างกลุ่มคนก็เริ่มเฮ้ยผมอยากต่อยแบบนี้บ้างแบบนี้บ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเริ่มจากตรงนี้ถ้าในเรื่องของพรบมวยคือเราไม่ได้เข้าพรบมวยเราไม่ได้จัดมวยเถื่อนผมตอนนี้คือขึ้นอยู่กับกรมปกครองซึ่งเป็นกิจกรรมไฟขับเราไม่ได้เป็นมวยเราไม่ได้เป็นกีฬาเราเป็นกิจกรรมหนึ่งซึ่งมีสมาคมของเราสมาคมไฟขับไทยแลนด์
This is Elon Musk. For some reason, he's sharing a console with Homer Simpson.
His mind is as rich as an Italian wedding soup.
Elon Tusk, listen, we need your help.
Rick, Morty, why me? Did something happen to Elon Musk in your own reality?
No, he's fine.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Anger boils in Jammu and Kashmir after a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead inside a government office in Badgam. Protesters hit the streets, forced fire, tear gas. Sonia, Rahul and Priyanka, other top Congress netas, all in Udaipur for a 3-day Chintan Shivir to brainstorm. Amid the turmoil, Congress proposes one family, one ticket norm, but with an exception. Full meltdown in Karnataka Congress ahead of the polls. Divya Spandana accuses the state Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar of trying to defame her. MLA M.B. Patil backs Divya. Political showdown over Gyanvapi Mosque survey. AIMIM chief Owaisi slaps Hindu group, says won't lose another mosque. Survey to begin from tomorrow. Big face-off over Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to tomb of Aurangzeb. BJP and Sena lashes out, says open provocation by AIMIM Neta by paying homage to Hindu leader. Now, following the brutal murder of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, the Kashmir Valley is now in a state of unrest. Massive protests erupted in Jammu, with forces firing tear gas on protesters. Members of the Kashmiri Pandit community took to the streets in different parts of the Union Territory to protest against the brutal killings. In fact, protesters blocked the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway near the Wesu village on Thursday evening. The wife of Rahul Bhatt has said that her husband felt insecure while working in Badgam. Slain Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt's mortal remains arrived in Jammu for the final rites. Politics over Rahul's murder has intensified now. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti appealed to the people of Kashmir to stand with Kashmiri Pandits and Sikhs. She also asked people to pray for Hindu-Muslim unity in mosques today. Meanwhile, Ministry of Home Affairs officials, along with the IB, will be reviewing preparedness of Amarnath Yatra, which will be commencing from the 30th of June after a 2-year gap. Now, let me cut across to the wife of the slain Kashmiri Pandit. She speaks to India Today and narrates the horrific ordeal. Says that her husband felt unsafe in Badgam and he had requested for a transfer, but that fell on deaf ears. She also claims that people from his office may have conspired with terrorists. A big claim that she makes. Let's take a listen.
मुझे बताइए, जब राहुल भट्ट वहाँ 2010 में काम करने गए, तब से अब तक कभी उन्होंने आपसे कहा कि उनको कोई डर लगता है?
भैया, वो पहले इधर बड़गाम तहसील ऑफिस में थे, वहाँ पे कभी उनको कुछ लगा ही नहीं। डीसी को इन्होंने बहुत बारी बोला कि मेरे को ट्रांसफ़र उधर नहीं लेनी, वो दूर है, चारडूरा बहुत दूर है बड़गाम से। हम तो शेखपुरा में रहते हैं, वहाँ से बहुत दूर है। वो उसने पता नहीं कौन सी जिद निकाली, उसने 2 साल से उसकी ट्रांसफ़र ही नहीं की वापस वहाँ से। डीसी बड़गाम ने और एसीआर ने, जो नया एसीआर है, उसने पहले भी बोला था उनको कि मेरे को यहाँ से थोड़ा डीसी ऑफिस लाओ। जब पिछली बार उसका वो जो 2 मारे थे टीचर्स, तब हम फिर आए थे। मैंने इसको बोला था हम नहीं जाएंगे, मगर उसने नहीं माना, बोला मेरे को ड्यूटी जाना है। उन दिनों भी उनको बोला था इनको डीसी ऑफिस में ही रखो, वहाँ तब भी सेफ्टी है। इधर एक गार्ड नहीं था इसको बाहर। भैया, कितने लोग उसके पास आते थे, सर के ऊपर से लोग होते थे।
कोई सुरक्षा नहीं थी वहाँ?
कोई कुछ भी नहीं। एसडीएम ऑफिस साथ है, कोई एक गार्ड नहीं था बाहर जो चेक करता। इनके पास रिवॉल्वर थी। 3 बंदे थे, क्या सुनने में आया? 3 बंदे थे। 3 बंदों के पीछे पूछा राहुल भट्ट कौन है।
अच्छा, नाम
पूछ के गोली शूट किया। वो अपनी चेयर पे बैठा था, अपनी ही चेयर पे शूट किया उसको। भैया, हिलने का भी मौका नहीं दिया। उसके पास लोग बहुत आते थे।
कल जब सुबह वो दफ्तर से निकले, आपकी कुछ बातचीत हुई थी जाने से पहले?
दफ्तर तो वो रोज ही निकलते थे। मैंने 10 मिनट पहले उनको फ़ोन किया था, हमारे घर में काम चल रहा था। मैंने बोला हो गया पूरा, मैंने बोला आ जाना जल्दी। वो तो ठीक है। तो उसी के 5 मिनट के बाद ही वो उधर आए। मैंने उसको क्यों नहीं बोला तो अभी निकल। मैं उसको बोलती थी मत जाओ उधर, डीसी ऑफिस ट्रांसफर करा ले, छोड़ दे नौकरी, हमको नौकरी भी नहीं चाहिए। मुझे पता है तू वहाँ पे सारी जगह तेरे को जानते हैं, सारे जानते। बोलते हैं मैं सेफ रहूँगा, मुझे सारे जानते हैं। उसको नहीं पता था उनमें कोई निकलेगा। उनमें गरीबों की भी बहुत मदद करता था।
तो आपको लगता है कि सरकार कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के प्रति गंभीर नहीं
बना रही है, बलि का बकरा बना रही है उधर। वो कुछ नहीं सोच रही है, ना सेफ्टी का ना कुछ। वो वहाँ पे बलि के बकरे हैं सारे, जाके काटेंगे ही उनको।
Cutting across to Sunilji Bhatt, who's tracking those developments. Sunil, very, very heart-wrenching to see the wife of the slain Kashmiri Pandit, Rahul Bhatt, cry. She weeps, saying that she knew that this would happen because her husband felt unsafe in Badgam for long. And then she also hits out at the government, saying that eventually Kashmiri Pandits have become pawns in this political slugfest. There is no government who has supported them or made them feel secure so far.
Absolutely, Nabila. The Kashmiri Pandit community is today feeling helpless. They feel that there is nobody, whether in the government or in the civil society, who is standing with them. They are feeling betrayed. They feel that the successive governments have failed them. And as we witness the continuous killings of the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandits in the Kashmir Valley, there is fear that has gripped the community. They want that the government employees belonging to Kashmiri Pandit community who are serving in the Kashmir Valley must be immediately shifted to Jammu. They must be adjusted in Jammu, because right now the atmosphere in the Kashmir Valley is not conducive for their survival. They want the government to take immediate steps, but somehow the community feels that even the Modi government, on which they had pinned high hopes, even that government is totally indifferent towards their problems and sufferings, because the Kashmiri Pandit community has only got lip sympathy from the successive governments, and the Modi government is no different. The people feel that tall claims are being made inside the parliament by the ministers. They say that after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, so many Kashmiri Pandits have returned, but the fact of the matter is that not a single family has been rehabilitated in the Kashmir Valley by the government, whether before abrogation of Article 370 or after the abrogation of Article 370. And the presence of Kashmiri Pandits right now in the Kashmir Valley, these are government employees who got jobs under the Prime Minister's special employment package, which was introduced in 2010 by the then UPA government, which is now being carried forward by the Modi government. So no new scheme has been launched and no concrete steps have been taken for the honorable and dignified return of the Kashmiri Pandit community to their ancestral homes in the Kashmir Valley. Remember, in 1990, there was ethnic cleansing of the Kashmiri Hindu community in the Kashmir Valley. There were the selective killings of the Kashmiri Pandit community which took place. The terrorists unleashed mayhem in the Kashmir Valley, and it was the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandits, which faced the brunt of the violence that was unleashed by the terrorists and the separatists sponsored by Pakistan in the Kashmir Valley. Now 32 years have passed. Things haven't changed for Kashmiri Pandits. Things remain as it is, as it was prevalent in 1990.
Right.
Kashmiri Pandits are still insecure. They are afraid of what they are in their own land. They are being targeted, and now they are demanding that government must look into their problems with all seriousness.
Sunilji Bhatt, thank you very much. It's completely understandable how Kashmiri Pandit community today feels highly threatened in that Kashmir Valley. After years of their persecution, it doesn't seem like the situation has improved at all.
32 साल से जो ये चल रहा है, और 2008 के बाद जो पीएम पैकेज सरकार ने दिया था, उसके अंडर दैट पैकेज बहुत सारे एम्प्लॉयज़ बिकॉज ऑफ लाइवलीहुड वहाँ पे चले गए थे, बट उनको टारगेटेड किलिंग कर दिया गया जा रहा है डे बाय डे. और जो गज़वाए हिंद और ये जो टेररिस्ट रेजिस्टेंट फोर्स जो भी अभी टीआरएफ जिसको बोलते हैं, एक एक करके उन्होंने थ्रेट दिया है कि कश्मीरी हिंदू को हम मारेंगे, यहाँ पे हम कश्मीरी हिंदू को नहीं रहने देंगे, यहाँ पे इंडिया हम बसने नहीं देंगे. तो गवर्नमेंट को इसका संज्ञान लेना चाहिए और गवर्नमेंट को पूरा सोचना चाहिए कि गवर्नमेंट ने स्केपगोट्स कैसे बना लिए कश्मीरी हिंदू को. कश्मीरी हिंदू जो कि इतनी माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी है.
जम्मू कश्मीर वाहिद एक ऐसी रियासत है जहाँ अभी भी हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, बौद्ध हो, आपस में मिलके रह रहे हैं. इसलिए मैं अपने तमाम लोगों से इल्तिजा करती हूं कि आज जुम्मे के दिन तमाम मस्जिदों में हिंदू मुस्लिम भाईचारे की हिफाजत की पुरजोर वकालत की जाए. और साथ ही में जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो भाईचारा है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो इतिहास रहा है, जो हिस्ट्री रही है, कि हम इकट्ठे रहने वाले लोग हैं, एक सेक्युलर स्टेट है, पूरे मुल्क को मैसेज दे, ताकि मुल्क में जो इस वक्त सरकार है उनको मुसलमानों को बदनाम करने का मौका ना मिले.
कश्मीरी पंडित समाज ने एक अपना होनहार नौजवान खोया है। स्वाभाविक है लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है। जिन परिजनों ने अपने ब्लड रिलेशन में अपने रिश्तेदार को, अपने परिवार के सदस्य को खोया है, यकीनन उनको गुस्सा है। ये पाकिस्तान के जो कायर आतंकवादियों ने घटना की है, इसके विरुद्ध पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में गुस्सा है। इन सभी कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को जमीन के पाताल से निकाल कर इनको मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। किसी पाकिस्तानी को, किसी दहशतगर्द को नहीं बख्शेंगे।
हमें भी इस चीज का दुख हो रहा है और इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होने से कहीं ना कहीं जो शांति प्रक्रिया का प्रोसेस चल रहा है उसमें कई अड़चन आती है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जल्द ही इन लोगों का जो गुस्सा है, कश्मीरी पंडित मुलाजिमों को सुरक्षा के साथ किस प्रकार से हम करें, इसके लिए केंद्र में भी बात की जाएगी और ललित जी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में भी बात की जाएगी।
मुझे लगता है गृह मंत्री को इस बारे में बहुत ही गंभीरता से सोचना होगा। ये जो चल रहा है कश्मीर में फिर एक बार, ये क्या साजिश है। बार बार कश्मीर की तरफ उंगली मत उठाइए, पाकिस्तान की तरफ उंगली मत उठाइए। हम क्या करने जा रहे हैं कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए, ये बहुत ही अहम सवाल है। हनुमान चालीसा, लाउड स्पीकर जैसे मुद्दे से कश्मीरी पंडितों का मामला या कश्मीर का मामला हल नहीं होगा। आपको बहुत प्रैक्टिकल होना पड़ेगा।
Now, Congress leader Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi are currently in Udaipur with several other senior Congress leaders to attend a 3-day Chintan Shivir amid the massive turmoil that's ongoing within their own party. After a series of poll reverses, the meet aims at revamping the Congress party. Ajay Mishra says big organizational changes will be visible after this 3-day Chintan Shivir. Mishra has also highlighted that one family, one ticket proposal is being discussed with an exemption only if another family member is working for at least 5 years in the party. In attendance, there will be over 400 Congress netas who will find ways to be battle ready for the upcoming election challenges, along with brainstorming over the roadmap for the party. The meeting will see key discussions on 6 topics, including politics, organization, economy, social welfare, youth and agriculture. The demand to bring back Rahul Gandhi at the helm of the party is likely to be raised in this meeting.
सर, सफर करके आए हैं, 3 दिन का चिंतन शिविर है, क्या कहना है आप?
3 दिन के चिंतन शिविर में बहुत सारी बातें आएगी और एक नई दिशा मिलेगी कांग्रेस संगठन को भी और देश के लिए भी नए विचार आएंगे।
सब कह रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी को जो है अध्यक्ष बनाने की एक बार फिर से मांग रखें।
वो तो है ही।
अच्छा, इसके साथ साथ पार्टी के सामने चैलेंजेस क्या है सर?
देखिए, चैलेंजेस ये है कि ये जो सांप्रदायिक ताकतें हैं उससे किस प्रकार से लड़ा जाए। किसानों के, मजदूरों के, नौजवानों के, महिलाओं के हित में आज महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, ये सारे मुद्दे हैं। इसको किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ाया जाए और इनके हक की लड़ाई किस प्रकार से लड़ा जाए।
चिंतन शिविर कांग्रेस का होना एक मायने रखता है, इसलिए पूरे देश के हमारे डेलीगेट्स आ रहे हैं। मीडिया इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आ रहा है, आप समझ रही है कितना इम्पोर्टेंट चिंतन शिविर है। राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए लंबी समय से मांग होती जा रही, नई बात नहीं है। हर वर्किंग कमेटी में लोग सब डेलीगेट सब मेंबर ही कहते हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि राहुल गांधी जी को खुद को बन जाना चाहिए अध्यक्ष, मेरा मानना है।
परिवारवाद का जो मुद्दा है उसको लेकर आप लोगों ने डिस्कस
देखिए, हम लोगों में चर्चा आई है कि एक परिवार से एक ही टिकट मिलनी चाहिए और दूसरी टिकट तब मिले जब किसी व्यक्ति ने कम से कम 5 वर्ष पार्टी के लिए काम किया।
कांग्रेस नई शक्ति के साथ किस प्रकार से देश में एक सकारात्मक विकल्प लेके जाए, इस बात पे हम चर्चा करेंगे और विश्वास है कांग्रेस मजबूती से इस चिंतन शिविर से निकलेगी।
हम सबों का मानना है राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए और बहुत पहले बन जाना चाहिए था। हमसे उनसे निवेदन करते हैं, उनसे गुहार लगाते हैं कि उनको अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए।
राहुल जी तो अध्यक्ष बने, ये सबकी मांग है, डिमांड है। दूसरी बात ये कि देश की हालात कहाँ है, हर एक आदमी, चाहे वो सरकारी कर्मचारी है, चाहे दुकान वाला है, चाहे रेडी पटरी वाला है, चाहे इंडस्ट्री वाला है, आप देखिए उसकी हालत क्या है। चरमरा गई हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था, चरमरा गई, हमारे नौजवानों को रास्ता नहीं मिल रहा। ये बजाय नौजवानों को रोजगार देने के, शिक्षा देने के, ये कहते हैं कि आप राम मंदिर और मस्जिद की बात करो। जो हमारे पुराने लोग हैं, उनकी सारी जो चिंतन मंथन है, जो उनका एक्सपीरियंस है, आने वाली पीढ़ी को दिया जाना चाहिए। और जब नई पीढ़ी को हम ये चिंतन मंथन देंगे तो वो देश को फिर से पुनः आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
Cutting across to Shehzad Poonawalla, BJP spokesperson, who asked the party to first retrospect.
Till the time the Congress does not realize that by merely changing the dibba of the railway, nothing will happen. The problem is with the engine. The Congress party does not realize that nothing will happen by trying to get in some imported salesman unless you change the product of Parivarvad, Bhrashtachar and nepotism. But Congress party can never get rid of the Parivar because the Parivar itself has become the party today.
All right, cutting across to Supriya Bhardwaj, who's reporting live right from the spot there, tracking all those developments within the Congress party's Chintan Shivir. Supriya, another attempt by the Congress party to revive this grand old party ahead of 2024 elections. Any key changes that have been proposed and agreed upon by the party at large?
Well, Nabila, it was in 2013 in Jaipur, Chintan Shivir, where the party started its generational change. The transition started. But now in Udaipur, after 9 years, it is going to be the culmination of that entire process. What we are hearing from the sources and as well as leaders who are on record telling us that there will be no cosmetic changes, but big bang organizational restructuring, which includes coming up of an internal survey mechanism, a performance appraisal of all the workers as well as leaders who are going to seek tickets. Also in the same organizational proposal which they have given to revamp the entire Congress party, they are saying one ticket for one family and only a second ticket can be given to the family member if that person has worked in the party organization for 5 years. So one thing is clear from this way Chintan Shivir, that Congress party means business. They are saying that they have to now go all out, revamp, restructure and come up with an actionable plan. No more manifestos, no more philosophical things which they want to talk about. A host of leaders we spoke, many of them who are part of those committees, have categorically stated that Congress party will come up with an actionable plan which is going to be implemented from 16th May onwards. Also, they are saying that the workers as well as the leaders will be considered at a same level in this new Congress which is going to come out. They are saying that what applies at the bottom applies at the topmost level also. The example in that of the proposal which Mr. Ajay Mishra told us just a couple of minutes back in that Chintan Shivir press conference, the pre-press conference before the Chintan Shivir actually started. Right now in Taj Aravali, the Chintan Shivir has started on. The senior leaders are giving out their speeches and we are all set to hear what major framework that Congress President Sonia Gandhi is going to put out before the party members. But one thing is for sure, Nabila, that Congress party is keen to bring in more young blood to ensure that there's an entire restructuring which takes place in the party. Ajay Mishra categorically stated that there is one proposal that in all committees, whether it is CWC, which is the highest decision-making body, or whether at the booth level, 50% people who should constitute these committees should be below the age of 50. Also, the terms should be fixed that if one person is on one particular job within the organization, then that person is going to work only for 5 years at that post and then there will be 3 years of cooling period. Also, what we are learning is that there is going to be a performance appraisal mechanism which the Congress party is going to do, through which it's going to keep a track of who is doing what in the party, how many assignments have been done. It's just interestingly, they're trying to revamp the party, and one thing which all eyes will be on the alliances. What stand they're going to take, that whether in 2024 elections they will be going and looking for a bigger alliance or for a smaller one.
And so, Priya, we are of course going to be focusing around what the outcome of this Chintan Shivir should be. Of course, many proposals being made, but the intent must be shown to actually work on those suggestions that have been given. Here we're looking at the 3-day Chintan Shivir which has begun today by the Congress party in Udaipur, that's currently underway. Yes, a big breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu Education Minister Ponmudi wades into language war. Tamil Nadu Education Minister mocks Hindi. The Education Minister says those who speak Hindi sell pani puri. Why learn Hindi when English is being taught? An absolutely distasteful comment coming in from Tamil Nadu's Education Minister. He is a man who's been elected, an elected representative, defaming an Indian language. Here he says, those who speak Hindi sell pani puri. Quite a derogatory statement that he's made. Let's take a listen what Tamil Nadu's Education Minister Ponmudi had to say about Hindi.
சொன்னாங்க ஹிந்தி படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்கணும் கிடைக்குதா ஹிந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம் எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவங்க தான் ஆக அது ஒரு காலம் இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல் லாங்குவேஜ் India and Tamil Nadu, we should have our own system because India is a nation, as the governor already knows, unitary in diversity, various cultures are there, various languages are there. In Tamil Nadu itself, we should follow our own educational system. We also borrow the new certain good policies from the new education policy, and we are ready to follow it.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Pramod, who's joining us from Chennai on this. Pramod, what an embarrassing comment made by the Education Minister. He is an elected representative. He is making such a distasteful remark when it comes to an Indian language. This is no more about Hindi or Tamil or English. It's about defaming one particular language, almost insulting the language by saying that those who speak Hindi sell pani puri. This kind of comment coming in from an elected representative does not really show well of him at all.
Of course, Nabila, it is definitely in a very distasteful manner, and just like you mentioned, this is a senior leader from DMK, the higher education minister called as Ponmudi, and he spoke in a convocation event at Bharatiya University in Coimbatore, where the stage was shared with the state governor R.N. Ravi. He was trying to tell the state governor that in the state of Tamil Nadu, it's been only two language policy, and it will continue in that manner only. And not just that, he said that whatever beneficial aspects are there of the new education policy, Tamil Nadu will accept it, but it will always be Tamil and English. He continuously stated that English is an international language, and what does it need to study Hindi? This is where he turned sarcastic and said these particular words, claiming that there once was a time when people used to say that if you learn Hindi, you will get a job. But right now, even if you go to Coimbatore and see those who are selling pani puris, who are they? This is the condition. That's how he's trying to claim. It was extremely not necessary statement. It's really embarrassing, and we are waiting for a kind of response from DMK on this matter.
Pramod, this is so unnecessary, the least that the education minister can do, because it's not like Hindi is not taught in Tamil Nadu at all. What's the fact? Is Hindi taught in Tamil Nadu? We know it's an optional subject, it's not compulsory, but it is a subject. Those who want to learn Hindi are more than welcome to learn Hindi in schools and any education institution, but it's not compulsory, it's an optional subject. At a time like this, when we're looking at such a language war raging across the country, Education Minister, who ideally must show respect to every language, Hindi, most definitely one of those uniting languages, whether you like it or not, whether Ponmudi likes it or not, the fact is that it largely connects people across the north and the south. May not be the one and only language that connects, but is one of those significant languages that bonds the country together. To insult Hindi language like that when it is a subject studied in Tamil Nadu as well is very telling of the Tamil Nadu government.
Well, it is definitely uncalled for, because he was trying to reiterate that in Tamil Nadu it's going to be only two education policy, and just like you mentioned, they are calling it, DMK calls it as Hindi imposition, and this is the same words used by AIADMK as well, and they are very clearly mentioning that there will not be a three-language policy. Hindi can be optional, but it looks like this is a culmination of locking horns between the state higher education minister and Governor R.N. Ravi, because as you recently saw, a draft policy was also passed in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, claiming that instead of keeping governor as a chancellor, DMK is trying to make the chief minister as a chancellor for the universities in the state, and there were kind of a lot of miscommunications where the governor went ahead and he held a meeting with the vice chancellors of the university. Ponmudi was not present over there, but here he used that stage to explain about Tamil Nadu government's decision over only using two-language policy. But this particular comment about Hindi, he should have definitely avoided. We're not exactly sure what he was trying to say by that, but it's definitely derogatory.
All right, thank you very much, Pramod, for joining us with those details. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, India Today's mega exclusive there. India's most wanted terrorist dossier has been accessed. Stay tuned, I'm going to take you through details on Rinda.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India.
Now, India's most wanted terrorist, Rinda's dossier has been accessed. Rinda, who could be behind the RPG attack at the Mohali police station in Punjab, has constantly been changing his appearance. As per this dossier, investigations reveal that he's been under disguise to hide his identity and escape from the police. The dossier further shows many appearances of this most wanted terrorist. Some with turban, some with a long beard, others with short hair and a beard. Rinda escaped from India to Pakistan in 2020 but continued to deliver consignments of arms and explosives to Punjab, Haryana, Hyderabad and Maharashtra. He's been labelled as an A+ level gangster. Rinda has a total of 27 criminal cases against him in Punjab and Haryana, which includes that of murder, kidnapping, possession of ammunition. And according to the dossier, 22 associates have been working with Rinda. Rinda sent bombs and weapons to Karnal, Maharashtra, sitting in Pakistan. In fact, Rinda is also a key suspect in the Mohali blast. All right, that's it on news and updates right here. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. But for now, stay tuned on the other side of In the Club. We're going to take you through a lot on Kim Kardashian and her latest.
Do you remember the fictional planet Pandora from the blockbuster movie Avatar? Hold that thought. Because this is not Earth. It's not from a movie. This is Earth's clone called Titan. It is real and it is very much here in our solar system. Titan is not a planet like Earth, but a moon in the Saturn system. Saturn has a total of 82 moons which revolve around it. Of these, Titan is the largest. Well, there are no reports or studies to confirm whether Titan has the kind of conditions shown in Pandora with those glittering lights or floating hills, but Titan does have rivers, lakes and seas filled by rain which come through a thick atmosphere similar to what Earth experiences. Titan is the only celestial body besides Earth to have liquid on its surface. New research reveals the presence of landscapes on the surface of this moon. Titan has streams of liquid methane and winds of nitrogen gas, which build hydrocarbon sand dunes. Researchers say that the dunes, plains and labyrinth terrain have been formed on Titan in a similar manner as on Earth. The surface temperature is about minus 180 degrees Celsius and people would need to wear respirators to breathe oxygen, since the atmosphere is mostly nitrogen. The light on Titan is a little dim, just like after a sunset here on Earth. So staying on Titan won't be a reality anytime soon, but Titan is the most hospitable extraterrestrial world within our solar system. It is like Earth in a parallel universe where things are different yet so similar.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Hello and welcome. You're watching this special broadcast, Keeping Up with Kim. I am Dipali Patel. Now, Kim Kardashian has made headlines for all the wrong reasons recently, from getting trolled over body image issues to publicly announcing her unhealthy crash diet, to losing 7 kilos to fit into a dress once worn by Marilyn Monroe, to the dress not even fitting her butt and having to cover it with a jacket. The list is endless and has caught the attention of the netizens. First, let's begin with this alarming crash diet that just did not fly with many A-listers.
Kim Kardashian lost 7 kilos in 3 weeks. How? A crash diet that consisted of no sugar, no carbs, and lean proteins and sauna. Why? To fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress at the Met Gala. Yes, that's bizarre and correct. Now, this has not impressed netizens at all. She has been at the receiving end of much flack. In the woke era of 2022, Kim is no longer considered to be the trendsetter as she did back in the day when what she did was touted to be cool. Kim's body image has been making headlines for a while. She has earlier got butt implants, presented heavily filtered and photoshopped images of herself on social media, and allegedly gone under the knife multiple times. This her before and after image, and we really do not need an expert to tell us that this is possible without cosmetic procedures. Fuller cheeks to more pronounced lips, to breast enhancements, nose job, butt implants, to liposuction, and now an extreme crash diet to fit into the dress that was worn by Marilyn Monroe. Should the dress fit you, or the other way around, really? While experts say extreme diets are unhealthy, many A-listers have publicly disapproved Kim's moves. Actress Lily Reinhardt put up an Insta story on her disapproval. Jamila Jamil slammed Kim, saying she should not have publicly announced this. After that entire 3-week ordeal to lose 7 kilos, Kim ordered mini donuts and dozens of pizzas delivered to her hotel room post the Met Gala. Many call this dark and problematic. The world is changing and is no longer looking up to fad diets and cheat days as fashionable, and the social media storm proves just that. Well, it's 2022, and all we can say is, how 2002, Kim? In New Delhi, Jayati Narula for India Today.
Now comes the whole point of no alterations allowed to be made to a dress. That's from a museum conservatory. So what does Kim do? Cover her butt with a fur coat? To hide the fact that she simply cannot fit in despite losing all that weight? Well, her alleged butt implants won't permit.
New footage from Met Gala is out. We could not help but notice Kim Kardashian had to wear a fur coat to cover her back. Because it was not possible to zip the dress over her butt, that also, by the way, has implants to make them stand out. Cringe, we hear you. A 60-year-old garment and an infamous butt and some behind-the-scenes footage. The dress is an important part of Hollywood history, and quite obviously, it is a strict no-no to make alterations to this museum piece. If you thought you had issues, there are some massive first world problems that these celebrities go through, as reportedly, Kim wanted to quote-unquote cry when she figured she's not going to be able to fit into this historical dress. But eventually she did it. She wore it and seemingly looked like she fit in just fine. Except that the fans were surprised to see her carry a fur coat with the dress.
Oh, this is crazy.
She draped it around her lower back and waist. When the behind-the-scenes footage came out, it looked like the fur coat was more of a necessity than a part of her ensemble, as her butt refused to fit in. Take a look at this footage making rounds on the internet from Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum. It has gone viral. A team of helpers are helping the dress, or rather Kim, or maybe both, to fit into each other thanks to her infamous curves that, FYI, that is for your information, reportedly not natural either. You can hear Chris go, push, push, as if she was in a delivery room.
You got it.
No.
In.
Well, try till you succeed, except they succeeded securing the butt opening with a string, as the zip would not fasten.
Is it open?
And it looked like that. Cringe again. Well, the victory day arrived, and she wore it to the red carpet. Except one cannot not unsee the fur coat that covers the truth. But what happened later was even more bizarre. When she arrived at the Met Gala steps, she realized the dress that was already a task to fit into did not even permit her from going up the steps. An entire fleet had to help her, including Pete Davidson. It was a meme galore, with some calling it a Met Gala moment that they just did not need. Well, you can't really blame the dress, but the person who decided to wear something that was a tall order for her body to take. The dress. Flesh tone, Jean-Louis and Bob Mackie gown that attained fame for all the right reasons, with Marilyn Monroe singing a birthday song for President Kennedy, 1962.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you.
Now goes down in Met Gala history rather problematically. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's now take you through Kim and her Met Gala looks over the years.
2021 was Balenciaga. Headline-worthy dystopic ensemble, Kim wore this face-covering look, proving she can really do anything for fashion. And she means it. In 2019, she wore this new dress that looked like she walked out of the ocean dripping wet in custom-made Thyri Mugler mini dress. The dress reportedly took 7 months of planning. And she started planning the day she found out the theme was camp, notes on fashion. In 2013, her Givenchy attire was touted to be the most iconic one of them all. Floral printed dress with matching gloves and matching shoes with a cute baby bump. This was Kim's first Met Gala, and while we may find it cute, netizens did not feel her debut was a hit at all. Her Givenchy gown was dubbed to be the couch dress, and it was raining memes once again. In 2016, her Balmain gown and poses with Kanye West sure made headlines. But many trolled her for bleaching her eyebrows for the dress. Bureau Report, India Today.
While Kim continues to make headlines, a recent study that was published called the influencer harmful as the slim, thick figure is harmful for body image. Take a look.
Toronto's York University named Kim and her sister Kylie as influencers who contribute to discontent amongst women, given how women feel about themselves because of Kim and Kylie's online content. Kim is known to have a slim, thick body type. It is a terminology. What's that exactly? It means a curvy body or a fuller body, but a tiny waist with a flat stomach and large butt, large pumped up breasts and large thighs. This unnatural body type being promoted by the Kardashians has been slammed by many mental health advocates, calling it extremely problematic at many levels. The sisters are often called out on social media for massive Photoshop fails, including her legs that go through some bizarre editing. The York University study observes how it's become routine to digitally alter photos, making the thin ideal even thinner and less attainable for the average woman. While Kim Kardashian is clearly a huge influencer around the world, the Gen Z is not quite impressed, as it's the woke era. So good morning, Kim. In New Delhi, Chaitanya Arula for India Today.
Kim going under the knife to look a certain way rakes up several questions about self-worth, self-love, self-esteem and issues around body image in an era where body positivity is celebrated. Before we jump into conclusion to know if at all this is really worth it, we give you a glimpse of how Kim has always denied getting surgeries while also talking about her figure transition over the years. Take a look.
Call it real or term it fake. Kim Kardashian's butt goes without saying is as famous or she is, or rather infamous. And while netizens have always accused her of getting surgeries to make it look bigger and voluptuous, Kim Kardashian has always vehemently denied going under the knife to enhance them. In fact, she also got an X-ray done on her show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, to prove the quote-unquote haters wrong in 2011. Joined by her sisters Khloe and Kourtney, Kim was the one who quipped on camera too.
This is what it takes to shut up the entire world that my butt is real, then I will happily do it.
And well, it turns out her growing and beloved backside was proven to be legitimate with no implants detected by the machine. Yes, that's right. Sister Kourtney also got her chest X-ray to show what implants would look like through the scanner. But of course, even this was not enough to prove the doubters wrong. If you jog your memory, the fans accused her of going under the knife once again in 2013. And of course, for obvious reasons. Her bum was suddenly looking bigger than before, and it was when she had hit the gym soon after delivering her first daughter, Northwest. In her defense, Kim said, and we quote, "I'm seeing all this nonsense tabloids claiming that I have butt implants, injections. Get a life. Using pics of me 15-pound skinner before I had my baby, comparing to me now. I still have weight to lose. Anyone who has had a baby knows how hard it is to lose weight, especially the last bit of weight and your body totally changes," unquote. Around this time, Kim Kardashian started wearing more clothes that clinched her in the waist, causing her assets to look slightly wider in comparison, creating the hourglass figure that the world now knows her for today. Even in 2014, Kim put her bum prominently on display in several shots, including the one where she balanced a champagne glass on her backside. While there was definitely a little Photoshop involved in these photos, the shoot proved to cement Kim's derriere as iconic going forward. Now, remember those days when Kim Kardashian was Paris Hilton's assistant? Back in 2006, her butt was actually a regular size at that point in time. Take a closer look at this. In fact, even in the subsequent years, she had a similar look and curve, up until she was on and off spotted at events such as in Paris, or was just often casually seen in her gym outfits. Kim only kept getting too good to be true with each of her outings. Her waistline, flat stomach and wide butt bottom changed drastically over the years. And while Kim never minced her words in putting up a bold stance, she once in 2016 via a live stream on her website shared that she's gotten injections for her butt before, and also added that they were for the treatment of her skin condition that causes patches of red, itchy and scaly skin on the various parts of her body. Kim has never shied away from showing off her assets on the red carpet, and her Met Gala appearances are just one of those many appearances. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to this special broadcast, Keeping Up with Kim.
Should you upgrade to 5G? Are you still wondering if you should get a 5G compatible phone? Well, it'd be a future-proof upgrade, especially with what 5G can really offer. 5G is faster, exactly 20 times faster than 4G. Experts are saying now that it's likely to bring a technological revolution. Unlike its predecessor 4G, which used longer airwaves, 5G uses millimeter waves, which makes it much faster. So, say goodbye to annoying buffering when watching your videos. Why is 5G so fast? The millimeter waves are short, which means they have limited range and higher penetration. 5G also carries the promise of making latency disappear, which means that there's going to be less delay between sending and receiving information. So, downloading heavy file sizes, of course, will take a few seconds. Can 5G make our cities smart? The idea is that 5G can create smart cities with more connected devices. For instance, increased use of connected or autonomous vehicles will impact lifestyle choices. This also begs the question of enormous amount of data it will generate. So, digital security will be an area of concern, of course, especially since 5G network is more difficult to protect than its predecessors. So, are you ready for the next upgrade?
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
Now, before I let you go, let's get you the story on how Kim was slammed on social media recently for her patronizing comments on working women.
I have the best advice for women in business. Get your up and work.
Yes, she said that and you heard that right. A tone-deaf comment involving working women. Kim Kardashian and her sisters, Khloe Kardashian and Kourtney Kardashian, along with their mother, Kris Jenner, appeared in an interview to discuss their businesses and how they built the Kardashian empire.
It seems like nobody wants to work these days.
That's so true.
You have to surround yourself with people that want to work.
The comment from Kim irked netizens. Kim was brutally trolled online for that comment. While talking about women managing business, Kim had a lot of advice to give out to the women out there.
I have the best advice for women in business. Get your up and work.
Actress Jameela Jamil, who's trolled Kim Kardashian at many occasions, posted a sharply criticizing tweet in response. She said, and I quote, "I think if you grew up in Beverly Hills with super successful parents in what was simply a smaller mansion, nobody needs to hear your thoughts on success / work ethics. These same 24 hours in the day are a nightmare. 99% of the world grew up with very different 24 hours, unquote. Many pointed out how inappropriate it was for Kim to demean the hardworking women who did not have enough money or resources like her to establish a successful business. Many of her former employees made some shocking revelations of being treated badly by the Kardashians. This whole episode made headlines begging the big question. Are famous billionaires too out of touch with reality to offer career advice to the rest of the world?
Best advice for women in business. Get your up and work.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack in this special show. We will keep you up, not just with the Kardashians, but everything that's trending in the world of glitz, glamour and galas. Keep watching India Today.
pieces of man-made debris called space junk are currently orbiting the Earth. Now, why is there so much trash in space? This huge cloud of space junk is suspended between 800 and 2000 kilometers above us. Since more than 6,000 space launches and 600 orbital explosions have been accumulating. Why is space junk a threat to space exploration? Old rockets, out-of-order satellites, tools lost by astronauts, and even flecks of paint pose a serious threat to future space exploration, particularly manned flights and stations. Sensors carried on space vehicles only tend to detect micro debris, but damage from a collision can be serious due to the very fast orbital speed of this debris, which travels at some 28,000 kilometers an hour. There is also the risk of debris slamming into the hundreds of Earth observation and telecommunication satellites that orbit the Earth. Billions of dollars worth of weather monitoring equipment, global navigation and communication systems are at risk. The big fear is of a collision occurring and triggering a chain reaction, known as the Kessler syndrome. Over 30,000 pieces of debris measuring more than 10 centimeters and sometimes as big as a bus are currently being tracked and followed from the Earth. Space agencies are working on debris recovery systems with nets, harpoons, sails. Everything is envisaged to deal with the risk of collision.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
So sorry!
इस वक्त की सबसे बड़ी खबर आ रही है उत्तर प्रदेश से। यूपी में दंगाइयों की संपत्ति पर चल रहा है बाबा का बुलडोजर। इसी के साथ बुलडोजर बाबा का इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन डेमोलिशन ड्राइव वायरल हो चुका है।
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Watching India Today.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Anger boils in Jammu and Kashmir after a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead inside a government office in Badgam. Protesters hit the streets. Forces fire tear gas. Sonia, Rahul, Priyanka and other top Congress netas in Udaipur for a 3-day Chintan Shivir to brainstorm amid the turmoil. Congress proposes one family, one ticket norm, but with an exception. Full meltdown in Karnataka Congress ahead of the polls. Divya Spandana accuses State Congress Chief D.K. Shivkumar of defaming her. MLA M.B. Patil backs Divya. Bulldozer politics speaks in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party's open dare to Delhi BJP chief threatens to bulldoze alleged encroachment at Adesh Gupta's house. Political showdown over Gyanvapi Mosque survey. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi slams Hindu group, says won't lose another mosque. Survey to begin from tomorrow. Big face-off over Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to tomb of Aurangzeb. BJP and Sena lash out, saying open provocation by AIMIM Neta to pay homage to Hindu hater. Yes, a big breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu Education Minister Ponmudi wades into the language war. Tamil Nadu Education Minister mocks the Hindi language. He says, and I quote, "Those who speak Hindi sell pani puri." Tamil Nadu Minister says, why learn Hindi when English is being taught? This is the Education Minister who unfortunately defames the language, which, whether he likes or not, is certainly a language which is widely spoken across the country, a language which is also taught in Tamil Nadu as an optional language. And here, instead of respecting a language as equal to his own, the Tamil Nadu Education Minister almost belittles the language, saying those who speak Hindi sell pani puri. Whatever he meant was an absolute insult. Let's have a listen what he said.
இந்தி படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்குதா? இந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம். எந்த கடை யாரு? எல்லாம் அவன் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல் லாங்குவேஜ். India, Tamil Nadu, we should have our own system because India is a nation, as the governor already knows, unitary in diversity, various cultures are there, various languages are there. In Tamil Nadu itself, we should follow our own educational system. We also borrow the new certain good policies from the new education policy, and we are ready to follow it.
Let me quickly cut across to Pramod Madhav, who's been tracking those details. Pramod, what an embarrassment for an education minister to speak in such a manner. Very defamatory comment that he's made against a language, Hindi language. He says that those who speak Hindi sell pani puri, and what he believes may be an insult there. What was his reference while he spoke on these lines?
It's absolutely degrading for a person who is holding such a position, Nabila. He is the actual higher education minister for the state of Tamil Nadu, and yes, he was addressing the students who were on a convocation event at Bharatiya University along with the governor. The state governor, R.N. Ravi, was also there. He was trying to address the situation of education policy, new education policy. He was trying to once again say that Tamil Nadu has a robust education policy, but only two language system will be allowed here, that is English and Tamil. However, Hindi can be an optional language. DMK and ADMK calls this as a kind of Hindi imposition, and that's the reason he was trying to say that. But however, he went a step far ahead, and this unfortunate comment, he should have definitely avoided it, but he tried to say that you are asking people to learn Hindi. Like earlier it was said that if you learn Hindi, you will get a job. But currently, even if you go to Coimbatore, go to some places, you would see that all those people who are selling...
stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Narayan Tirupati, BJP leader, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Tirupati, here is the Education Minister of Tamil Nadu, Ponmudi, insulting the Hindi language, saying those who speak Hindi sell pani puri. Whatever he meant, but it certainly came as an insult. How would you look at it?
Oh, education minister has to behave himself. He is talking like an uneducated personality.
Yeah.
I can only say that because he should understand that the Hindi-speaking people have come here. The same Mr. Stalin had praised the Hindi-speaking people when there was COVID. So for politics, when they want their prize, and for politics, when they are in power, they want to drive out these people. This is highly condemnable. BJP strongly condemn all these things. And Mr. Ponmudi is known for this. He is always arrogant. His arrogancy is known. I think he should be very careful when using his language.
You know, here Mr. Ponmudi says that those who speak Hindi sell Pani Puri. I'm not sure if he really realizes that Pani Puri is sold across India. You have people of different states enjoying the very popular chaat Pani Puri, and those who speak Kannada sell Pani Puri, those who speak Tamil sell Pani Puri. So what's with attaching Pani Puri to Hindi?
No, who stopped Tamils to sell Pani Puri? These people have made Tamils, more than 80% of Tamils, to drink every day with the Tasmak, in the Tasmak shops, liquor shops. And there is nobody is willing to work. So let Ponmudi, as an education minister, try to educate people not to drink. As promised, they should close the Tasmak shops. Instead, they are advising and they are insulting the North Indians. That is very bad.
So, you know, you're saying there are several pressing issues in the state of Tamil Nadu that could have been dealt with, but here is such a loosely made comment coming in from the education minister himself. But Mr. Narayan Tirupati, give me an understanding in Tamil Nadu, how important is Hindi as a language? We know it's not a compulsion, but it's an optional language, something that students, of course, respect. A language must be respected. Hindu is one of those optional languages that they want, if they want to, can take up. And in fact, Tamil Nadu should encourage. You want to learn Hindi, you're all allowed to make your choice. But here with the education minister itself trying to insult the language, what's going to be the motivation for students?
No, that is the DMK. They want to take this as a political issue. Always they do this. Whenever they have a problem, 1 year of misrule, they want to divert something with the language issue. Absolutely, that is the fact. But nobody will impose. Even the BJP government will not impose Hindi, because it has been a promise. So definitely in Tamil Nadu, nobody can and nobody will impose. Nobody can impose. So that is very clear. But unnecessarily, these people are trying to create this into a language issue. This is uncalled for or unwanted. This is the arrogance of the Mr. Ponmudi, the education minister. It is very clearly in the uneducated way.
Well, absolutely. And he's an education minister to, if anything, must encourage students to learn, take up different languages. You know, here we also have Mohsin Raza, who's a BJP leader, joining us from Uttar Pradesh to give us a sense of what he thinks of this comment made by the Tamil Nadu education minister. Mohsin Raza ji, यहाँ पर Tamil Nadu education minister ने बोला है, जो हिंदी बात करते हैं, वो पानी पूरी बेचते हैं. एक इंसल्ट के दौर पे बोला है.
देखिए, उन्होंने जो भी बात कही है, ये उनका अपना एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर कैसा होना चाहिए, ये भी उन्होंने दर्शा दिया, लोगों ने समझ लिया. लेकिन मुझे लगता है हिंदुस्तान में हिंदी हमारी एक मातृभाषा है, और हिंदी में ही जो हिंदुस्तान के संस्कार हैं, वो ये नहीं कहते हैं कि अगर कोई पानी पूरी खिलाकर आपको मोहब्बत से जीतना चाहता है तो आप उसका मजाक उड़ाइए. शायद ये अंग्रेजी भाषा का कमाल है, क्योंकि जो लोग अंग्रेजी भाषा को बहुत ज्यादा कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देते हैं या उसको प्रमोट करने की बात करते हैं, वो कॉमर्शियल लैंग्वेज है, इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज है, उसको हमें कॉमर्शियली इस्तेमाल करना है. लेकिन अगर संस्कार आपको लेना है तो वो आपको मातृभाषा से, हिंदी से ही मिलेंगे. और हिंदी हमेशा जोड़ने का काम करती है. वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हमारा ही सनातनी नारा है कि हम पूरे विश्व को अपना परिवार समझते हैं. तो अंग्रेजी चूंकि हमारी एक ऐसी भाषा है, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर हम जब जाते हैं तो हमें बोलना पड़ती है, लेकिन हमारी अपनी जबान क्या है. अब तो हमारे यहाँ बच्चे रशियन भी पढ़ते हैं, जर्मन भी पढ़ते हैं, सारी भाषाएं, चाइना की भी हमने देखा लोगों को बोलते हैं, रशियन, जर्मनी, अमेरिकन, सभी हम बोलते हैं. लेकिन आप अपनी भाषा से इतनी नफरत करेंगे, ये बड़ी हैरत की बात है. ये तो उनको ही जवाब देना होगा, देश के लोगों को, या वहां अपने वहां के मिनिस्ट्री के या अपने राज्य के लोगों को जवाब देना होगा कि हिंदुस्तान में रहकर अगर हिंदी जबान से आपको इतना नफरत है तो क्यों है. ये वो जवाब देंगे. और पानीपुरी वालों से नफरत, जो मोहब्बत बांट रहे हैं, पानीपुरी में मीठा पानी भी होता है, खारा पानी भी होता है, लेकिन सब पानियों को अच्छा करके, मिनरल करके वो हमें पिलाते हैं, खिलाते हैं मेहनत से, और उसी में प्यार भी बांटते हैं. तो अगर इतनी नफरत है तो इसका जवाब तो उन्हें देश की जनता को देना होगा.
Ji Mohsin Raja ji, thank you very much for joining us. Well, rightly said, what's with the grouse, what's the hatred that this Education Minister of Tamil Nadu has against Hindi, and then he likens it with Pani Puri. Not too sure what he really meant, but clearly he wanted or intended to deliver the statement like an insult. But it seems like a shot in the arm for him because he's the Education Minister. You have a Hindi as a subject which is, indeed optional in the state of Tamil Nadu, but certainly one available subject for students to explore if they want to. If anything, the Education Minister must encourage to maybe learn on languages, take up options that they have available before them instead of insulting one language altogether. He says Hindi speaking people sell Pani Puri. Not sure what he exactly intended to mean, but really distasteful comment coming in from the Education Minister of Tamil Nadu. Pramod Madhav, who's with us on that. Pramod, has the DMK as a party reacted? We know that the language war has erupted and a long-raging, all started from Tamil Nadu alone. The state has been behind this huge campaign against Hindi imposition for decades now, pre-independence itself. But, you know, statements like these almost make it look like they're losing a battle.
Well, DMK, just like you mentioned, even before there was a split within the party, it was a pioneer of fighting against Hindi imposition. Hindi agitation was one of the major protests and force by which they removed the Congress party back in the 60s, and since then...
Okay, you know, stay with us. We have Sarvanand of the DMK joining us on the phone line for that. Mr. Sarvanand, here is your Education Minister, Ponmudi, who says, speaking Hindi, Hindi-speaking people sell Pani Puri. What did he intend to mean? Is this not an insult? How can your Education Minister speak like that?
What is an insult? What is the very
What does he mean?
He means that people from North India are migrating towards South India because we don't know how to make Pani Puri. It is only people from North India, people from the Hindi belt, they come here, they speak Hindi, and that is how we know Hindi. Otherwise, there is no chance for Hindi here. He meant it in that way.
Why did he not explain it in that way then?
See, in a public space, it's like it just comes out. I'm here to explain. I'm here explaining what he meant. And there was also a message to the governor here. The governor, who is just a figurehead, a rubber stamp in the state of Tamil Nadu, any state, he had the temerity and audacity to talk about three-language formula and had the audacity to talk about national education policy, which the state of Tamil Nadu has outrightly rejected. Probably the Education Minister wanted to teach what is the mindset of the people of Tamil Nadu and what the government of the Tamil Nadu wants.
If that's the case,
to make a mountain out of a molehill.
No, if that's the case, then for him to say something like those who speak Hindi sell Pani Puri, that really does not, comprise of all those elements that you mentioned here as a clarification.
That is what we'll have to extrapolate that with hard data. I'm telling you, nobody from Tamil Nadu knows anything about Pani Puri. We know only dosa and idli.
What are you saying, Mr. Saravanan? Pani Puri is sold all over the country, including Tamil Nadu, including Karnataka, including Kerala. All the southern states have their own versions of Pani Puri. I don't think you're well aware of the kind of charts that are being sold in your own state.
I'm coming to it. That is what I'm saying. See, if you say somebody is selling Pani Puri, it means they are not native speakers of Tamil. They don't know. None of the Tamil sell Pani Puri here. We sell vadas. If there are some Tamils selling vadas or idlis or something else, that is for Tamil speaking people. In the state of Tamil Nadu, only Hindi speaking people sell Pani Puri. They are very common. So the people learn to understand small acha.
No, but we still don't understand the reference. We still don't understand the reference. What does he mean by people who speak Hindi sell Pani Puri? We don't need to learn Hindi. We have English. Why do we need to learn Hindi? He's saying all of these comments and then you're trying to justify it by saying that all he meant was there are people migrating. None of that reference was made in his speech.
See, that is what, in a public speech, he just made it. That is why I'm saying I'm here to explain. And again, I'm telling you, we don't require Hindi at all. People in Tamil Nadu, we don't require Hindi. Hindi is a burden to learn. If I am going to migrate to Delhi, if I want to improve my economic prospects, I may learn Hindi. but nobody can impose Hindi on us.
No,
Hindi
undoubtedly,
is just one of the
nobody can
official
impose
language.
any language on anyone, and of course that debate is on. And on that note, you could have people standing by you. You have the entire South India who have always resisted Hindi imposition.
We want the entire North India also to stand
what
with us
you've
on
lost
this.
out here is on the statement that your education minister has made, which is so derogatory and defamatory. He's insulting a language, whether you like it or not. Hindi is widely spoken, and it somehow is looked at as one of those unifying languages. May not be the only unifying language, but one of the unifying languages.
Not in the south of India.
One of the unifying languages. For sure, Hindi is one of those significant unifying languages. Is it necessary to insult?
No, it is not an insult. Why do you think that telling Pani Puri is an insult?
You should tell us what was the reason to quote that those who speak Hindi sell Pani Puri. There was no caveat to his statement. There was no reference to his statement. He just blurted it out saying those who sell Pani Puri speak Hindi.
That's what I'm saying. We have the Home Minister and Prime Minister extolling the virtues of filling pagoda. So what is wrong in speaking about Pani Puri? I told you in Tamil Nadu, people who sell Pani Puris are the people who speak Hindi. That is the fact. Ask anybody, ask your reporter, ask Pramod. Let us do a random check on the streets of Chennai.
Nobody is denying that possibly there are a lot of people who sell Pani Puri speak Hindi also, but then you have people, other vendors
Hindi also, they speak only Hindi.
You have your own Tamils also who sell Pani Puri. Maybe how do you know?
No, they don't know. They don't know how to make Pani Puri.
No, you are making sweeping statements, and it really is not a justification enough. Clearly, as an education minister, he should be motivating students. If it's an optional language, study all languages. What's wrong in it? But insulting it this way, what kind of precedence is he setting for your educational system?
Yeah. No. See, I'm telling you, this is not an insult. Definitely, if there is an optional language that we need to study, that we will encourage to study, that will be a computer language. Definitely not Hindi. Because it is not going to improve my economic prospects at all. What is the point in trying to teach a kid who's trying to find employment, study Hindi? Instead of that time, the time and energy he's wasting on studying Hindi, if he learns a computer language, he'll become skilled, he'll become employable, he'll go abroad. What will he do with Hindi?
Instead of completely shunning out Hindi, your approach should be ideally to be accepting all languages. But there seems to be a lot more hate towards the language, which seems to be coming from people like you and your education minister.
Give me 10 seconds. I'll come to that. There is no hate at all towards Hindi. Because there are Hindi Prachar Sabhas here, Hindi movies running across. We like Salman Khan, all the Amir Khan, all the Khans, all the Kapoors. We like them, we enjoy their movies. So whatever little Hindi we know is because of this soft power of Hindi, not because of the imposition. Having every scheme of the central government named in Hindi. You want to celebrate every day in Hindi. You want to spend $800,000 for promoting Hindi in the UN. What did the other languages do? So Hindi is not hated.
Okay, so you're saying that you love Bollywood, you love watching Hindi films.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We love Pani Puri also. We love Pani Puri also.
Mr. Salman, and it's ironic that for the amount that you consume Hindi, there's this stiff resistance to Hindi as a language that you don't even want to endorse it within your education system as one of the optional languages. You're saying, what is the use? We don't need Hindi at all.
We don't need Hindi at all.
That's what I'm saying. That's almost tacitly banning the language itself in the state.
No, it's not banning.
Whether you're officially doing it or not, you're almost creating a narrative against Hindi. So any student in your state even wants to take up Hindi will be looked down upon thanks to statements made by your education minister. Stay with us. Stay with us. We have your education minister's comment. I'll play it out for you one more time, then you could justify it all you want.
இந்தி பிடிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்குதா இந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம் எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவங்க தான் ஆக அது ஒரு காலம் இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல் லாங்குவேஜ் India and Tamil Nadu we should have our own system because India is a nation as the governor already knows unitary in diversity various cultures are there various languages are there in Tamil Nadu itself we should follow our own educational system. We also borrow the new certain good policies from the new education policy and we are ready to follow it.
I'm going to cut across to Pramod Madhav, who's tracking those developments. Pramod, he lost Saravanan there. His line got dropped. But, you know, he's trying to justify saying all we meant was that there are migrants from the north coming down and they sell pani puri. Really, no substantial justification there coming from the DMK leader. You know, but I'd still like to ask you, this coming from the education minister itself, he was an elected representative, is certainly demotivating for any student in the state of Tamil Nadu. He even wants to or intends to take up Hindi as one of the languages, even as optional. It appears that the government itself looking down on it to such an extent will demotivate anyone, whether they like it or not, as strong and staunch that their belief is against Hindi imposition. We're seeing this very tacit hate towards the language altogether, that they don't even want to accept it in any form within the state.
It's very unfortunate because, just like you mentioned, this is the higher education minister, and he's actually saying that even though DMK parties could give a different sort of explanation, the lines are very clear that if you speak Hindi or if you want to learn Hindi, you're only going to end up doing menial jobs. That's what the health minister has gone ahead and said over there. I mean, the higher education minister. And we couldn't find any other sort of explanation over there because you could see his body language and everything. He was actually kind of a smirk was there when he said that particular line. He said that earlier people used to say that if you learn Hindi, you will get a job. But now you just go around Coimbatore and see whoever speaking, whoever selling pani puri, they are like, you know who they are. That's how he's trying to say. So definitely it was an unwanted comment, and probably Ponmudi should go ahead and provide an explanation as to why he said these words.
Absolutely. You know, Pramod, as much as they say that they don't hate Hindi, these kind of comments really make it appear that that they repulse the language altogether. You know, the narrative, ideally, if it is all about against Hindi imposition, then they should show respect to all languages and then carry out their campaign against Hindi imposition for all they like. But here, insulting one language, upholding the other is really not going to win them any battle. What do you feel? Because Tamil Nadu and generations of politicians in the state have championed this campaign against Hindi imposition. All their efforts will fall futile if statements like these come from the DMK.
Well, it looks like Ponmudi, the health education minister, was trying to give a kind of response to the governor, because the state governor R.N. Ravi was also talking about new education policy and various other things which is connected to education system, and this the DMK did not like, because according to DMK, the governor is nothing but a rubber stamp and he should not even speak on such matters. But the governor went ahead. He held a kind of conference with the vice chancellors, and then he spoke about the new education policy. He was talking about various things which the DMK did not like, and it looks like in this stage Ponmudi tried to give out various responses to the governor, and finally he had said these words also, which is definitely uncalled for.
Now, Pramod, has there been any reaction coming in against this comment made? We know that this has happened just a little while ago, and we heard the BJP leader speaking, saying that this is just embarrassing for an education minister like this. But otherwise, any kind of opposition against this comment that's come from the opposition?
Well, it looks like things are silent for now, but maybe someone could react. But in the state of Tamil Nadu, when it comes to speaking against Hindi, even AIDMK does not do that, because AIDMK also believes in two-language system. Congress, being an ally of DMK, they also don't speak much on when it comes to Hindi. Only BJP reacts, and BJP calls this extremely shameful, and they are seeking an explanation from the higher education minister for his comments.
You know, Pramod, we are seeing that this language war is escalated to such a point. Now, Bollywood stars, Sandalwood stars, Tollywood, Collywood, all of the South and the North stars are now at loggerheads to try and establish which language is superior and can be crowned as the national language. In fact, India Today itself and India Today's interview with Kicha Sudeep really created that stir, and this language war further exploded. Now, with politicians making comments like this, it seems like all that healthy debate over which language ideally should be crowned as a national language could be derailed. This is almost a dent to all the South Indians who want to fight against any kind of imposition. His statement that comes in saying that those who speak Hindi sell pani puri. It's very embarrassing for an education minister, and that too coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu, which shows so much value and respect to your own language. Tamils and the Tamil language itself, for the amount of bond and love that you all have for your language, one should know very well that you should show the same respect and love for another language. You don't have to accept it, but all you can do is respect the other language. For all that love you have for your own language, you can't hate another language.
It surely is true, Nabila, and in the state of Tamil Nadu, it's been time and again said that any language imposition will not be allowed, but optionally it could be you can go ahead and learn, be it Hindi or any other language. But this was an uncalled for statement. Just like you mentioned, in Tamil cinema also, the recent movie by actor Vijay, there is one particular line where he goes and said that for your sake, I cannot go ahead and learn Hindi. If you wish, you come and learn Tamil. So that also became kind of like in that movie, Vijay actually utters that line that his fans really liked it at that point. But that way, it looks like a kind of negativity is also being built over here. But all this was subtle. But the higher education minister coming forward and giving out such a comment is something that nobody even expected would happen.
All right. Pramod, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Very embarrassing statement coming in from the Tamil Nadu Education Minister, where he calls Hindi, almost dismisses it, saying that those who speak Hindi sell pani puri. We're going to continue tracking those details. Here's some big breaking news from the Chintan Shivir that's taking place in Udaipur. The Congress party Sonia Gandhi has now hit out at the BJP in her remarks. In the latest meet, she's launched a scathing attack on the BJP. Sonia has said the fire of hatred that are being ignited have taken a heavy toll on the lives of people. This is having serious social consequences, much more serious than what we can imagine. BJP, its cohorts and surrogates want to keep people in a state of perpetual frenzy. They constantly provoke, instigate and inflame. We have to combat this growing virus of divisiveness that is being maliciously and mischievously being spread. This we must do at all cost. This is Sonia Gandhi appealing to the Congress leadership, speaking on the divide in the nation, the communal divide, largely blames the BJP for this, saying that we must come together to collectively fight this virus. Here is Sonia Gandhi, who's hit out at the BJP and says the fire of hatred that are being ignited have taken a heavy toll on the lives of people. Sonia Gandhi speaking, let's have a listen.
It is not just the undermining of our long-cherished values embodied in the Constitution that are now at grave risk. The fires of hatred and discord that are being ignited have taken a heavy toll on on their lives. This is having serious social consequences, much more serious than we can even imagine. It means the wholesale reinvention of history, the constant denigration of our leaders, especially Jawaharlal Nehru, and the systematic moves to distort, deny, and destroy their contributions, their achievements, and their sacrifices. It means glorifying the killers of Mahatma Gandhi and their ideologues. It means the blatant undermining of the principles and provisions of our nation's constitution, of its pillars of justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, and secularism. By now, it has become abundantly and most painfully clear what Prime Minister Modi and his colleagues really...
All right, here's a big breaking coming in. Elon Musk makes a big announcement. In fact, the Twitter deal is now held back temporarily. Twitter deal temporarily on hold, pending details supporting calculation that spam fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users. Elon Musk saying that the Twitter deal is currently on hold. This is a big announcement coming in from Elon Musk himself as he makes this announcement saying that the Twitter deal is temporarily on hold pending details supporting calculation that spam fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users. Elon Musk saying that the deal has been halted temporarily. Remember, Elon Musk was to take over in a record high bid that he placed to buy over Twitter, and after much clamour and clout around it, here it appears that the Twitter deal has been halted briefly. Elon Musk now coming forward to announce himself that the Twitter deal is temporarily on hold. He says Twitter deal temporarily on hold pending details supporting calculation that spam fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users. This is a big development coming in on the Twitter takeover. In fact, Twitter, which is looked at as a massive, influential social media platform with the highest subscribers. Here we're looking at Elon Musk, who was all set to take over Twitter in a record high deal, a huge bid that he had placed to buy over Twitter. And after much of that excitement and clamor around it, it appears now that Elon Musk has decided to put this on hold temporarily. Elon Musk was also championing freedom of speech, and of course that was his aim. Why, if at all he did take over Twitter, he did aim at allowing free speech a higher stage than it is right now that you see on Twitter. And Elon Musk now, while he evaluates his buy of this social media giant Twitter, says that since there's a lot of pending details supporting calculation that spam fake accounts do indeed represent only less than 5% of users, he now decides to keep this takeover on hold. So now the Twitter buy, Elon Musk initiating the Twitter takeover, has been put on hold temporarily, and Elon Musk himself confirms this. Elon Musk now decides to put Twitter takeover on hold temporarily. This is, of course, a big development coming in as there was much excitement and clamor around Elon Musk taking over Twitter. Well, it appears now that there seems to be some glitch in this entire takeover deal. Elon Musk puts out in a tweet saying Twitter deal temporarily on hold pending details supporting calculation that spam fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of the users. Well, this is Elon Musk. Now here, remember, Elon Musk had already put out a high bid to take over Twitter. He intended to elevate free speech on that social media platform, and there was a lot of anticipation around him taking over Twitter, a lot of appreciation that he got for allowing free speech or putting free speech on a higher mantle if he did take over, because that was his intention that he made clear time and again. And also very clearly Elon Musk had pointed out that all those bots, the spam, fake accounts will be completely wiped out and dealt with. But here Elon Musk, as he puts out a message on Twitter, says that the Twitter deal is temporarily on hold. This comes in light of pending details supporting calculation that spam and fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users. As he quotes this, he puts out a message saying that the Twitter deal is on hold. What exactly he means, or what he is attempting to do by putting this. All right, let me cut across to Abha Bakaya joining us live for more on that. Abha, give us an understanding on Elon Musk as he puts out this message on Twitter saying the deal is temporarily on hold due to pending details supporting calculation that spam fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users.
So it's interesting, Nabila. Remember, this is a mega deal. It's taken the world by storm. Everyone talking about the billionaire buying one of the biggest tech companies and how it's going to influence opinion. And again, there is a series of tweets back and forth that have caused a stall in the deal for the nth time. Let's take a look at what he's saying this time around. On Friday, he said that he's going to hold the deal pending details supporting calculation that spam or fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users. Now, this is also interesting because remember, Musk has also led to a lot of speculation around a whole host of Twitter accounts that were shut down, monitoring of what's being said on Twitter, and now he himself is talking about spam accounts or fake accounts and talking about how whether or not the the amount of these accounts is going to be contingent to him going ahead with this deal. The social media company had 229 million users, who served advertising in the first quarter, just to give you some kind of stats on live users that they do have. Now, let's give you a bit of a timeline to this as well. It's a $44 billion takeover. The platform has about 91.8 million followers, and his last tweet was on, chocolate milk and how insanely good it was and so forth. And, if he goes ahead and buys Twitter, it can lead to a whole sort of plethora of actions in really terms of what Twitter represents and the kind of platform it gives to some of the global leaders out there with mega following. Now, after he first disclosed his 9.2% stake in the platform, and 11 days after that, he announced that his best and final offer would be $54.4 a share. He had time till the end of the year to get the money together, but the deal had to be approved by shareholders and so forth. And then, of course, we went through with that deal as well. Terminating the deal would cost Musk $1 billion in termination fees, as per the SEC filing done on April 25th. So it does look like, in all likelihood, the deal, for what it seems like and according to regulatory filings, is and will go through. But the kind of, topsy-turvy, tweets and actions and things that are happening around this deal, never before seen on a deal this size. And all with Elon Musk just tweeting that now he's checking into this, now he's checking into that. So we'll have to wait and see how this goes and what kind of information Twitter now brings to the table to reassure him. He also toyed with that board seat, as you all know, and decided to just go in for a complete takeover instead. So this continues to be an ongoing saga. It's definitely a deal that's going to close out. We thought it was already closed and done and dusted, but definitely over the next few weeks, we're going to see clarity on this.
Abha, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Indeed, a mega deal. Twitter was all set to be in the hands of Elon Musk for a whopping $44 billion. But it seems like now Elon Musk himself putting this on hold, pending some details. India Today continues to keep the spotlight. But slipping into a short break, coming up next, anger boils in Jammu and Kashmir after a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead inside a government office in Badgam. Protesters hit the streets, forces fired tear gas. More details up next.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Rahul Kanwal, 23 years of experience, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched time in war zone.
The first embedded operation in the history of Indian television journalism.
Gaurav Sawant, 28 years of reporting, 8 conflicts covered, unmatched hours in conflict areas.
Actual firing is taking place, the grads are firing.
Shivarur, 19 years of reporting, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched view of international crossfires.
And the attack guns are firing away.
Geeta Mohan, 18 years of reporting, 3 conflicts covered. When the world is at war, there is no compromise on India today.
You are watching India Today.
All right, we have some big breaking news coming in. Kashmiri Pandits in Kashmir who are protesting, many of those government employees serving in the valley have decided to mass resign. They've submitted their resignation en masse to the Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha. Mass resignation by more than 350 Kashmiri Pandits. Prime Minister package employees in Kashmir sent to Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha today. Pandits say that they don't feel safe after killing of government employee Rahul Bhatt by terrorists. Here's a mass resignation that has taken place. Remember, Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, was literally targeted right at his office when terrorists arrived, shot at him point blank. He was rushed to the hospital but then succumbed. Kashmiri Pandits now, who have been on the streets since last night in an overnight protest, condemning the government for not giving them enough security and claiming that they feel terribly unsafe in the Kashmir Valley, now decide to resign en masse. 350 people, all Kashmiri Pandits, have now sent out mass resignation to Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. Pandits say that they don't feel safe after the killing of government employee Rahul Bhatt by terrorists, and therefore this mass resignation. Now, following the brutal murder of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, the Kashmir Valley is currently in a state of unrest. Massive protests erupted in Jammu and with forces there firing tear gas on protesters. Members of the Kashmiri Pandit community took to the streets in different parts of the Union Territory to protest against the brutal killing. Protesters blocked the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway near the Vesu village on Thursday evening. The wife of Rahul Bhatt has said that her husband felt insecure while working in Badgam. Slain Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt's mortal remains has arrived in Jammu for final rites. Politics over Rahul's murder has now further intensified, with PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti appealing to the people of Kashmir to stand with Kashmiri Pandits as well as the Sikhs. She's also asked people to pray for Hindu-Muslim unity in mosques today. Meanwhile, Ministry of Home Affairs officials along with the IB will review preparedness of Amarnath Yatra, which will commence from the 30th of June after a gap of 2 years.
The entire Kashmiri Pandit community was hounded out of their homes by the terrorists sponsored by Pakistan in 1990 in the Kashmir Valley. 32 years have passed, but nothing has changed for Kashmiri Pandits. The handful of Kashmiri Pandits who are left in the valley are being targeted now, and we are witnessing a fresh spate of killings of the members of the minority community in the Kashmir Valley. The Kashmiri Pandit community is saying enough is enough. How long do they have to suffer the punishment of being Hindus in Kashmir? With video journalist Neeraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from Jammu for India Today.
Now, we're looking at the wife of the slain Kashmiri Pandit, Rahul Bhatt. His wife has now claimed that her husband was terrified to stay in Badgam. He felt very scared and often asked for a transfer, but that fell on deaf ears. She further says that there could be a conspiracy between his colleagues and terrorists, which eventually claimed her husband's life.
मुझे बताइए, जब राहुल भट्ट वहाँ 2010 में काम करने गए, तब से अब तक कभी उन्होंने आपसे कहा कि उनको कोई डर लगता है?
भैया, वो पहले इधर बड़गाम तहसील ऑफिस में थे, वहाँ पे कभी उनको कुछ लगा ही नहीं। डीसी को इन्होंने बहुत बारी बोला कि मेरे को ट्रांसफ़र उधर नहीं लेनी, वो दूर है, चारडूरा बहुत दूर है बड़गाम से। हम तो शेखपुरा में रहते हैं, वहाँ से बहुत दूर है। वो उसने पता नहीं कौन सी जिद निकाली, उसने 2 साल से उसकी ट्रांसफ़र ही नहीं की वापस वहाँ से। डीसी बड़गाम ने और एसीआर ने, जो नया एसीआर है, उसने पहले भी बोला था उनको कि मेरे को यहाँ से थोड़ा डीसी ऑफिस लाओ। जब पिछली बार उसका वो जो 2 मारे थे टीचर्स, तब हम फिर आए थे। मैंने इसको बोला था हम नहीं जाएंगे, मगर उसने नहीं माना, बोला मेरे को ड्यूटी जाना है। उन दिनों भी उनको बोला था इनको डीसी ऑफिस में ही रखो, वहाँ तब भी सेफ्टी है। इधर एक गार्ड नहीं था इसको बाहर। भैया, कितने लोग उसके पास आते थे, सर के ऊपर से लोग होते थे।
कोई सुरक्षा नहीं थी वहाँ?
कोई कुछ भी नहीं। एसडीएम ऑफिस साथ है, कोई एक गार्ड नहीं था बाहर जो चेक करता। इनके पास रिवॉल्वर थी, 3 बंदे थे, क्या सुनने में आया 3 बंदे थे। 3 बंदों के पीछे पूछा राहुल भट्ट कौन है,
अच्छा, नाम
पूछ के गोली शूट किया। वो अपनी ही चेयर पे बैठा था, अपनी ही चेयर पे शूट किया उसको। भैया हिलने का भी मौका नहीं दिया। उसके पास लोग बहुत आते थे।
कल जब सुबह वो दफ्तर से निकले, आपकी कुछ बातचीत हुई थी जाने से पहले?
दफ्तर तो वो रोज ही निकलते थे। मैंने 10 मिनट पहले उनको फ़ोन किया था, हमारे घर में काम चल रहा था। मैंने बोला हो गया पूरा, मैंने बोला आ जाना जल्दी। बोलता ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। तो उसी के 5 मिनट के बाद ही वो उधर आए। मैंने उसको क्यों नहीं बोला तो अभी निकल। मैं उसको बोलती थी मत जाओ उधर, डीसी ऑफिस ट्रांसफर करा ले, छोड़ दे नौकरी, हमको नौकरी भी नहीं चाहिए। मुझे पता है तू वहाँ पे सारी जगह तेरे को जानते हैं, सारे जानते। बोलते हैं मैं सेफ रहूँगा, मैं सेफ रहूँगा। मुझे सारे जानते हैं। उसको नहीं पता था उनमें कोई निकलेगा, कोई निकलेगा। उनमें गरीबों की भी बहुत मदद करता था।
तो आपको लगता है कि सरकार कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के प्रति गंभीर नहीं
बना रही है, बलि का बकरा बना रही है उधर। वो कुछ नहीं सोच रही है, ना सेफ्टी का ना कुछ। वो वहाँ पे बलि के बकरे हैं सारे, जाके काटेंगे ही उनको।
आपको लग रहा है कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय बलि का बकरा बन रहा है?
बन गया, और क्या, हम तो बन गए बकरे।
इस समय अगर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह आपको देख रहे हो, सुन रहे हो, क्या कहेंगे आप उन्हें?
क्या कह सकते हैं, हम क्या बोल सकते हैं। कम से कम प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी करा ले, ये कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ। जब प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो किसी मसले की, सही जजमेंट आए, तब ये लोग सुधर जाएंगे, वरना ऐसे कहाँ सुधरेंगे वो। किसी को सज़ा लगती नहीं है। जब सज़ा किसी को लगेगी, भुगतना पड़ेगा, तब जाकर कहीं ये हालात ठीक हो जाए।
आप तो अभी आप क्या चाहते हैं, कोई प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए?
प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो जी, प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो, प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो। ये देखा जाए कि कैसे ऑफिस में घुस गए बंदे और नाम लेकर बुलाया गया।
अच्छा, नाम उनका बुलाया गया?
नाम उनका बुलाया गया। राहुल कौन है, राहुल भट्ट कौन है? उसने बोला हाँ मैं हूँ, आ जाओ इधर, तो उसको गोली मार दी।
32 साल से जो ये चल रहा है, और 2008 के बाद जो पीएम पैकेज सरकार ने दिया था, उसके अंडर दैट पैकेज बहुत सारे एम्प्लॉयज़ बिकॉज ऑफ लाइवलीहुड वहाँ पे चले गए थे। बट उनको टारगेटेड किलिंग कर दिया गया जा रहा है डे बाय डे। और जो गज़वाए हिंद और ये जो टेररिस्ट रेजिस्टेंट फोर्स जो भी है अभी TRF जिसको बोलते हैं, एक एक करके उन्होंने थ्रेट दिया है कि कश्मीरी हिंदू को हम मारेंगे, यहाँ पे हम कश्मीरी हिंदू को नहीं रहने देंगे, यहाँ पे इंडिया हम बसने नहीं देंगे। तो गवर्नमेंट को इसका संज्ञान लेना चाहिए और गवर्नमेंट को पूरा सोचना चाहिए कि गवर्नमेंट ने स्केपगोट्स कैसे बना लिया कश्मीरी हिंदू को। कश्मीरी हिंदू जो कि इतनी माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी है।
जम्मू कश्मीर वाहिद एक ऐसी रियासत है जहाँ अभी भी हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, बौद्ध हो, आपस में मिलके रह रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं अपने तमाम लोगों से इल्तिजा करती हूं कि आज जुम्मे के दिन तमाम मस्जिदों में हिंदू मुस्लिम भाईचारे की हिफाजत की पुरजोर वकालत की जाए। और साथ ही में जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो भाईचारा है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो इतिहास रहा है, जो हिस्ट्री रही है कि हम इकट्ठे रहने वाले लोग, एक सेक्युलर स्टेट है, पूरे मुल्क को मैसेज दे ताकि मुल्क में जो इस वक्त सरकार है उनको मुसलमानों को बदनाम करने का मौका ना मिले।
कश्मीरी पंडित समाज ने एक अपना होनहार नौजवान खोया है। स्वाभाविक है लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है। जिन परिजनों ने अपने ब्लड रिलेशन में अपने रिश्तेदार को, अपने परिवार के सदस्य को खोया है, यकीनन उनको गुस्सा है। ये पाकिस्तान के जो कायर आतंकवादियों ने घटना की है, इसके विरुद्ध पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में गुस्सा है। इन सभी कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को जमीन के पाताल से निकाल कर इनको मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। किसी पाकिस्तानी को, किसी दहशतगर्द को नहीं बख्शेंगे।
Right, coming up on the other side of a short break, big face-off over Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to tomb of Aurangzeb. BJP and Sena lash out, say open provocation by AIMIM Neta by paying homage to a Hindu hater. More details up next.
You are watching India Today.
Lanka in flames. Civil war looms.
We are hopeless in our future.
The only Indian channel reporting from the ground zero.
Food, fuel, medicine, everything is high and many of them are in shortage, which is a huge concern.
India Today, the gold standard of journalism.
बेस्ट होगा होगा होगा, कभी ना कभी तो होगा है, और ज़िंदगी ख़त्म हो जाती है। मैं तो वो मान के चलता हूँ कि अगर मैंने दी बेस्ट ही अभी से बना लिया तो मेरी पॉसिबिलिटी ख़त्म होने के चांसेस हो जाते हैं। तो आई डोंट वांट टू मेक द काइंड ऑफ यू नो कि ये मेरा दी बेस्ट है। तो जब मुझे इसी चीज़ में सारी चीज़ें मिल रही हैं तो मैं क्यों बदलूँ अपना? तो ये मेरे को खुद ही मैं जब खुद से सवाल करता हूँ कि भाई मैं जैसा हूँ वैसा ही हूँ, और आपको अगर ये चीज़ अच्छी लगी तो फिर मैं क्यों बदलूँगा उस चीज़ को? जब आप ये अप्रिशिएट कर रही हैं बात में तो मैं बिल्कुल थोड़ा ही बदलूँगा उस चीज़ को। डेफिनेटली वैसे ही रहूँगा जैसा आप कह रही हैं।
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Now, a fresh controversy has erupted over AIMIM leader Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to Aurangzeb tomb. The controversial AIMIM leader visit to the tomb of Aurangzeb has now not gone down too well with Shiv Sena or the MNS. Crying foul over the visit, both the parties have alleged that the visit of Owaisi Jr. to the tomb was a move to ignite communal tensions in the state. Meanwhile, BJP has slammed the Maharashtra government over the visit, asking why no sedition charges were slapped against the Neta as they did with the Rana couple, only for reciting Hanuman Chalisa.
महाराष्ट्र का मराठी मुसलमान और हिंदुस्तान का मुसलमान ये तो कोई औरंगजेब की कब्र पे जाता नहीं। तो आप कौन हो ये आपने महाराष्ट्र को और पूरे देश को बता दिया है। स्वराज्य के जो आज के मराठी मावले हैं, तभी के मराठी मावले थे, उन्होंने मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया था, तो आज भी उन्हें मुंहतोड़ जवाब मिलेगा। और जब तक वो नतमस्तक होके वो औरंगजेब के कब्र से उठेंगे और समझ पाएंगे कि कुत्ता कौन और शेर कौन, तब तक तो शेर उनका शिकार कर चुका होगा।
औरंगजेब कोई महान सूफी संत नहीं था, कोई कुछ भी कहे, वो एक आक्रामक था। लेकिन आप महाराष्ट्र में आकर उसी औरंगजेब के कब्र के ऊपर बैठेंगे और नमाज पढ़ोगे या और कुछ आपकी रस्में करेंगे, तो ये महाराष्ट्र को चैलेंज देने की बात है। ठीक है, हमने चैलेंज स्वीकार लिया है, समझ लो। औरंगजेब भी इस नीति में हमने गाड़ दिया था, और जो औरंगजेब के भक्त हैं, जो राजनीति करना चाहते हैं, उनका भी यही हाल होगा महाराष्ट्र में।
The government in Maharashtra, led by Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray, is under such pressure of Congress, NCP and its vote bank politics that it can file a case and book people for Hanuman Chalisa, but it can take no action on the likes of Akbaruddin Owaisi, who made a provocative and inflammatory speech in Maharashtra, who went and visited the tomb of terrorist Aurangzeb, who was responsible for demolition of so many Hindu mandirs.
Right, coming up right after a short break, no end to the North-South language war. Tamil Nadu Education Minister mocks Hindi, says Hindi-speaking people sell pani puri. More details up next. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
This is Elon Musk. For some reason, he's sharing a console with Homer Simpson.
His mind is as rich as an Italian wedding soup.
Elon Tusk, listen, we need your help.
Rick, Morty, why me? Did something happen to Elon Musk in your own reality?
No, he's fine.
จุดประสงค์ตอนแรกมันไม่ได้คิดอะไรกันคือมันเริ่มจากกับอยากทำแล้วก็ถ่ายด้วยมือถือพอถ่ายแล้วภาพมันออกไปเนี่ยมันเริ่มมีคนสนใจเข้ามาก็มีการสร้างกลุ่มคนก็เริ่มเฮ้ยผมอยากต่อยแบบนี้บ้างแบบนี้บ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเริ่มจากตรงนี้ถ้าในเรื่องของพรบมวยคือเราไม่ได้เข้าพรบมวยเราไม่ได้จัดมวยเถื่อนผมตอนนี้คือขึ้นอยู่กับกรมปกครองซึ่งเป็นกิจกรรมไฟขับเราไม่ได้เป็นมวยเราไม่ได้เป็นกีฬาเราเป็นกิจกรรมหนึ่งซึ่งมีสมาคมของเราสมาคมไฟขับไทยแลนด์
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
You're with the news here on India Today with me, Shiv Arur. Let's get you straight to the top stories. Big story from Tamil Nadu and Jammu and Kashmir. Anger boils in Jammu and Kashmir after a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead inside a government office in Budgam. Protesters hit the streets. Forces fired tear gas at locals who were protesting. Sonia, Rahul, Priyanka and other top Congress netas in Udaipur for a 3-day Chintan Shivir will be brainstorming to save the Congress from extinction. Congress proposes one family, one ticket norm, but with a notable exception for themselves. Full meltdown in Karnataka Congress ahead of the polls. Divya Spandana, the star turned MP turned Congress leader, accuses State Congress Chief DK Shivakumar of defaming her. MLA MB Patil backs Divya. Bulldozer politics peaks in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party's open dare to Delhi BJP chief threatens to bulldoze alleged encroachment at Adesh Gupta's house. He's the BJP Delhi chief. Political showdown over Gyanvapi Mosque survey in Varanasi. Owaisi slams Hindu group says won't lose another mosque. Survey to begin from tomorrow, whether Owaisi likes it or not. Meanwhile, his younger brother is up to his usual communal games. Big face-off over Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to the tomb of Aurangzeb. BJP and Sena lash out, say open provocation by AIMIM Neta by paying homage to a Hindu hater. Of course, lots of political hypocrisy from all sides. The language war has gotten bigger, and how? It started with South superstars from the Telugu and Kannada film industries, and now it has upgraded to the level of state ministers. The man on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is the Tamil Nadu Education Minister, and you won't believe what he's just said. Mocking the Hindi language and mocking migrant workers, the Tamil Nadu Education Minister, whose name is Ponmudi, says that those who speak Hindi sell Pani Puri. I'll let that sink in for a moment. Those who speak Hindi sell Pani Puri is what the Tamil Nadu Education Minister has said. He went on to say, why learn Hindi when English is being taught? The comment comes weeks after actors of Bollywood and the South have locked horns over this language debate, though that was of a slightly less serious nature. This time it is real, because this man is not kidding. He's not talking about films. He's not talking about the medium of Indian cinema. He's talking about the language Hindi itself. Remember, Kannada actor Kicha Sudeep and Ajay Devgan were involved in a war of words over the Hindi language. Telugu actor Mahesh Babu also waded into the controversy, saying Bollywood cannot afford him. Tollywood actor Siddharth responded to the controversy, calling it motivated and unnecessary. But this shameless minister, Ponmudi, the Tamil Nadu Education Minister, no less, has said Hindi speakers basically sell Pani Puri, so don't learn Hindi when you can learn English. He has insulted Hindi speakers. He has shown disgusting arrogance towards Pani Puri sellers. We'd like to ask, all of us here on India Today and the country would like to ask the DMK, Mr. Stalin and this shameless minister, what is wrong with being a Pani Puri seller? Are you so full of arrogance? Are you so full of entitlement and privilege that you use Pani Puri sellers as an example to make some kind of a twisted point about one of India's most spoken languages? That is the point we are asking here. Listen into this shameless man.
இந்தி படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்கும் கிடைக்குதா இந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம் எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன் தான் ஆக அது ஒரு காலம் இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல் லாங்குவேஜ் India and Tamil Nadu, we should have our own system, because India is a nation, as the governor already knows, unitary in diversity. Various cultures are there, various languages are there. In Tamil Nadu itself, we should follow our own educational system. We also borrow the new certain good policies from the new education policy, and we are ready to follow it.
I want to go across to India Today's Pramod Madhav, who's reporting on the story. There's been a big fallout because there have been reactions from all across. Of course, the Congress is totally silent because it's a very awkward situation for them. The DMK is their ally. A lot of defensive posturing from the DMK itself. You know, the DMK's position on Hindi and Hindi imposition is very well known. There's a historical context to it, Pramod. But what this minister has said smacks of arrogance, condescension. It's a terribly poor taste, example that he has used, to make some kind of a whatever point he was trying to make to students. And obviously, it has not gone down well. Are you sensing that they are going to brazen it out, Pramod? Or could there be some kind of clarification, or who knows, even an apology?
Well, it looks like the higher education minister must go ahead and provide an explanation, because he is holding the post of higher education minister in the state government, Ponmudi. And here, and in the beginning, he was trying to explain about the two education policy and the two language policy and how Tamil Nadu is ready to accept certain aspects of NEP. But here it looks like whatever comments he was trying to say, he was actually trying to address the governor also, who was also on the stage at that point. And this is where he went ahead a little far with his comments, claiming that he using those particular lines and saying that Hindi speakers are selling Pani Puri only. And that way he actually was trying to reiterate that English is an international language and more importance should be given in learning English. And he tried to say that, but this kind of example, trying to use these words and things, it is not suitable for a higher education minister.
Pramod, thanks very much for that update on that. We'll have to see if there is an explanation whether the... Let's get you some more reactions on the story.
उन्होंने जो भी बात कही है ये उनका अपना एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर कैसा होना चाहिए ये भी उन्होंने दर्शा दिया, लोगों ने समझ लिया। लेकिन मुझे लगता है हिंदुस्तान में हिंदी हमारी एक मातृभाषा है और हिंदी में ही जो हिंदुस्तान के संस्कार हैं वो ये नहीं कहते हैं कि अगर कोई पानी पूरी खिलाकर आपको मोहब्बत से जीतना चाहता है तो आप उसका मजाक उड़ाइए। शायद ये अंग्रेजी भाषा का कमाल है, क्योंकि जो लोग अंग्रेजी भाषा को बहुत ज्यादा कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देते हैं या उसको प्रमोट करने की बात करते हैं, वो कॉमर्शियल लैंग्वेज है, इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज है, उसको हमें कॉमर्शियली इस्तेमाल करना है। लेकिन अगर संस्कार आपको लेना है तो वो आपको मातृभाषा से हिंदी से ही मिलेंगे और हिंदी हमेशा जोड़ने का काम करती है। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हमारा ही सनातनी नारा है कि हम पूरे विश्व को अपना परिवार समझते हैं।
Oh, education minister has to behave himself. He is talking like an uneducated personality. I can only say that because he should understand that the Hindi-speaking people have come here. The same Mr. Stalin had praised the Hindi-speaking people when there was COVID. So for politics, when they want, they praise, and for politics, when they are in power, they want to drive out these people. This is highly condemnable. BJP strongly condemn all these things. And Mr. Ponmudi is known for this. He is always arrogant. His arrogancy is known. I think he should be very careful when using his language.
He means that people from North India are migrating towards South India because we don't know how to make pani puri. It is only people from North India, people from the Hindi belt. They come here, they speak Hindi, and that is how we know Hindi. Otherwise, there is no chance for Hindi here. He meant it in that way. It's like it just comes out. I'm here to explain. I'm here explaining what he meant. And there was also a message to the governor here. The governor, who is just a figurehead, a rubber stamp in the state of Tamil Nadu, any state, he had the temerity and audacity to talk about three-language formula and had the audacity to talk about national education policy, which the state of Tamil Nadu has outrightly rejected. Probably the education minister wanted to teach what is the mindset of the people of Tamil Nadu and what the government of the Tamil Nadu wants.
Punjab Director General of Police briefing the press on the rocket-propelled grenade attack in Mohali. Let's listen in.
निशान सिंह, बलजीत कौर ते कंवर बाट एक जड़ा रोल आया है, ये है बलजिंदर रैम्बो। ये भी तरन तारण दा। एक्चुअली सारा जड़े नाम आ रहे ने ये तरन तारण साइड दे आ रहे हैं। बलजिंदर सिंह इन्हों रैम्बो भी कहते सी। हाँ, तो ये रैम्बो ने एक AK-47 रिट्रीव करके जो इस दसिया सीगा निशान सिंह ने, फ्रॉम देयर ही टुक इट एंड देन हैंडेड ओवर टू चढ़त सिंह। ये सारे जड़े नाम दसे हैं, दे आर ऑल फ्रॉम तरन तारण अमृतसर एरिया। करीब 15 दिन ये लोग जिन्होंने RPG मिल गया सी, AK-47 मिल गई सी, वो इकट्ठी की 2-3 घरां दे विच रहे। ये तरन तारण अमृतसर इलाके च लगा के 7 मई नूं ये उत्थों मूव करते हैं और उस दे बाद 9 मई नूं इत्थे इंसीडेंट होता है। नाउ द लोकल कॉन्टैक्ट इन दिस एरिया वाज जगदीप कंग, ਜਿਹੜਾ कि मोहाली च वेव हाइट एस्टेट ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ। जगदीप सिंह का तो वेव एस्टेट्स के कहते वेव एस्टेट्स उस ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ है। सो नाउ he provided the local logistic support and इन्हें रहने का भी जगह ठीक की थी. And finally for recce of the intelligence headquarters building, Charat Singh and Jagdeep Kang, both of them visited during the daytime of 9th May. जगदीप और ये दोनों इकट्ठे वहाँ गए थे और उस एरिया का रैकी करके आए थे. जो कार चली थी, कार में दोनों दिन के टाइम, वो वाली गल नहीं जो लास्ट मोमेंट पे हुआ है. रैकी मतलब पहले देख के आ गए कि असी कित्थे जाना है शामी, तो ये देख के आए सी. एंड फाइनली फॉर द इंसीडेंट चड़त सिंह और ਜਿਹੜੇ दो बंदे बाहरों आए सी, इन तीनों का ये फाइनली दे एग्जीक्यूटेड द प्लान. Now let me complete. Now we have arrested 6 people and Nishan Singh क्योंकि दूसरे केस अरेस्टेड है तो he will be arrested in this case also. He is in the custody of police only. लेकिन ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤੇ हैं ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ कंवर बाट है, बलजीत कौर है, बलजिंदर रैम्बो है, एक आनंददीप सोनू है जो कि निशान दा ब्रदर इन लॉ है. ये इस दे नाल जदों एकोमोडेशन वगैरह ढूंढ रहे सी समान लवर तो ये नाल ही होंदा सी. ये अरेस्ट किया है. जगदीप कांग अरेस्ट किया है. एंड सो 5 हैव बीन अरेस्टेड एंड निशान सिंह बिकॉज ही इज अरेस्टेड इन अदर केस and he is with Faridkot police, he will also be arrested the day his police custody is over in that case. So these are 6 people. Sir, now हाँ
उनका एक बार दोबारा बता दीजिए. 6 बंदों का जो दो पहले किए थे कुछ इन्होंने हमला किया था और ये थे.
एक मिनट. 6 लोग जो अरेस्ट किए हैं, कंवर बाट जिन्हें शेल्टर प्रोवाइड की थी, बलजीत कौर शेल्टर प्रोवाइड की थी, बलजिंदर रैम्बो जिसने AK-47 रिट्रीव करके हैंडओवर की थी, अनंतदीप सोनू जो कि निशान दा ब्रदर इन लॉ है, ही असिस्टेड निशान इन ऑल द थिंग्स, जगदीप कंग जिसने रैकी की थी प्लस यहाँ इत्थे लोकल सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड की थी. एंड निशान सिंह जड़ा है he is arrested in another case, he will also be arrested in this case. And he had done lot of things. First of all, he provided shelter. Secondly, he arranged shelter from through his friends and known people. And thirdly, he retrieved this RPG and handed over to those people. Now ये जड़ा 6 ਦਾ ਇਹ क्लियर हो गया, ठीक है. अच्छा, इस दे अलावा दो जो सानू सीगा 2 बंदे असी फॉर क्वेश्चनिंग वास्ते वी हैव ब्रॉट फ्रॉम नोएडा. वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग ऑन दैट एंड देयर नेम्स आर मोहम्मद नसीम आलम एंड मोहम्मद शरफ राज. वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग ऑन दैम. नसीम आलम एंड मोहम्मद शरफ राज. नसीम NASIM. हाँ. So they are from Bihar and we got it from them. Sharaf Raj. हाँ राज. हाँ तो ये जेड़े 2 हैं इस दे उत्ते we are still working. They are not yet arrested. बिहार के रहने.
पाकिस्तान से कोई बैकग्राउंड है सर?
देखिए अभी मैंने कहा ना, अभी हमने इसको अरेस्ट नहीं किया है. इनके बारे में अभी हम नहीं. अब चड़त सिंह और वो 2 लोग जो हैं जिन्होंने चलाई है, दे आर स्टिल वांटेड. हाँ इनका वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग क्योंकि इनका कांटेक्ट उनके साथ एस्टेब्लिश होता है. So we are still working. See, Charat Singh is not yet arrested.
And who are those?
See, that is what I am saying. 3 people are yet to be arrested. One is Charat Singh. Secondly is those 2 persons. So the idea is, what was the conspiracy? Who did it? From where? At whose behest? Who provided shelter, logistic, weapons, recce? ਸੋ ਆਲ ਥੀਸ ਐਸਪੈਕਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਐਸਪੈਕਟ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 6 ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ 3 ਨੂੰ ਦੀ ਸਰਚ ਹਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਓਵਰਆਲ आई विल से कि ये जड़ा है इंसीडेंट ये BKI प्लस गैंगस्टर्स दा जड़ा गठजोड़ है उन्होंने कराया है एट द बिहेस्ट ऑफ पाक ISI।
ये क्या हो रहा है क्योंकि हमने एक ब्रेकिंग को क्यों चुना बाद में वो कहते रैकी और भी करते थे लेकिन पुलिस की बिल्डिंग पर थे क्योंकि पहले पुलिस की बिल्डिंग को भी रैकी सारे कैसे
देखिए ये जो टारगेट्स जो हमारे पास आते हैं इसमें पुलिस एंड डिफेंस इंस्टॉलेशंस ये टारगेट्स में जनरल इनके रहे हैं। ये इंटेलिजेंस हेडक्वार्टर स्पेसिफिकली तो ऐसा नहीं था और इन लास्ट अबाउट ईयर आपने देखा ही है कि वो पठानकोट जड़ा आर्मी वाले उसते होया दैन नवा शहर जड़ा CI स्टाफ होया फिर रोपड़ जड़ा पुलिस स्टेशन होया। So police and defense installations are the targets of terror organizations because by virtue of our profession we have to deal with them and we deal with them, we will deal with them firmly and we will continue to deal with them.
सर RPG सर कोई प्लेन सीगे जिन्होंने RPG चलाने वाले कोई तो पता लगा कितों किवें है क्योंकि आम तो बंदा नहीं चला सकता लेकिन वो ट्रेनिंग है पाकिस्तान तो है तो हुआ है जैसा किन्ने चलाया किन्ने से RPG चलाई कितनी दूरी तो सर क्योंकि इंटेलिजेंस हेडक्वार्टर है ना सिक्योरिटी एरिया आता है पंजाब पुलिस के इंटेलिजेंस जो हेडक्वार्टर के ऊपर है जगह घटनाक्रम होना इतना कि सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर सर किन्ने चलाई सकते
सिर्फ मेन तो ये ये जो 3 सीगे इन्हों के विचों किसी ने चलाया जो फाइनली इंसीडेंट के टाइम 3 आए सी। हाँ मतलब जिन्होंने जो इंसीडेंट के वेले मौके पे सीगे नहीं कनाडा का तो देखिए ये जो है ना लांडा ये ही बेस्ड इन कनाडा ये 2017 का उत्थे चला गया है ये उत्थों ही काम करी जाता है एंड इन लास्ट फ्यू मंथ्स
and has now become one of India's most wanted terrorists. His name is Rinda. He's supposed to be in Pakistan and India today has accessed the dossier on this Khalistani terrorist, Pakistan-backed Khalistani terrorist Rinda, who you've just seen being named by the Punjab Director General of Police. Rinda has been constantly changing his appearance, being in disguise to try and hide from the security forces. The dossier that India today has accessed shows the many appearances of this now one of the most wanted terrorists. Sometimes with a turban and long beard, other times with short hair and a short beard. Rinda has escaped from India to Pakistan sometime in 2020, but continued to deliver consignments of arms and explosives to Punjab, Haryana, Hyderabad and Maharashtra. Labelled as an A+ level gangster, Rinda has a total of 27 criminal cases against him in Punjab and Haryana. The cases are mostly of murder, kidnapping and possession of ammunition. According to the dossier that we have in our possession, accessed by India Today's Arvind Oja, 22 associates have been working with Rinda. He sent bombs and weapons to Karnal in Haryana, Maharashtra, all of it while sitting in Pakistan. He's also a key suspect in the Mohali blast case, the rocket-propelled grenade attack that happened earlier this week. This is the man who is understood or believed to be responsible. And from terror in Punjab, let's take you to the political battlefield of the Congress party, where a Chintan Shivir is now getting up to speed in Rajasthan. It's a fight for survival of India's oldest political party. Congress leaders Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi are in Udaipur attending the party's 3-day Chintan Shivir amidst massive turmoil that the party has been suffering from. After a series of non-stop poll defeats, the meeting aims at revamping the party and really rescuing it and saving it from total obliteration. Ajay Mishra, senior leader of the Congress party, says big organizational changes will be visible after this 3-day Chintan Shivir. Mishra has also highlighted that one family, one ticket proposal is being discussed with an exception only if another family member is working for at least 5 years in the party. In attendance are over 400 Congress netas who will find ways to be battle ready for the upcoming election challenges. Along with brainstorming over the roadmap for the party, the meeting will see key discussions on 6 topics: politics, organization, economy, social welfare, youth and agriculture. The demand to bring back Rahul Gandhi to the helm of the party is likely to be raised in the meetings as well.
By now, it has become abundantly and most painfully clear what Prime Minister Modi and his colleagues really mean by their frequently repeated slogan, maximum governance, minimum government. It means keeping the country in a state of permanent polarization, compelling people to live in a constant state of fear and insecurity. It means viciously targeting, victimizing, and often brutalizing minorities who are an integral part of our society and are equal citizens of our republic. It means using our society's age-old pluralities to divide us and subverting the carefully nurtured idea of unity in diversity. It means threatening and intimidating political opponents, maligning their reputation, jailing them on flimsy pretext, misusing investigative agencies against them. It means eroding the independence and professionalism of all institutions of democracy. It means the wholesale reinvention of history, the constant denigration of our leaders, especially Jawaharlal Nehru, and the systematic moves to distort, deny, and destroy their contributions, their achievements, and their sacrifices. It means glorifying the killers of Mahatma Gandhi and their ideologues. It means the blatant undermining of the principles and provisions of our nation's constitution, of its pillars of justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, and secularism.
Let's get some reactions in. Let's show you all the political reactions we've been getting since the morning on this Chintan Shivir.
देखिए, ये चिंतन शिविर हमारे पार्टी के मुद्दों के ऊपर है। पार्टी के अध्यक्ष का चुनाव से हो रहा है, वो एक अलग प्रोसेस चल रहा है, तो ये दोनों की दोनों अलग अलग चीजें हैं।
चिंतन शिविर कांग्रेस का होना एक मायने रखता है, इसलिए पूरे देश के हमारे डेलीगेट्स आ रहे हैं। मीडिया इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आ रहा है, आप समझ रही है कितना इंपॉर्टेंट चिंतन शिविर है। राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए लंबी समय से मांग होती जा रही, नई बात नहीं है। हर वर्किंग कमेटी में लोग सब डेलीगेट सब मेंबर ही कहते हैं, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि राहुल गांधी जी को खुद को बन जाना चाहिए अध्यक्ष, मेरा मानना है।
परिवारवाद का जो मुद्दा है उसको लेकर आप लोगों ने डिस्कस
देखिए, हम लोगों में चर्चा आई है कि एक परिवार से एक ही टिकट मिलनी चाहिए और दूसरी टिकट तब मिले जब किसी व्यक्ति ने कम से कम 5 वर्ष पार्टी के लिए काम किया।
सर, सफर करके आए हैं, 3 दिन का चिंतन शिविर है, क्या कहना है आप?
3 दिन के चिंतन शिविर में बहुत सारी बातें आएगी और एक नई दिशा मिलेगी कांग्रेस संगठन को भी और देश के लिए भी नए विचार आएंगे।
सब कह रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी को जो है अध्यक्ष बनाने की एक बार फिर से मांग रखें।
वो तो है ही।
अच्छा, इसके साथ साथ पार्टी के सामने चैलेंजेस क्या है सर?
देख, चैलेंजेस ये है कि ये जो सांप्रदायिक ताकतें हैं उससे किस प्रकार से लड़ा जाए, किसानों के, मजदूरों के, नौजवानों के, महिलाओं के हित में आज महंगाई, बेरोजगारी ये सारे मुद्दे हैं। इसको किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ाया जाए और इनके हक की लड़ाई किस प्रकार से लड़ा जाए।
कांग्रेस नई शक्ति के साथ किस प्रकार से देश में एक सकारात्मक विकल्प लेके जाए, इस बात पे हम चर्चा करेंगे और विश्वास है कांग्रेस मजबूती से इस चिंतन शिविर से निकलेगी।
हम सबों का मानना है राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए और बहुत पहले बन जाना चाहिए था। हमसे उनसे निवेदन करते हैं, उनसे गुहार लगाते हैं कि उनको अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए।
राहुल जी तो अध्यक्ष बने, ये सबकी मांग है, डिमांड है। दूसरी बात ये कि देश की हालात कहाँ है, हर एक आदमी, चाहे वो सरकारी कर्मचारी है, चाहे दुकान वाला है, चाहे रेडी पटरी वाला है, चाहे इंडस्ट्री वाला है, आप देखिए उसकी हालत क्या है। चरमरा गई हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था, चरमरा गई, हमारे नौजवानों को रास्ता नहीं मिल रहा। ये बजाय नौजवानों को रोजगार देने के, शिक्षा देने के, ये कहते हैं कि आप राम मंदिर और मस्जिद की बात करो। जो हमारे पुराने लोग हैं उनकी सारी जो चिंतन मंथन है, जो उनका एक्सपीरियंस है, आने वाली पीढ़ी को दिया जाना चाहिए। और जब नई पीढ़ी को हम ये चिंतन मंथन देंगे तो वो देश को फिर से पुनः आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
Till the time the Congress does not realize that by merely changing the dibba of the railway, nothing will happen. The problem is with the engine. The Congress party does not realize that nothing will happen by trying to get in some imported salesman. Unless you change the product of Parivarwad, Bhrashtachar and nepotism. But Congress party can never get rid of the Parivar because the Parivar itself has become the party today.
Okay, that was the BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla hitting out at the Congress's Chintan Shivir, asking the party to introspect on what is happening. Let's go to Mausami Singh joining us live from Udaipur on this big Chintan Shivir. Mausami, what's the juice? Is it going to be, more committees? Is there, is the Congress going to be cutting to the bone, or is it going to be business as usual and everyone just goes back to their usual roles? Is there going to be some real radical change? Day one, only a few hours are done.
Shiv, I can tell you that the temperatures here are crossing 44 degrees even as we stand here in Udaipur, and the Congress is hoping to soar the political temperatures. The big takeaway on the first day being that it is going to be one family, one ticket. The other big takeaway is the announcement that 5-year limit will be implemented for any person on one post. That would literally mean all of the Congress with so many office bearers, holding on to the post for more than a decade or so, or two. And I was asking Rajiv Shukla also that question, that would be, if that is implemented, it will have a complete churning of the leadership. But the big question really is that will the Congress party actually bite the bullet? Because these are just proposals given by committees. They are being discussed in a group discussion inside, and then they would have to be acknowledged and accepted and approved by the Congress Working Committee. So several layers to that proposal that the proposal needs to go through. And the other big takeaway is Sonia Gandhi, yet again trying to tell the Congress dissenters that this is a time when you need to not ask for the pound of flesh from the party, but you need to pay back to the party. So clearly a line being drawn by Sonia Gandhi with mobile phones being confiscated. They've been told to keep it in the locker when they enter that group discussion that is happening in this very lavish Taj Aravali's where all the Congress members are camping in. So several messages being given from the Congress here at the Chintan Shivir. The big question really remains that will it be implemented in letter and spirit after the Chintan Shivir, Shiv?
We'll have to see. It's only day one, half done. There are still 2 days to go. So their hope has to be held out that the grand old party can effect some real change. Sonia Gandhi speaking after a very long time. A great deal, much more than just the future of the Congress party hangs in the balance. We'll be keeping track. Mausami on the front lines of that big political story. Thanks very much for that update. Coming up next, we're taking you to Jammu and Kashmir, where anger has boiled over after the latest killing of a Kashmiri Pandit. This was a young man who was working for the public. He worked in the Tehsildar's office in the Kashmiri hinterland. He was hunted down, targeted and murdered by jihadi terrorists backed by Pakistan, and the anger is visible in his hometown.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
Watching India. You are watching India Today.
मैंने बोला आ जाना जल्दी, बोलता ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। तो उसी के 5 मिनट के बाद ही वो उधर आया। मैंने उसको क्यों नहीं बोला तू अभी निकल। मैं क्या करूँगी उसके बिना, सोचो मैं क्या करूँगी।
Following the brutal murder of Kashmiri Pandit citizen Rahul Bhatt in Kashmir, the valley is in a state of angry unrest. Massive protests erupted away from the valley in Jammu, with forces firing tear gas on protesters. Members of the Kashmiri Pandit community took to the streets in anger in different parts of the Union Territory to protest against the brutal targeted killing of this young man. Protesters blocked the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway near the Vesu village on Thursday evening. The wife of Rahul Bhatt said that her husband felt insecure while working in Budgam on the outskirts of Srinagar. Rahul Bhatt's mortal remains arrived in Jammu for his final rites earlier today, and politics over Rahul Bhatt's murder has also escalated. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti appealed to the people of Kashmir to stand with Kashmiri Pandits and Sikhs. She also asked people to pray for Hindu-Muslim unity in mosques today. Meanwhile, Ministry of Home Affairs officials along with the Intelligence Bureau will review preparedness of the Amarnath Yatra, which is set to commence from June the 30th after a gap of 2 years.
The entire Kashmiri Pandit community was hounded out of their homes by the terrorists sponsored by Pakistan in 1990 in the Kashmir Valley. 32 years have passed, but nothing has changed for Kashmiri Pandits. The handful of Kashmiri Pandits who are left in the valley are being targeted now, and we are witnessing a fresh spate of killings of the members of the minority community in the Kashmir Valley. The Kashmiri Pandit community is saying enough is enough. How long do they have to suffer the punishment of being Hindus in Kashmir? With video journalist Neeraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from Jammu for India Today.
The wife of Rahul Bhatt spoke to India Today earlier, narrating the horrific ordeal of what she went through. Just listen to this.
मुझे बताइए, जब राहुल भट्ट वहाँ 2010 में काम करने गए, तब से अब तक कभी उन्होंने आपसे कहा कि उनको कोई डर लगता है?
भैया वो पहले इधर बड़गाम तहसील ऑफिस में थे, वहाँ पे कभी उनको कुछ लगा ही नहीं। डीसी को इन्होंने बहुत बारी बोला कि मेरे को ट्रांसफ़र उधर नहीं लेनी, वो दूर है, चाडूरा बहुत दूर है बड़गाम से। हम तो शेखपुरा में रहते हैं, वहाँ से बहुत दूर है। वो उसने पता नहीं कौन सी जिद निकाली, उसने 2 साल से उसकी ट्रांसफ़र ही नहीं की वापस वहाँ से। डीसी बड़गाम ने और एसीआर ने, जो नया एसीआर है, उसने पहले भी बोला था उनको कि मेरे को यहाँ से थोड़ा डीसी ऑफिस लाओ। जब पिछली बार उसका वो जो 2 मारे थे टीचर्स, तब हम फिर आए थे। मैंने इसको बोला था हम नहीं जाएंगे, मगर उसने नहीं माना, बोला मेरे को ड्यूटी जाना है। उन दिनों भी उनको बोला था इनको डीसी ऑफिस में ही रखो, वहाँ तब भी सेफ्टी है। इधर एक गार्ड नहीं था इसको बाहर। भैया कितने लोग उसके पास आते थे, सर के ऊपर से लोग होते थे,
कोई सुरक्षा नहीं थी वहाँ,
कोई कुछ भी नहीं। एसडीएम ऑफिस साथ है, कोई एक गार्ड नहीं था बाहर जो चेक करता। इनके पास रिवॉल्वर थी, 3 बंदे थे, क्या सुनने में आया 3 बंदे थे। 3 बंदों के पीछे पूछा राहुल भट्ट कौन है।
अच्छा, नाम
पूछ के गोली शूट किया। वो अपनी चेयर पे बैठा था, अपनी ही चेयर पे शूट किया उसको। भैया हिलने का भी मौका नहीं दिया। उसके पास लोग बहुत आते थे।
कल जब सुबह वो दफ्तर से निकले, आपकी कुछ बातचीत हुई थी जाने से पहले?
दफ्तर तो वो रोज ही निकलते थे। मैंने 10 मिनट पहले उनको फ़ोन किया था, हमारे घर में काम चल रहा था। मैंने बोला हो गया पूरा, मैंने बोला आ जाना जल्दी। वो तो ठीक है। तो उसी के 5 मिनट के बाद ही वो उधर आए। मैंने उसको क्यों नहीं बोला तो अभी निकल। मैं उसको बोलती थी मत जाओ उधर, डीसी ऑफिस ट्रांसफर करा ले, छोड़ दे नौकरी, हमको नौकरी भी नहीं चाहिए। मुझे पता है तू वहाँ पे सारी जगह तेरे को जानते हैं, सारे जानते। बोलते मैं सेफ रहूँगा, मुझे सारे जानते हैं। उसको नहीं पता था उनमें कोई निकलेगा उनमें गरीबों की भी बहुत मदद करता था।
तो आपको लगता है कि सरकार कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के प्रति गंभीर नहीं
बना रही है, बलि का बकरा बना रही है उधर। वो कुछ नहीं सोच रही है, ना सेफ्टी का ना कुछ। वो वहाँ पे बलि के बकरे हैं, सारे जाके काटेंगे ही उनको।
तो लग रहा है कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय बलि का बकरा बन रहा है।
बन गया, और क्या, हम तो बन गए बकरे।
इस समय अगर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह आपको देख रहे हो, सुन रहे हो, क्या कहेंगे आप उन्हें?
क्या कह सकते हैं हम, क्या बोल सकते हैं? कम से कम प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी करा ले, कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ। जब प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो किसी मसले की, सही जजमेंट आए, तब ये लोग सुधर जाएंगे, वरना ऐसे कहाँ सुधरेंगे वो। किसी को सज़ा लगती नहीं है, जब सज़ा किसी को लगेगी, भुगतना पड़ेगा, तब जाकर कहीं ये हालात ठीक हो जाए।
आप तो अभी आप क्या चाहते हैं, कोई प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए?
प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो जी, प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी हो, ये देखा जाए कि कैसे ऑफिस में घुस गए बंदे और नाम लेकर बुलाया गया।
अच्छा, नाम उनका बुलाया गया। राहुल कौन है, राहुल भट्ट कौन है? उसने बोला हाँ मैं हूँ, आ जाओ इधर, तो उसको गोली मार दी।
32 साल से जो ये चल रहा है, और 2008 के बाद जो पीएम पैकेज सरकार ने दिया था, उसके अंडर दैट पैकेज बहुत सारे एम्प्लॉयज़ बिकॉज ऑफ लाइवलीहुड वहाँ पे चले गए थे, बट उनको टारगेटेड किलिंग कर दिया गया जा रहा है डे बाय डे। और जो गज़वाए हिंद और ये जो टेररिस्ट रेजिस्टेंट फोर्स जो भी है अभी TRF जिसको बोलते हैं, एक एक करके उन्होंने थ्रेट दिया है कि कश्मीरी हिंदू को हम मारेंगे, यहाँ पे हम कश्मीरी हिंदू को नहीं रहने देंगे, यहाँ पे इंडिया हम बसने नहीं देंगे। तो गवर्नमेंट को इसका संज्ञान लेना चाहिए और गवर्नमेंट को पूरा सोचना चाहिए कि गवर्नमेंट ने स्केपगोट्स कैसे बना लिए कश्मीरी हिंदू को। कश्मीरी हिंदू जो कि इतनी माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी है।
जम्मू कश्मीर वाहिद एक ऐसी रियासत है जहां अभी भी हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, बौद्ध हो, आपस में मिलके रह रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं अपने तमाम लोगों से इल्तिजा करती हूं कि आज जुम्मे के दिन तमाम मस्जिदों में हिंदू मुस्लिम भाईचारे की हिफाजत की पुरजोर वकालत की जाए। और साथ ही में जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो भाईचारा है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो इतिहास रहा है, जो हिस्ट्री रही है कि हम इकट्ठे रहने वाले लोग हैं, एक सेक्युलर स्टेट है, पूरे मुल्क को मैसेज दे ताकि मुल्क में जो इस वक्त सरकार है उनको मुसलमानों को बदनाम करने का मौका ना मिले।
कश्मीरी पंडित समाज ने एक अपना होनहार नौजवान खोया है। स्वाभाविक है लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है। जिन परिजनों ने अपने ब्लड रिलेशन में अपने रिश्तेदार को, अपने परिवार के सदस्य को खोया है, यकीनन उनको गुस्सा है। ये पाकिस्तान के जो कायर आतंकवादियों ने घटना की है, इसके विरुद्ध पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में गुस्सा है। इन सभी कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को जमीन के पाताल से निकाल कर इनको मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। किसी पाकिस्तानी को, किसी दहशतगर्द को नहीं बख्शेंगे।
हमें भी इस चीज़ का दुख हो रहा है और इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होने से कहीं ना कहीं जो शांति प्रक्रिया का प्रोसेस चल रहा है उसमें कई अड़चन आती है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जल्द ही इन लोगों का जो गुस्सा है, कश्मीरी पंडित मुलाजिमों को सुरक्षा के साथ किस प्रकार से हम करें, इसके लिए केंद्र में भी बात की जाएगी और ललित जी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में भी बात की जाएगी।
मुझे लगता है गृह मंत्री को इस बारे में बहुत ही गंभीरता से सोचना होगा। ये जो चल रहा है कश्मीर में फिर एक बार, ये क्या साजिश है। बार बार कश्मीर की तरफ उंगली मत उठाइए, पाकिस्तान की तरफ उंगली मत उठाइए। हम क्या करने जा रहे हैं कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए, ये बहुत ही अहम सवाल है। हनुमान चालीसा, लाउड स्पीकर जैसे मुद्दे से कश्मीरी पंडितों का मामला या कश्मीर का मामला हल नहीं होगा। आपको बहुत प्रैक्टिकल होना पड़ेगा।
Coming up next, big face-off over Owaisi Jr. Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb. It's become a political issue. Can you believe the hypocrisy of our politics? That's next.
You are watching India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
A fresh controversy has erupted over AIMIM leader and Hyderabad MP, AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi's younger brother Akbaruddin Owaisi's visit to Aurangzeb's tomb. The controversial AIMIM leader, who's gotten into a lot of trouble in the past for his intemperate and communally charged remarks, visited the Aurangzeb tomb in Maharashtra's Aurangabad, and this has somehow not gone down too well with the Shiv Sena and the MNS. Crying foul over this visit, both the parties have alleged that the visit of Owaisi Jr. to Aurangzeb's tomb was a move to ignite communal tensions in the state. Meanwhile, the BJP has slammed the Maharashtra government over the visit, asking why no sedition against netas making provocative speeches after visiting the tomb of Aurangzeb instead of someone reciting the Hanuman Chalisa.
महाराष्ट्र का मराठी मुसलमान और हिंदुस्तान का मुसलमान ये तो कोई औरंगजेब के कब्र पे जाता नहीं, तो आप कौन हो ये आपने महाराष्ट्र को और पूरे देश को बता दिया है। स्वराज्य के जो आज के मराठी मावले हैं, तभी के मराठी मावले थे, उन्होंने मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया था, तो आज भी उन्हें मुंहतोड़ जवाब मिलेगा। और जब तक वो नतमस्तक होके वो औरंगजेब के कब्र से उठेंगे और समझ पाएंगे कि कुत्ता कौन और शेर कौन, तब तक तो शेर उनका शिकार कर चुका होगा।
औरंगजेब कोई महान सूफी संत नहीं था, कोई कुछ भी कहे, वो एक आक्रामक था। लेकिन आप महाराष्ट्र में आकर उसी औरंगजेब के कब्र के ऊपर बैठेंगे और नमाज पढ़ोगे या और कुछ आपकी रस्में करेंगे, तो ये महाराष्ट्र को चैलेंज देने के बाद ठीक है, हमने चैलेंज स्वीकार लिया है, समझ लो। औरंगजेब भी इस नीति में हमने गाड़ दिया था, और जो औरंगजेब के भक्त हैं, जो राजनीति करना चाहते हैं, उनका भी यही हाल होगा महाराष्ट्र में।
The government in Maharashtra, led by Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray, is under such pressure of Congress, NCP and its vote bank politics that it can file a case and book people for Hanuman Chalisa, but it can take no action on the likes of Akbaruddin Owaisi, who made a provocative and inflammatory speech in Maharashtra, who went and visited the tomb of terrorist Aurangzeb, who was responsible for demolition of so many Hindu mandirs.
And let's tell you about some bulldozer politics that has continued in the national capital. Politics has peaked over the continuing anti-encroachment drive in the capital. The Aam Aadmi Party has taken on Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta over bulldozer politics. The Aam Aadmi Party has sent out an open dare to the BJP chief, threatening to demolish encroachments outside the Delhi BJP President Adesh Gupta's house. The Aam Aadmi Party's dare comes at a time when the anti-encroachment drive is in full scale across Delhi. India Today, in its report, had shown the encroachments and building bylaw violations by political leaders like the BJP's Adesh Gupta. Aam Aadmi Party leader Amanatullah Khan was arrested yesterday for protesting against this anti-bulldozing drive. Amanatullah has been sent to judicial custody and his bail hearing is expected.
आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली में चारों तरफ बुलडोजर ले लेके घूम रही है। उसके पीछे की कहानी यह है कि दिल्ली में 63 लाख घरों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी तोड़ने का प्लान बना चुकी है। दिल्ली सरकार को इसकी पूरी जानकारी मिली है। इसमें मैंने गृह मंत्री जी से यही कहा है कि ये जो तबाही भारतीय जनता पार्टी करने जा रही है, इसको रोक लें, और अगर बुलडोजर चलाना है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन नेताओं के घरों पर चलाएं जिन्होंने ये अवैध कॉलोनियां, अवैध अतिक्रमण करवाए और उनमें पैसा खाया, उनके ऊपर करवाएं।
सिसोदिया जी, आपकी चिंता वाजिब है। जिस तरह से ये बुलडोजर दिल्ली के अंदर अवैध अतिक्रमण पर चल रहा है, बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या के द्वारा जो अवैध अतिक्रमण किया जा रहा है उस पर चल रहा है, जिनको आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता, आपके विधायक संरक्षण देते हैं, तो मुझे खूब आसानी से पता लग रहा है कि आपका दर्द क्या है और आपके अंदर जो बौखलाहट हो रही है वो क्यों हो रही है। ये गरीबों की बात आपके मुंह से शोभा नहीं देती है।
Varanasi District Magistrate has announced that the survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque will begin tomorrow. Meetings have been held with people from all sides and an appeal has been made to maintain peace. The District Magistrate has made a separate appeal to everyone to maintain peace and order. The Supreme Court today refused to grant an interim order of a status quo on the survey of the Gyanvapi Shringar Gauri complex at Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh. The top court, however, agreed to consider. I'm sorry, that's the wrong visual on your screen right now, listing the plea of the Muslim party against the survey of the Gyanvapi premises. Owaisi is now going all guns blazing. Let's put the Owaisi picture back on our screen right now. Owaisi is now going all guns blazing at the BJP, stating that he will not let another mosque get demolished. Meanwhile, people were seen offering namaz in the Gyanvapi Mosque today, just right after the court's survey order.
कल 12 मई को कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है जिसमें जो कमीशन की कार्रवाई है वो 8 से 12 तक शुरू कराने के लिए कहा गया है। वो कमीशन की कार्रवाई शनिवार को शुरू होगी। उसी कमीशन की कार्रवाई को लेके पक्षकारों को बुलाया गया था कि जो कमीशन की कार्रवाई है उसके दौरान सारे कोऑपरेट करें और शहर में शांति व्यवस्था बनाए रखें। उसी की बड़ी सौहार्दपूर्ण मीटिंग हुई है और उसमें शांति का संदेश काफ़ी पक्षकारों के द्वारा प्रसारित भी किया गया है और सभी से यही अपील की गई है कि कोर्ट कमिश्नर की कार्रवाई जो लीगली होनी है उसमें सभी सहयोग प्रदान करें और शहर में कोई सेंसिटिविटी ना हो उसके लिए सभी सहयोग करें। उसका आश्वासन दिया गया है कि सभी पक्षकारों के द्वारा उसमें मदद की जाए।
On one hand, the court has ordered the survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque, which will begin from Saturday 8 a.m. and on the other hand, today for the Jume Namaz, Namazi are coming here at the mosque and it is very important. Today is the Friday and for this particular Namaz, people are coming here and they have reached at the Gyanvapi Mosque for this important namaz. It is also very important how the court has made it clear that as far as the service concerned, it will be conducted from morning 8 a.m. to 12 in the afternoon, and the DM of Varanasi has now confirmed that the survey will begin from tomorrow morning 8 a.m. and as far as all the arrangements are concerned, as far as the security and the support from the district administration, that all has been made sure. Look at the number of people who have come here. So far there is no situation of any sort of inconvenience. All these namazis who are coming here are coming and they are going one by one. भाई साहब नमाज के लिए आए हैं आप? जी जी। सुबह की आज नमाज है? नमाज है। सब लोग आए हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। नमाज अदा करेंगे चले जाएंगे। सर्वे का काम चलेगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है? हम लोगों को कोई एतराज नहीं है। जो इसका लेंगे बड़े लोग। सर्वे का काम चलेगा भाई साहब, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है? कल से दिक्कत क्या होगी? क्या दिक्कत होगी? नहीं रहेगी और उसमें कुछ निकलेगा तो मस्जिद नहीं रहेगी, हम लोग की नमाज नहीं जाए। अगर नहीं निकलेगा नींबू भी खाएंगे और क्या होगा? जो खाना आपको लग रहा है सर्वे ठीक है? सर्वे जो हो रहा है कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया है। सॉरी सर, अब क्या कहा जाए? You can see all these namazis who are going there now are saying that they will abide by the court order, but at the same time the pictures which emerged last time where we have seen that there was a protest, there was voices against the survey which was conducted, but this time the court has made it very clear in a strict order that the survey will be done with all the action which is required, and it is also said that if required then the administration can deal with this strictly. So it looks like that the way for the survey is clear now. Namaz is going on and at the same time the survey will begin on Saturday 8 a.m. as per the order of the court. In Varanasi with cameraman Gaurav Gupta, Ajay Mishra for India Today.
And just wanted to tell you that the Indian men's badminton team has scripted history, making it to the semi-finals of the Thomas Cup for the first time in 43 years. India have now assured themselves of at least a bronze. Let's hope it's a gold. World Championship bronze winner Lakshya Sen couldn't go the distance in the opening singles, losing 21-23, 9-21 to reigning world champion Lee Zijia in 46 minutes. But Chirag Shetty and Satwik Sairaj Ranki Reddy took to the court and the duo dished out a superlative performance to outwit world number 13 Malaysian pair 21-19, 21-15 to bring India back into the 5-match tie. Next, it was Kidambi Srikanth who defeated NG Sejong 21-11, 21-17 to give India a 2-1 lead. And then the Indian pair of Krishna Prasad and Vishnuvardhan produced a good effort before losing 19-21, 17-21 as the match went into a decider. In the end, it was world number 23 HS Pranoy's 21-13, 21-8 win over 22-year-old Junhao Leong, assuring India's semi-final berth. Earlier, the Indian women's team crashed out of the Uber Cup, losing 0-3 to Thailand. And the language war has gotten much bigger now after two southern superstars. The Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister has jumped in. He has said something incredibly arrogant, incredibly shameless and shameful. And we're going to interrogate this issue on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Should you upgrade to 5G? Are you still wondering if you should get a 5G compatible phone? Well, it'd be a future-proof upgrade, especially with what 5G can really offer. 5G is faster, exactly 20 times faster than 4G. Experts are saying now that it's likely to bring a technological revolution. Unlike its predecessor 4G, which used longer airwaves, 5G uses millimeter waves, which makes it much faster. So, say goodbye to annoying buffering when watching your videos. Why is 5G so fast? The millimeter waves are short, which means they have limited range and higher penetration. 5G also carries the promise of making latency disappear, which means that there's going to be less delay between sending and receiving information. So, downloading heavy file sizes, of course, will take a few seconds. Can 5G make our cities smart? The idea is that 5G can create smart cities with more connected devices. For instance, increased use of connected or autonomous vehicles will impact lifestyle choices. This also begs the question of enormous amount of data it will generate. So, digital security will be an area of concern, of course, especially since 5G network is more difficult to protect than its predecessors. So, are you...
Millions of pieces of man-made debris called space junk are currently orbiting the Earth. Now, why is there so much trash in space? This huge cloud of space junk is suspended between 800 and 2000 kilometers above us. Since space exploration began in 1957, fragments from more than 6,000 space launches and 600 orbital explosions have been accumulating. Why is space junk a threat to space exploration? Old rockets, out-of-order satellites, tools lost by astronauts, and even flecks of paint pose a serious threat to future space exploration, particularly manned flights and stations. Sensors carried on space vehicles only tend to detect micro debris, but damage from a collision can be serious due to the very fast orbital speed of this debris, which travels at some 28,000 kilometers an hour. There is also the risk of debris slamming into the hundreds of Earth observation and telecommunication satellites that orbit the Earth. Billions of dollars worth of weather monitoring equipment, global navigation and communication systems are at risk. The big fear is of a collision occurring and triggering a chain reaction, known as the Kessler syndrome. Over 30,000 pieces of debris measuring more than 10 centimeters and sometimes as big as a bus are currently being tracked and followed from the Earth. Space agencies are working on debris recovery systems with nets, harpoons, sails. Everything is envisaged to deal with the risk of collision.
You are watching
association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, Voltas Pure Air Adjustable AC.
After Kannada superstar Kicha Sudeep,
Hindi is no more national language. So which is the national language today?
and Telugu superstar Mahesh Babu,
But my simple thing is, I don't think they can afford me.
another bullet fired in the South-North war.
அவர் சொன்னாங்க ஹிந்தி படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்கும் கிடைக்குதா ஹிந்தி நம்ம ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம்.
Stalin's minister labels Hindi speakers as Pani Puri sellers. Mr. Minister, what's wrong with being a Pani Puri seller? And what's wrong in speaking Hindi? Shameful lowdown language politics explodes. That's our top focus on 5 Live.
This incredible, shameless Tamil Nadu minister. You know, I want everyone to know his name today because we're going to go ahead and call him a person who has flaunted his arrogance while holding the portfolio of higher education in a wonderful, progressive, educated state like Tamil Nadu. And I'm just wondering what the parents of children who are going to high school, college, etc. must be thinking of a man who's in charge of higher education in Tamil Nadu. A man who can say, you speak Hindi, you become a Pani Puri seller. That's what Stalin's minister said in Tamil Nadu. I'll get into that, but first the headlines. Anger boils over in Jammu and Kashmir after a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead inside a government office in Budgam. Protesters hit the streets, forces fire tear gas. Congress heavyweights in Udaipur for a 3-day Chintan Shivir to brainstorm amidst extinction turmoil. Sonia Gandhi accuses BJP of spreading fire of hate across the nation. Full meltdown in Karnataka Congress ahead of the polls. Divya Spandana accuses State Congress Chief DK Shivakumar of defaming her. MLA MB Patil backs Divya. Bulldozer politics peaks in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party's open dare to Delhi BJP chief threatens to bulldoze alleged encroachment at Adesh Gupta's house. Billionaire Elon Musk halts $44 billion Twitter deal in surprise announcement. Deal put on hold pending calculation of the number of fake accounts that actually exist on Twitter. It's a high-profile language war, ladies and gentlemen, that has been rumbling for the last few weeks. And each and every one of these stories was broken first, of course, here on India Today. It started with Kicha Sudeep, who said India's national language is not Hindi, it's just one of the national languages. Then you had Mahesh Babu of the Telugu superstardom, who said Bollywood cannot afford me. But these are two, cinema stars who took their pot shots at the Hindi language. But the real pot shot has come from Tamil Nadu minister, a man from Team Stalin whose name is Ponmudi, who happens to be the higher education minister. That's the guy over there. That's him, Ponmudi. He's a higher education minister of Tamil Nadu who has basically launched into the language war. Whether he knows the context or not, we don't know. But basically mocking the Hindi language, Tamil Nadu Education Minister Ponmudi said that those who speak Hindi end up selling Pani Puri. Ponmudi went on to say that why learn Hindi when English is being taught? The comment comes just weeks after, like I just said, Bollywood and the South have been locking horns over the language debate.
இந்தி படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்கணும் கிடைக்குதா இந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம் எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன் தான் ஆக அது ஒரு காலம் இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல் லாங்குவேஜ் India, Tamil Nadu, we should have our own system because India is a nation, as the governor already knows, unitary in diversity, various cultures are there, various languages are there. In Tamil Nadu itself, we should follow our own educational system. We also borrow the new certain good policies from the new education policy and we are ready to follow it.
उन्होंने जो भी बात कही है ये उनका अपना एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर कैसा होना चाहिए ये भी उन्होंने दर्शा दिया, लोगों ने समझ लिया। लेकिन मुझे लगता है हिंदुस्तान में हिंदी हमारी एक मातृभाषा है और हिंदी में ही जो हिंदुस्तान के संस्कार हैं वो ये नहीं कहते हैं कि अगर कोई पानी पूरी खिलाकर आपको मोहब्बत से जीतना चाहता है तो आप उसका मजाक उड़ाइए। शायद ये अंग्रेजी भाषा का कमाल है क्योंकि जो लोग अंग्रेजी भाषा को बहुत ज्यादा कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देते हैं या उसको प्रमोट करने की बात करते हैं, वो कॉमर्शियल लैंग्वेज है, इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज है, उसको हमें कॉमर्शियली इस्तेमाल करना है। लेकिन अगर संस्कार आपको लेना है तो वो आपको मातृभाषा से हिंदी से ही मिलेंगे और हिंदी हमेशा जोड़ने का काम करती है। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हमारा ही सनातनी नारा है कि हम पूरे विश्व को अपना परिवार समझते हैं।
Now, the DMK has made Hindi imposition a political issue for many years. It's part of Dravidian politics and that has its own place in South politics and very much part of the brand that the DMK has embraced for many years. But now it has become very personal and it has become tasteless. Let's look at the last few occasions on which the DMK has attacked Hindi. In May 2022, the DMK slammed JIPMER's decision to use Hindi in its syllabus. Then in April 2022, just last month, the DMK exhorted people to fight Hindi imposition. Like I said, this is very much part of DMK politics and it has its place in South politics. In April, once again, DMK said non-Hindi speaking states want English. DMK chief hit out at the center on Hindi Divas in September 2020. In September 2019, DMK cadres blackened Hindi words at a Tamil Nadu railway station. So this was also, a show of contempt for the Hindi language. In May 2019, the then DMK chief said India is not Hindi-speaking states alone. Totally right. He was right in that, but it's, very much part of the DMK making it an us versus them, Hindi versus Tamil kind of regional identity politics. That is the part of how the DMK actually does things. Let's show you the questions that we're asking right now. You may or may not agree with some of the questions we're asking, but listen to what I have to say and you may agree with at least some of them. Will this education minister clarify or apologize? Imagine the state where you're living in, viewer, where an education minister says anyone who speaks Hindi becomes a pani puri seller. Would that be acceptable to you? Think about it for a second. Just think about the sense of arrogance, vulgarity, and condescension and entitlement in that one statement. And this man is not some random politician. He is the Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister. Question number 2. Is the Congress, Congress is totally deafeningly silent in all that. They are allies of the DMK. The Congress is a big party in the north. The Congress is totally silent. Is the Congress okay with its ally, the DMK, insulting Hindi and insulting migrants? Because when this minister talked about Pani Puri sellers, he means Pani Puri sellers in Tamil Nadu who are all migrants. Is this Tamil Nadu minister, Ponmudi, parroting the DMK's age-old party line about Hindi? Of course, he's made it much more ugly this time and flaunted his disgusting sense of privilege, but that's a different matter. The fact is that contempt for Hindi is very much part of DMK politics. Number 5, should such ministers be allowed to hold portfolios? Real question. Should he be allowed to hold portfolios when he has such views and expresses them in public? Do Tamil Nadu citizens want this minister shaping education policy when he can say such unbelievably tasteless things, especially in public, with no fear, in front of students, at a valedictory function, he's saying these things? Just imagine the kinds of things he must be doing to Tamil Nadu's policy is the question that we are asking right now. So let me play out for you once again. Before we go to our guests, our political guests, let's play out for you once again what this minister said. Play out for you once again what this minister said.
இந்தி படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்குதா? இந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல் லாங்குவேஜ். India in Tamil Nadu, we should have our own system because India is a nation, as the governor already knows, unitary in diversity. Various cultures are there, various languages are there. In Tamil Nadu itself, we should follow our own educational system. We also borrow the new certain good policies from the new education policy, and we are ready to follow it.
Okay, A. Saravanan of the DMK is live with us here. We'll be joined by the BJP also in a moment. We invited the Congress party also to be part of this because the Congress is an ally of the DMK. They have declined to be part of this, which is an incredibly cowardly act because obviously they don't want to be in an awkward situation and take questions on the ally saying something so tasteless and so condescending. But Mr. Saravanan, good to see you. Welcome. How can a higher education minister, sir, how can he say that Hindi speakers you'll become a Pani Puri seller? I mean, is there any defense of such language? You've shown contempt towards Pani Puri sellers who are migrants. You've shown contempt towards Hindi. That is DMK politics. I don't have a problem with that. We all have, all political parties have their own politics. But this kind of flagrant condescension, arrogance, entitlement, privilege, why are you defending it, sir?
Yeah, Shivarur, I want to make 2 points here. First, let us go back to what you stated in the beginning of the show. You were talking about condescension. You were talking about how this is an insult, how they are arrogant. You should turn these questions and ask the BJP's people who are promoting Hindi to the detriment of the other language.
Don't turn this around and say question the BJP.
Will you allow me to speak?
When the BJP says things...
Are you going to be another bully anchor?
When
are you
the
going
BJP,
to be another bully on television?
No, don't bring this offensive thing here. We don't bully our guests. I am saying don't question India today about questioning BJP. We question BJP 24 hours a day. We are not Times Now. We are not any other channel that refuses to question the BJP.
If you're not going to allow me to speak, people are going to think you're a bully and you're not allowing.
Don't do what about it. Saravanan, calm down. First of all, calm down. Saravanan, calm down. Why are you getting defensive? You're getting defensive. I'm saying calm down. Calm down. But don't. No whataboutery on my channel.
Because I know what I'm going to talk. I'm absolutely calm. So will you allow me to speak?
No whataboutery on my channel. Don't divert, but answer the question.
Uninterruptedly?
Yeah.
Yes. So your outrage should be against people who are spending $800,000 for promoting Hindi in UN, as though only people who know Hindi is outside India. You should be condescending against people who have spent 600 crores for promoting Sanskrit.
Have you seen our channel about it? Have you seen our story on that?
Not allocated money for promotion of classical languages like
Have
Tamil.
You seen our story on that, Saravanan? Have you seen our story on that?
Right now I'm making it. Right now I'm making those allegations.
Have you seen my story on that?
The other thing, I'll come to what Tamil better.
No, your point is already dead. Have you seen our story on that? Your point is invalid, sir. Come on. I'm being very polite to you. I'm saying we have done stories on all this. We have questioned the BJP on this.
This is not going to be your narrative. Let me speak. You have made some allegations against our higher education
Your minister is a shameless man who has insulted Pani Puri sellers and speakers of Hindi. How dare he speak like this? What are you talking about? And you want to insult our channel as well.
Are the shame to the entire country. Let me answer.
So you're defending. You're basically calling Pani Puri sellers as non-humans. They don't deserve the government support. They don't deserve the government's compassion.
if it is going to be a monologue, there's no point in inviting me. Allow me to speak.
But talk sense,
Yeah.
Saravanan. Don't attack my channel without reason. I won't take that nonsense.
Yes, I will. See, the minister has said, please read Hindi, you will get a job. No, that is not the situation. Please go look at who is selling pani puris. If you read Hindi, if you read only Hindi, where will you get the job opportunities? Can a doctor just read Hindi and become a doctor?
Is that true?
That is true. That is true. Can an
One
engineer
second.
become just only read Hindi and become an engineer?
Why insult? Why show arrogance? The question here is arrogance, sir.
Why are you derogating a profession?
The question here is arrogance. The question here is arrogance.
We call them bias.
The question here is arrogance, Saravanan. You know this. The question here is arrogance. Hindi politics, English politics is well known. That is a separate issue altogether. The question here is condescension and arrogance. That is the question here. It is not about Hindi and engineering and English and stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone should be encouraged to learn English. I believe that very strongly.
The migration data clearly shows that people from North India, especially the Hindi-speaking belt, are all coming to the south of India, especially Karnataka and Tamil Nadu.
I agree with that. We are on the same page on that.
Allow me to speak, sir. Allow me to speak. Why are you jumping the gun?
You're getting defensive because you want to divert from Pani Puri.
Allow me to speak.
I will not allow you to do that.
Don't allow me to speak. What's the point? Why do you invite me to a debate if you don't allow me to speak?
Saravanan,
you keep interrupting.
Saravanan, we are friends. This is not the way to debate.
Yes,
I'm asking you a question about the Pani Puri topic. Will he apologize for that? Will he apologize for that?
Look at this tape. Have you allowed me to speak for a minute without interruption?
Talk.
Is this
but,
the way
what about
a civil debate is going to happen? Allow me to speak. See, when people from north of India are coming here, they know only Hindi. The union government should teach them the local language. If they're going to Karnataka, they should make them ensure that they know Kannada. When they come to Tamil Nadu, probably they should teach them Tamil so that they'll have better opportunities. Similarly, if someone is going from here to any other place, they will learn that language. We are saying, don't
all
impose
lovely
that
points.
See,
Lovely points.
No, 1 minute is not gone yet. See, we have a prime minister and a home minister who have extolled the virtues of selling pakodas. Are you suggesting that selling pani puri is a demeaning job?
You've seen our story on that?
That is what
You've seen our story on that?
making it like that. You are making it like that.
Have you seen our story on that? Come on. You are mistaking us for some other channel which which plays one-sided politics in favor of the BJP. We don't do that here on India Today. You're mistaking us for the other channels which shamelessly support one party or the other. I am saying if Mr. Saravanan, with great respect, I wish you were the higher education minister of Tamil Nadu, because the points you have just made are substantive, based on data, based on actual experience, based on migration information. These are all substantive issues. My simple, pure, small, humble submission, sir, is why show derision towards any person or any profession, Pani Puri walas or otherwise. It is insulting. There is no place for such language in 2022 India. At a time when these divisions mean something, sir, he should apologize for it. He's the education minister.
No. See, he has merely stated a fact, Shiv. People who sell pani puris in the state of Tamil Nadu, they only speak Hindi. Because Tamil pani puri is not sold by people who speak Tamil, because pani puri is not we enjoy pani puris. We call them bias. See, that's what I'm saying. He
said it in a mocking tone, sir. I mean, come on.
It is not a mocking tone. Probably the mockery, that's what. I'll come to it. You are talking about a mocking tone. The mocking tone may be directed against the governor. Because the governor had the audacity and the temerity to suggest in a similar meeting that everybody should learn a third language. Learn Hindi probably. He meant by that. And
that is a completely separate issue.
Follow national education policy, which is against the stated position of the Tamil Nadu
endlessly dilute this. We can endlessly dilute this issue and bring it into engineers and pakodas and all those things. And I invite you to go on to India Today's YouTube page or website, and you will find our questioning the BJP on all of these topics. But Narayan and Tirupati, I want to bring you in on this right now, because the BJP has gone fire and brimstone over this, because this is happening in the backdrop of a larger language war between the South and the North. Pani Puri sellers, hapless Pani Puri sellers have found themselves, at the receiving end of the Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister's, example. He was wanting to make a more substantive point, but he has targeted Pani Puri sellers. What would you like to say on that?
No, it's better to sell Pani Puris than to sell liquor, by which these parties, particularly the DMK, in the last 40 years, they have destroyed so many Tamilians' families, so many crores of Tamil families. So, mocking at Pani Puri sellers is definitely a cultureless, useless, definitely a senseless word that has been used by the higher education minister. He has lowered his stature. That is what he has done. I think this minister should apologize, or the chief minister, Mr. Stalin, should definitely make him apologize or throw him out of the cabinet. The senior Rajya Sabha MP, Mr. T.K. Silangovan, had accepted in another channel. He said that yes, this was wrong, and I will talk to the minister to amend itself. Definitely, that is what he has said. I am really surprised the way Mr. Saravanan talks here. Mr. T.K. Silangovan, a senior leader of DMK, he is having one stand, but Saravanan is having one stand. That is what they are doing. See, these people are trying to divide India. Their agenda is that. That is what they are doing.
Okay.
This is what we have been saying from the beginning.
Let's keep all the divisions and those allegations out of it, because these are two political parties we're dealing with. But Mr. Saravanan, genuinely asking, if I don't know what Mr. Ilangovan has said on another channel. We can't verify or quote that. But my question is, given that a substantive point was being made by the Tamil Nadu Education Minister, isn't the perception important, sir, that, a tasteless comment should not be made, even if granted, assuming that it is factually correct? The fact is that it is tasteless. It insults certain people. It shows some people in bad light. It talks down to certain people and does not go with the stature of a higher education minister. Surely that matters to you and the DMK, sir. And I'm asking that with a great deal of respect, because politics is about perception.
Yes, Shiv. I think his speech is taken out of context, and I think it is a huge, big hue and cry is made out of nothing. He has merely stated the fact.
Then why doesn't he just clarify?
Just a moment. This outrage that he should apologize, this apology, the highest office bearers of our country have gone on record and said Hindi is a national language. The Mr. Amit Shah says English should go and Hindi should come. This is against the integrity of our country, not this statement. Will Narayan Tirupati have the courage to question Mr. Amit Shah? This is against our federal polity.
Since this is
all
part of the
statements made by the BJP leaders, they keep saying again and again that Hindi is a national language.
No, but
why do they keep saying that?
The thing, I'll tell you.
Can we ask them to apologize? See, India is prospering only because English is here. That is because Tamil Nadu was
I am the first person, sir. I would like to tell everyone here, I am the first person who always suggests to people, please learn English. Please learn English if you want a good future. There's no question about that. The substance of what is being recommended, I don't think that's a separate debate. That's a separate debate. I am saying
he has extolled the virtues of learning English.
There is nothing wrong. The intention of what he said is not wrong at all. I believe that the intention of what he wanted to say is not wrong. But given that there is a language war that has been happening for many, many years now, it's not something new. There is a certain degree of contempt for the Hindi language in South politics. I am not pointing only at the DMK, but we know that's a fact. I'm not making that up. Narayan Tirupati, would you like to respond to that? Because, see, this is the language war anyway is an emotive issue, but this particular comment from this minister has made it has hurt a lot of people. It has genuinely hurt. This video has gone viral. Saravanan may be partially right when he says, there is over-the-top outrage, but my sense is this kind of arrogance does not suit a minister. It certainly does not suit a minister.
Shiv, I said, but if I will be the first person to oppose if Hindi or some other language is imposed on Tamil Nadu. We have been saying this, and Mr. Amit Shah never said that Hindi is our national language. I think Saravanan has to correct it.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Let me finish.
Don't misquote me. Don't misquote me. I did not say that.
You have some
I did not say
decency,
that.
have
Go
some
look at the
manners.
tapes.
Don't interrupt. Okay, have some manners. So,
No, if you quote me wrong, I will interrupt. If you quote me
BJP
wrong
has
and keep
never
on speaking,
said
I will
that
interrupt.
Hindi is our national language. Whereas the Congress, the ally of DMK, have been imposing Hindi all along, right from 1947. The purpose of bringing in three-language formula to India is that the Hindi-speaking states, people should learn South Indian languages and the South Indian people should learn Hindi. But from 1947, it has not happened. This is what Mr. Annadurai, the DMK founder, also has said. We need to understand all these things. So it is a very big topic. But as you rightly said, Shiv, the minister who is supposed to have some decency, he lost his cool. And in a mannerless way, he has spoken very, very bad about it. He has insulted not only the language, the people who are poor, people who are selling, this pani puri. What is wrong in selling a pani puri? You are shamelessly selling liquor.
What is wrong?
You are shamelessly selling liquor, which we are saying that don't do it. You people are selling liquor. How crores and crores of families are hurt. They are affected. And you don't have any shame on that. And you are insulting these Pani Puri sellers. This is wrong. I think the minister should apologize.
We don't know how, whether Pani Puri sellers have had the time to even consume this piece of news, but it's horrible. It's no way to speak. It's condescending and it's arrogant. And I'm sure even Mr. Saravanan deep down knows that a substantive point could have been conveyed in a way that doesn't insult anyone, that doesn't show condescension and arrogance. It doesn't suit a party like the DMK and certainly not the higher education minister. Whether that apology comes or not, it remains to be seen. I don't think it will, because that's the nature of our politics. Whether it is DMK, BJP, Congress, insulting things are said. There is a lot of outrage, but those apologies never seem to actually come. So we leave it there for the moment. Thank you, Saravanan. Thank you, Mr. Tirupati, for joining us on this quick discussion. Good to have you both on the show after a long time. But like both of our guests just told us, the language war has been simmering because hours after superstar Mahesh Babu detonated another language war between South cinema and Bollywood, another southern star, Siddharth, waded into this face-off yesterday. This is one filmy face-off that hasn't simmered down anytime soon. And now you have a Tamil Nadu minister who has jumped into it. Take a look at the context.
It is Bollywood versus Southern cinema once again. This time, Telugu superstar Mahesh Babu has sparked fresh controversy with his comment against Bollywood. Bollywood cannot afford me, a remark that reignited the language debate. Speaking about whether he has plans to enter Bollywood, South superstar Mahesh Babu said that he gets a lot of offers in Hindi, but Bollywood cannot afford him, so he wouldn't waste time in doing a Hindi movie. The Telugu star claimed that the stardom and respect in South is huge, and he never thought about moving to another industry.
But I did get a lot of offers in Hindi. But my simple thing is, I don't think they can afford me.
The Tollywood heartthrob later clarified that he loves cinema and respects all languages, and that his comment was blown out of proportion. Now actor Siddharth has waded in on the issue, calling it motivated and unnecessary. Speaking exclusively to India Today, Siddharth said that the debate has been restarted intentionally.
I think it's a very unnecessary situation that is being created to confuse people. Nothing in today's world happens organically on its own. Everything is motivated. So if you're seeing this happening, this is trending, I promise you somebody is motivating it. Ye janbujh ke kiya jata.
The controversy comes a month after a massive Bollywood versus Sandalwood language war exploded. An all-out war between Bollywood star Ajay Devgan and Kannada actor Sudeep took the internet by storm. Ajay Devgan had said Hindi was and will always be India's national language in response to Kannada actor Kicha Sudeep's statement that Hindi was never the national language.
Pan India, Pan India, Pan India. Hindi is no more national language. So which is the national language?
Music maestro A.R. Rahman launched a staunch counter to Home Minister Amit Shah's Hindi is the connecting language comment.
சார் இந்த ஹிந்தி சம்பந்தமா சார் மத்திய அமைச்சர் வந்து இந்த ஹிந்தி சம்பந்தமா சொல்லியிருக்காரு இனிப்பு மொழியா இருக்கணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு.
A clear north-south divide out in the open. Is Bollywood locked in a turf war with cinemas from rest of India? Bureau Report, India Today.
And keep watching. It's a new chapter for Sri Lanka coming up next after weeks of violence that hasn't died down. But is it really a new chapter? India Today is on the ground and we've just gotten the first ever interview of Sri Lanka's new Prime Minister. That's coming up next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
У нас комендантский час в городе, то есть передвижение ограничено, все ограничено, и надо куда-то выпускать, надо куда-то девать в первую очередь эмоциональное напряжение, и, естественно, это очень помогает.
Спорт помогает быть в форме, как физической, так и психологической, помогает бороться со стрессом.
Время это переживаю уже второй раз. Дежавю, скажем так. Спорт помогает.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You. Lanka in flames. Civil war looms.
We are in hopeless in our future.
The only Indian channel reporting from the ground zero.
Food, fuel, medicine, everything is high and many of them are in shortage, which is a huge concern.
India Today, the gold standard of journalism.
attise la curiosité et les gens du coup viennent pour voir ce que ça donne. Après oui, dans la pratique, on ne s'affilie pas du tout à l'univers Harry Potter. On utilise les mêmes termes comme soif, cognard, vif d'or, balai, etc. Mais c'est vraiment devenu un sport à part entière, à la frontière de plusieurs sports collectifs qu'on connaît depuis des centaines d'années, quoi.
Moi, ce qui me plaît, c'est la mixité, c'est que c'est le seul sport de contact qui est mixte dans les genres. Également l'ambiance, parce que c'est une ambiance vraiment bon enfant. Et également tout le côté complexe, parce que c'est l'un des rares sports où on a vraiment différents postes, comme batteur, poursuiveur ou attrapeur.
You are watching
And the world's richest man, Elon Musk, who set the cat among the pigeons just an hour ago by saying that his Twitter acquisition deal is on hold amidst certain clarifications on the number of fake accounts existing on Twitter. Elon Musk has now tweeted that he is still committed to the acquisition. A bit of an afterthought, but this is probably because of the kind of shockwaves that this may have sent, right through the financial system, with the Tesla and SpaceX CEO now clarifying that he is committed to the acquisition of Twitter, a social media giant that he is coughing up $44 billion for. Earlier, just about a couple of hours ago, Elon Musk had sort of sent out the first shockwave by announcing that the entire deal had been put on hold pending the calculation of the number of fake accounts on Twitter, which are said to be under 5%. So, assessing whether this is actually the case, he had said that until we get a verification on whether this is actually the case, we are putting the Twitter deal on hold. But now he has said he is still committed to the acquisition. What does it really mean? What kind of impact could this have on the deal, such as it is? What kind of impact could this have on stocks of Elon Musk companies and other companies on the stock market is something that we're going to get into in just big drama. The affair that Elon Musk is having with Twitter is turning out to be a minute-by-minute pot boiler. Only a few weeks ago, the world's richest man announced that he's paying $44 billion for Twitter as part of a hostile takeover that turned out to be an all-cash deal. $44 billion, making it one of the largest tech acquisitions in the history of tech acquisitions of this kind. Elon Musk today saying that he has put the deal on hold, and then an hour later saying that he is committed, still committed to the acquisition of Twitter. Whether the terms are going to change, whether anything about this entire deal changes, is it in peril of being called off altogether, are all tantalizing questions at this time. But the cloud over the Twitter deal has just darkened a little bit in the last few hours, and it's all come straight from the horse's mouth. Elon Musk, the man who himself stands to become the owner of the social media giant. These are not sources on Wall Street. These are not sources on the New York Stock Exchange. It's Elon Musk, a man who, pretty much says anything he wants to on Twitter, revealing that the deal is on hold. That itself has quaked the entire system. It has certainly quaked Twitter itself. There have been reactions after reactions. Many analysts are wondering whether, this is the first sign that there's trouble in this entire deal and it could be all downhill from here. And perhaps sensing, all the speculation over whether this deal is going to collapse, Elon Musk has said that he is still committed to this acquisition. It doesn't get bigger than this, viewer. Twitter has millions of users here in India as well, and millions of users around the world. So what happens to this social media giant that is used extensively in politics and every walk of life is going to be important to each and every one of us, whether you're on Twitter, not on Twitter. This is a soap opera of the biggest billion-dollar kind that is playing out live on Twitter. Abha Bakaya has been tracking this high drama very, very closely. Abha, what's going on? It looks like Elon Musk, sensed that the first tweet saying the deal is on hold, kind of quaked the system. Got a lot of people really nervous about whether the deal is going to go downhill and unravel from here. So he obviously thought it necessary to issue that clarification saying he's still committed.
Saying he's still committed. He likes to play, doesn't he, Shiv?
Yeah.
He really does. And if you look back at the timeline, he's really played with sentiment in terms of his tweets. But let's just remind our viewers right now, this is a $44 billion deal. And he has to play $1 billion if the deal doesn't go through. Now, that may be small change for Elon Musk, but there are certain conditions attached to this deal going through. Now, what he said is, amongst all the recent things that he said post deciding he's going to take over Twitter, he's trolled top lawyer Vijay Gade, he's criticized the platform's past decisions, talked about too much control on the platform, and now the latest is he wants to be clear that the spam accounts or bots are less than 5%. That's the latest that has come up now, and that's the latest tweet that he's put out as well. Now, for Twitter, however, it's not completely downhill. It's a huge deal, of course. Yeah. But Elon Musk, given how volatile he's been and how he continues to change his mind, every other day, it will seem a little, kind of reassuring if they have a clear decision. Now, the deal is likely to go through over the next few weeks or months. And now Elon Musk himself reconfirming that he's committed to it. But in the meanwhile, he's keeping everyone on tenterhooks with the kind of conditions that he keeps coming up with. Now he's holding it, saying that calculation will depend that on spam or fake accounts having to be less than 5%. He's already talked about wanting to kill spam bots. He's talked about that. He's talked about how he's against permanent bans on the platforms, leading to huge debate about whether or not Donald Trump will make his big comeback on Twitter. He's been yelling about free speech forever. In fact, that's probably why he stood back from taking a board seat with his 9% and decided to instead take over all of Twitter altogether, as we've all seen this play out. And he's categorically said that the ban on Trump was morally wrong and that he would reverse it. There has been a lot of speculation about the management reshuffle at Twitter as well. But for the moment, all of that is speculative. We don't have any clarity as to really what he's going to do when he finally officially takes charge and takes over the platform. But
you're right, Abha. The questions are so many, and they're all questions that are worth billions of dollars one way or the other. Siddharth Zarabi also joining me for a perspective on this. Siddharth, what a potboiler this is turning out to be. As someone said, Elon Musk is tweeting very much like Trump right now. But the impact of each one of these tweets, I'm afraid to wonder how many zeros we'll have to attach to those numbers. Because, these are huge deals he's talking about, and he's just putting out tweets saying, ye deal hold pe hai, nahi, I'm still committed. What's going on? How are you seeing this?
Shiv, on a lighter note, I wonder if current Twitter management is tempted to ban Elon Musk from the platform.
Imagine that.
Okay, but seriously, what is Elon Musk up to? There is a clear serious issue that he is raising in valuation terms. And to make it simple for our viewers, $44 billion is a huge amount of money.
Yes.
In fact, globally, this is the largest M&A deal which is in the works currently. What is this spam issue that he's referring to? When any company goes to buy another one, there is a period of due diligence in which you go through the numbers. Now, the $44 billion is premised on a certain amount of users, including what is called the daily active user limit. Right. I suspect Elon is trying to drive down the price from what he originally had proposed, and that's kosher for such deals. He's not walking away, and then he has tried to qualify that remark. In this interim period, what will it also do? As we speak, Twitter's share price fell, Tesla's share price rose. So in all of what Elon does, there is a hardcore numbers logic. I suspect he will drive a bargain shiv, and we should at this point of time look at and call it just as Elon's latest bargain hunting drive.
You know, what I want to understand, Siddharth, also, and Abha, I'll come to you after that, is, Siddharth, is there a strategy in tweeting every one of these things? Is that what this is about? That he tweets it and that kind of puts pressure and, you know, clears the decks for an action to try and drive down the price? Is that what this is about?
For all M&A deals, and honestly, Shiv, I've seen a fair amount in my working life. This is, you know, a M&A deal by daily tweets. Doesn't work like this. In fact, he, like in the past, is you know, on the edge, on a knife's edge, as far as US Securities Exchange Commission rules are concerned. Any information that you divulge and that hurt shareholders, for example, Twitter's existing shareholders have been hurt to the extent of 15% in the last hour or so in pre-market trade. That is in the US subject for class action. But Elon Musk is actually, I feel, above certain rules that apply to the average US investor.
No, that's interesting. Abha, final question to you then. So, you know, driving down the price, you know, making this a better deal for Elon Musk, you know, all those shape-shifting things are happening. And as Siddharth said, incredible that it's happening on Twitter. Is there any, you know, very, very basic question. Is there any risk at all of this deal coming apart? Or is it probably just going to change shapes a little bit?
It's a $1 million question, isn't it, Shiv? I wish I knew the answer to that.
Yeah.
But, you know, from all signals or indicators that we can see, I mean, the way that he's talked about still being committed, the fact that there is a humongous amount of advertising money that's still riding on this, 229 million, that's the kind of subscriber base that advertisers cater to on Twitter.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of money riding on this, you know, in terms of, you know, the far-reaching implications of the deal as well, and what the company hopes to do once all of this is closed. Let me just give you a brief timeline, right?
Yeah.
We had Musk redefining himself as an active investor back on April 5th. Many Twitter board members congratulated him. Musk said he wouldn't be joining the board. Twitter made the news public, and then Musk changed his mind. Right? Musk then said he wants to buy as many shares as he wants of Twitter. In the SEC filing, he said he'll pay $43 billion and take it private, as we all know. He made his best and final offer at $54.2 a share. That's what happened. Twitter shareholders went the poison pill way. That's when the shareholders were allowed to buy shares if any shareholder exceeded 15% ownership, thereby diluting Musk's stake in the company and forcing him to pay more than he wanted to. Musk pointed out then that in a tweet that the Twitter board owns almost no shares post Dorsey's departure. Right. That's on 25th of May. Meanwhile, Musk is willing to invest $15 billion of his own cash and also borrow against his Twitter shares to get the deal done. So there's a lot of back work that's been done just in the last few weeks to secure this deal. He said he secured a $46.5 billion funding, including $25.5 billion in loans financing from Morgan Stanley and $21 billion in equity financing from himself to secure this deal. So even though $44 billion may still be chump change for Elon Musk, this is a pretty big deal in the M&A space, in the tech space, and it's highly unlikely that this won't go through in some shape and form. But then again, with Elon Musk, you just don't know.
We just don't know, and chump change it may be, but he's still apparently trying to drive down the price. So, you know, no matter how rich you are, you know, a few billions here or there being shaved off definitely matters. Siddharth and Abha, appreciate it. Thanks so much for putting this story into perspective for us here. We've got a world exclusive from a Sri Lanka that's been in flames over the last few weeks. Four-time Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has taken over once again as Prime Minister of the island nation, bringing a temporary end to the political impasse in the nation. Prime Minister Wickremesinghe has pleaded and pledged that he will uplift the economy. The opposition has slammed the appointment of this new Prime Minister. Locals are bearing the brunt with the cost of essentials skyrocketing in Sri Lanka. Here's our world exclusive ground report.
A temporary relief to the political impasse in Sri Lanka. Veteran Ranil Wickremesinghe was sworn in as a Prime Minister to try and steer the island nation out of its economic mess. A four-time Prime Minister, Ranil replaces Mahinda Rajapaksa, who was unceremoniously ousted earlier this week. Mahinda, blamed for creating economic turmoil, has taken refuge at the Trincomalee naval base. He and his loyalists have been barred from leaving the country. Protesters have abated after shoot-at-sight orders and strict curfew. A brief respite was given for people to buy essentials.
If you think that these vehicles have been halted because of a traffic jam, well, you're mistaken. This is the traffic, the queue for filling petrol and diesel into their vehicles. What we are seeing here in Sri Lanka is immense shortage of fuel, and vehicles have to wait for hours together to get their petrol tanks filled. We're seeing here on the pavements, two-wheelers have been parked and people have been waiting for hours together, hoping that they will be able to get at least a little bit of fuel to ensure that they can go about with their day-to-day activities. This is one of the tragic scenarios that we're seeing in Sri Lanka since this economic crisis that started.
I've been here since last night, and just a couple of minutes ago only we managed to get a fuel tank, and so unfortunate situation for Sri Lankans because we are wasting our valuable time.
Prices of fruits and vegetables have gone up and people are facing the brunt.
We're being told that cabbages are sold for around 400 rupees, which was earlier on 200. And similarly, we're being told that beans is being sold for 550 rupees, which was earlier only around 400 or 350 rupees.
பிரச்சனை வராம இருக்குமா அண்ணனடா கொண்டு போய் ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படுறாங்களே எங்களுக்கு தொழில் பாதிச்சு எல்லாமே பாதிப்பா இருக்கு அப்ப எப்படிமா நாங்க ஜீவிக்கிறது
Everything is very high पूरा सामान बहुत हाई है ये सामान लेने के लिए आदमी का बहुत मुश्किल है तो पूरा आदमी का इधर काम नहीं.
But Lanka remains on the edge. Spiraling prices, fuel and food shortage has crippled the country. New Prime Minister Wickremesinghe has a huge task on his hands to put the country back on rails. With Akshay Nath in Colombo, Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today was the first channel, not just in India but around the world, to speak and interview the new Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. That is what India Today does when it reports from the ground. Take a look.
Prime Minister, are you confident there's a way out of this crisis? Are you confident there's a way out of this crisis, Prime Minister? Are you confident there's a way out of this crisis, economic crisis?
Are you confident?
We are facing a crisis. We have to get out of it. Yeah, are you confident you can do it? Yeah, we'll do it.
So what do you think will be the first step forward for you?
Excuse me? Get into the Prime Minister's office tomorrow morning.
Sir, is there an action plan? Have you listed out the ministers?
We have an economic action plan and we'll work on it.
Sir,
the crucial ministers will be appointed soon.
There's a worst economic crisis in the country.
Yes.
So it's a challenging time. It's going to be very difficult. Are you afraid of the future?
No, I always take a challenge.
And what are the promises that you're giving the people, sir?
Nothing.
The people, how do you think you can reassure them?
I will lift up the economy and ensure we have enough foreign exchange and government revenue.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for talking to us. That was Ranil Wickremesinghe talking exclusively to India Today, stating that he will be reviving the economy and bringing Sri Lanka forward as a successful nation. With camera person Divyan from Colombo, this is Akshay Nath for India Today.
Keep watching India Today. Coming up next, 6 p.m. Prime with Nabila Jamal. The big political face-off over Karnataka's anti-conversion bill has become an even bigger hot potato for the Bombay government. Big debate coming up.
จุดประสงค์ตอนแรกมันไม่ได้คิดอะไรกันคือมันเริ่มจากกับอยากทำแล้วก็ถ่ายด้วยมือถือพอถ่ายแล้วภาพมันออกไปเนี่ยมันเริ่มมีคนสนใจเข้ามาก็มีการสร้างกลุ่มคนก็เริ่มเฮ้ยผมอยากต่อยแบบนี้บ้างแบบนี้บ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเริ่มจากตรงนี้ถ้าในเรื่องของพรบมวยคือเราไม่ได้เข้าพรบมวยเราไม่ได้จัดมวยเถื่อนผมตอนนี้คือขึ้นอยู่กับกรมปกครองซึ่งเป็นกิจกรรมไฟขับเราไม่ได้เป็นมวยเราไม่ได้เป็นกีฬาเราเป็นกิจกรรมหนึ่งซึ่งมีสมาคมของเราสมาคมไฟขับไทยแลนด์
This is Elon Musk. For some reason, he's sharing a console with...
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by HP Pavilion. Power to do it all. In association with LIC. हर पल आपके साथ. The new Volkswagen Virtus. Ordinance route for anti-conversion bill. Congress asks What was the hurry? New conversion law. Fresh flashpoint in Karnataka. Archbishop opposes bill. Seeks governor's intervention. Archbishop fears misuse of law. Polarization Nataka explodes.
And that's our top focus right here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Nabila Jamal, going to take you through all the angles and the controversies around this anti-conversion bill, which the BJP government in Karnataka have now passed through an ordinance. What's the hurry? What can this law really do? What are the provisions of the law? All that and more right after the top headlines. Let's have a look. Anger boils in Jammu and Kashmir after a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead inside a government office in Badgam. Protesters hit the streets, police to fire tear gas. Congress heavyweights in Udaipur for a 3-day Chintan Shivir to brainstorm amid the turmoil. Sonia accuses the BJP of spreading fire of hate across the nation. Full meltdown in Karnataka Congress ahead of the polls. Divya Spandana accuses the state Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar of defaming her. MLA M.B. Patil backs Divya. Bulldozer politics peaks in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party's open dare to Delhi BJP chief threatens to bulldoze alleged encroachment at Adesh Gupta's home. Political showdown over Gyanvapi Mosque survey. AIMIM chief Owaisi slams Hindu group, says won't lose another mosque. Survey to begin from tomorrow. Billionaire Elon Musk hauls $44 billion Twitter deal in surprise announcement. Deal put on hold pending calculation of fake accounts, but reiterates commitment to the acquisition. All right, we have some big breaking news first. A total of 3 terrorists associated to each other have been killed by security forces. 2 were involved in the killing of Rahul Bhatt. One terrorist, identified as Gulzar Ahmad Ghani, was eliminated on May 11th, whereas 2 other terrorists involved in the killing of Rahul Bhatt have been killed by the security forces. Here's a big development coming. We saw Kashmiri Pandits in large numbers on the streets of Kashmir Valley protesting against the government for not securing them. They have been quite fearful of the situation in the valley there after at least 3 targeted Kashmiri Pandit killings were reported from October till date. Rahul Bhatt in the latest was killed, a targeted killing of the Kashmiri Pandit. Here, the security forces have managed to kill 3 terrorists, all associated to each other. 2 were involved in the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Munish joining us on the phone line for more on that. Munish, a massive crackdown on terror, especially the men who killed Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, we believe, have been struck down. They've been killed by the security forces. One terrorist, identified as Gulzar Ahmad Ghani, eliminated on the 11th of May, whereas 2 other terrorists involved in Rahul Bhatt's killing have been today killed by the security forces.
Yeah, well, Nabila, what we have been given to understand from our sources is that 3 terrorists having links with Pakistan, they had infiltrated in Kashmir recently. One of them was identified by the security forces and eliminated on May 11th. But 2 terrorists with an intention to activities, they were involved in killing of Rahul Bhatt yesterday. And now what we do know from our sources is that both these terrorists have been eliminated, which means that those terrorists who are involved in killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, they have also been eliminated by the security forces. Also, we have been given to understand is that the security forces are keeping a close eye on who the other associates of these 3 terrorists are, and after their identification, it is expected that they will also be eliminated.
All right, Manish, thank you very much for joining us with those details.
All right, here's coming to the controversy that's now brewing in Karnataka after the BJP government hurriedly passed the anti-conversion ordinance, a bill that was pushed through an ordinance. Bommai government passed the anti-conversion law by executive order after a cabinet meet was held on Thursday. Now we're looking at the Christianity or the Christian community in the state of Karnataka slightly threatened with this anti-conversion bill, calling this a tactic to arm twist if needed. The Archbishop says he fears that this could really be misused by not just, in fact, the current status, it looks like that the Archbishop says that the fears of misuse are mounting, considering that so long any of the crackdowns of forced conversions have been against people of the Christian community. This is what the Archbishop has said in the past as well. The Archbishop of Bengaluru has now sought intervention of the Karnataka governor in the issue, requesting the governor not to give a nod and strike down this anti-conversion law in the state of Karnataka. Archbishop Peter Machado has said that the bill will affect harmonious relationship and that fringe groups will try to create problems for the Christian community using this anti-conversion law. Karnataka Congress Chief D.K. Shivkumar, meanwhile, has questioned the government's haste and questioned what was the real need for passing this law through an ordinance in such a hurry. Archbishop Peter Machado claimed that with the promulgation of the ordinance, several groups will create problems for the members of the Christian community. Karnataka has now become the fourth BJP-ruled state to get an anti-conversion law.
Anti-conversion now council ಅದು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ರೋಗ ಆಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ತರುವಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ.
I don't know why Karnataka government is such a hurry. They could not pass in the assembly, in the council. They did not have the numbers or I don't know what. But now all of a sudden it has been passed in the lower house. One MLA raised this issue. The Tahsildar of that taluk, Basdurga taluk, had inquired and reported that there was not even a single case of conversion.
ಪ್ರತಿನಿತ್ಯ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಮುಗ್ಧ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳನ್ನ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ರಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮೋಸದಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ರಿಗೆ ಇದು ಒಂದೇ ದಾರಿ. ಅವರ ಹತ್ತು ಬಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಟ್ಟುನಿಟ್ಟಾದ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಚರ್ಚ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಬುಲ್ಡೋಜರ್ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಾವೆ ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂತದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಬುಲ್ಡೋಜರ್ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಕಾನೂನು.
All right, now we know that the anti-conversion law has certain provisions that could be threatening undoubtedly to some from the minority community, because these provisions have some strict action if at all found to be guilty or convicted of forced conversion. I'm going to take you through some of the provisions under this law particularly. Here's a quick look. This law, of course, in fact, this law would prevent any kind of forced conversion as per what we know of this anti-conversion law. It will prevent any forced conversion, coercion, allurement into any religion for that matter. No forceful conversion will be allowed. This bill proposes imprisonment of up to 3 to 5 years. It can go up to 10 years if found guilty. The bill proposes a fine of up to 25,000 rupees for forced conversion. And what's more is that if you are if found to be guilty of converting a minor or women for that matter, then this could also attract jail of up to 10 years and furthermore at least a 50,000 penalty for converting a minor or a woman. So these are the provisions that we're looking at under this anti-conversion law that we see. In fact, there has been much opposition from various quarters, civil society as well as the minority groups, and now the Congress party in Karnataka also jumping in, asking what was the tearing hurry for the Karnataka government to really introduce this bill through an ordinance in such a hurry. Joining us here on the panel today, Ganesh Karthik, who's a spokesperson. We're looking at Ganesh Karthik, spokesperson of the BJP from Karnataka, joining us. Nagarjun Yadav, spokesperson of the Congress, joining us from Karnataka. Nagarjun, I'll start with you, considering that there is opposition coming in from the Congress and on why exactly this bill was brought through an ordinance. What was the tearing hurry considering there's been no proof in Karnataka of any mass conversion that's taken place that was, or the state being threatened, or Hindus for that matter being threatened of being forcefully converted in the state, yet this bill was brought in through an ordinance. What's your grouse?
Yeah, whatever I said is correct, because Karnataka Protection of Right to Freedom of Religion Bill 2021 was opposed in the assembly itself when it was placed in Belgaum session. And we know it, when we know it very well, there is no hurry to do this thing. This could have been brought in a normal procedure in the council, legislative council. But just because the BBMP elections are going to be in the corner of the town, in the city, and it's going to be, the elections are going to be very, maybe they may be having a plan to advance the elections also by December. They want to polarize the entire elections today, Hindus versus the minorities. And this bill is completely anti-minorities, and it completely violation of entire Indian constitutional norms. It violates a complete violation of Article 15, 19 and 25 of the Constitution, which is not correct at all. It is not in the spirit of the Indian Constitution. And with the provisions which are bought, which are already been stayed in other states also, in the Gujarat High Court also stayed number of the provisions provided by the Gujarat government, which is also a BJP government. The same thing is repeated here. They are trying to force the people in such a way and try to threaten the minorities in the state.
Mr. Ganesh, why don't you jump in on that? You're trying, this is a tool to arm twist the minorities. This is the accusation coming in from the Congress. But a little clarity from you. What was the tearing hurry to bring in an ordinance to pass this anti-conversion bill? We know for a fact, as per our research, that there has been no cases of mass conversion in Karnataka. In fact, your own MLA raised an issue of KGF mass conversion, which was struck down by the Tehsildar itself. The government had to withdraw a survey to see if there was any mass conversion in certain districts, and literally found nothing, finally had to withdraw a survey on this. And now there's a bill that's been introduced in such a tearing hurry right before the elections. The intent has become a question now.
This question is for me, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, my name is Captain Ganesh Karnik. I'm not Kartik. Just for correction.
Apologies.
Secondly, thanks for inviting me for this debate. And to answer your specific question, it is not in a hurry. This bill was long overdue. When Pope came and visited this country many years ago, he made a clarion call. The 21st century is the century for harvesting souls in South Asia. So the very intention of that community who is opposing it today was conversions. They have indirectly admitted that they must be given a free hand for conversions. Conversions by inducement, conversion by coercion, converting the families, converting after marriage, and all these things have been disturbing the social fabric of the majority community. They have not understood what all happened in such families where conversion took place. And secondly, to counter what my scholarly colleague mentioned, this bill was introduced much before Supreme Court gave a go-ahead for the BBMP elections. Nothing to do with the BBMP elections. Secondly,
nothing to do with the BBMP elections, but the state elections is coming in 11 months.
Whatever it was, this was introduced in the lower house much earlier. And this was a commitment made by the party even before elections. We had mentioned about
what was the commitment for? Are you pandering to your core vote base, your ideology, your Hindu vote base? Is that where your focus is?
No. There is nothing called Hindu vote base. There is no politics. As far as BJP is concerned, this is a commitment. This bill doesn't stop anyone from getting converted. But
that's the fear. Mr. Karnik, that's exactly like you said, that is exactly the fear that the Archbishop of Karnataka has raised. In fact, can we have quotes of the Archbishop right here on our screens? If we can show what the Archbishop Peter Machado has said, that this is going to ruin communal harmony. This will be a tool for fringe elements or right-wing groups to try and harass the minorities. And this will also disrupt any attempts to convert willfully. As per Article 25 of the Constitution, the rights that it gives you to practice and profess your religion. As long as it's not coerced or forced, you're allowed to do so.
You're asking me this question, please.
Right. I'm stating what was said by Peter Machado.
No,
you can come to that.
There is, as far as minorities are concerned, for them to preach, practice and profess, there is absolutely nothing in this bill which stops them from doing it. if somebody who is mature enough to understand the implications of conversion, if he wants to get converted by going and applying for a permission with the DC, there is no problem.
Exactly. It's as it is such a cumbersome process, Captain Ganesh. It's not an easy task for conversion. If it is forced, then one knows it is forced. If one is doing it willfully, it's a cumbersome process of 6 months. You go to the DC, you go to the magistrate, you get all your paperwork done. When it's so cumbersome, you already have different sections of the IPC to deal with any kind of forceful conversion. Why did you have to introduce a new anti-conversion law altogether?
First of all, conversion should not be an easy task. This must be a difficult task.
True, and it's great that it's so difficult.
Number one. Number two, all these years, what all provisions you had in the existing IPC were not stopping these missionaries from converting people en masse, converting families. I have visited families where a particular person was being converted and the whole family into a trauma. I have visited that. And poor people living in colonies, they are being converted en masse. Now, this will only ensure that using inducements, using coercion, marriage as an excuse, there will be no kind of conversion of this sort. People cannot go to hospital.
But you're making this sound like as like an alarming situation, which isn't so, Captain Ganesh. You may have visited isolated families. There is no report. There is no FIR. There's nothing in police record that there was any mass conversion like you're mentioning.
No. This is not for some police reports. Some police reports have been collected by the government.
You should have filed a FIR if that was the case. If you saw any, if you witnessed any mass conversion.
No, there are mass conversions. There are instances of mass conversion, and there are instances of forced conversion. There is no doubt about it. Otherwise, why should Pope come and tell in India, Indian soil, that next century is the century for harvesting the souls? What does it mean? And why are they scared? This will not come in way of the Christians or any other religion for that matter in practicing, professing and preaching their religion. There will be no harm done at all. And if a mature individual wants to convert himself, this bill is not going to come in way.
Okay. Let me ask that to Nagaraju. Mr. Nagaraju, what's the...
If they're objecting today, it only means
is this bill constitutionally right or wrong? Constitutionally, it is completely wrong, because you said very clearly, Indian IPC sections are already there. If somebody tried to force somebody for conversion, there are sections available to punish them. Let them give a statistic that how many people have been punished under IPC 295A and 298. They don't have proper data on that one. The second part I'm trying to say is they have violated many conditions. Intra-faith marriages. They have also violated the proof of burden of the marriage.
But Mr. Nagaraju, we are looking at a country where there have been mass conversions decades ago, and this is the fear, possibly from where the BJP comes from, that there are scores of Hindus who have been converted to Christianity or Islam. We don't want that to happen anymore, and it's not unfounded. Their fears are not unfounded. So at a time like this, under the BJP government, if they want to really protect and secure the Hindu faith, why not? What is wrong?
No,
and if they're assuring that it's not going to trouble anyone willfully converting, then what's the harm here?
No, the intention is not this what BJP is doing. The intention is completely polarizing the Hindu voters against the minorities, because this country runs as a secular and plural country, which is against the spirit of the constitution. Now the basic thing in Karnataka, what's happening is, you have seen Santosh Patil, who died with an allegation of 40% commission where Ishwarappa had to resign. And you know what happened? They want to deviate the entire matter of discussion in the public. They want to deviate the entire failure of the governance into a different section by polarizing.
You are deviating the debate,
which is not acceptable.
You are deviating the debate, actually, Mr. Yadav.
No, I'm not debating. Actually speaking, you all are debating the entire public debate which is going on today on corruption, which you want to deviate the matters from these issues. That's the reason that is an urgency for you to send this proposal to the governor. Today I demand the governor to intervene and see that the bill has been rejected, because it is completely unconstitutional. The same formula, same bill has been opposed in many high courts of India, and Supreme Court many times has said let me finish it. When there is a right for a person to convert or right for to choose choice of their religion, why are you taking away his right? Constitutionally, you're going against.
This law doesn't take away the right to get
Definitely, I'll ask you, can you give me a data under the IPC section 295A and 298? How many cases
Why should I give you data?
Forceful conversion? Can you tell me?
Why should I give you data? Because this law,
Without
this
data, how can you bring a law? You're bringing a law
doesn't
just
take
because of
away the
polarization.
right to
You
get
cannot
converted.
say I'm a political party in power only for Hindus. You are supposed to be governing for all the people of India. That is 140 crore people of India and 6.5 crore people of Karnataka should be governed by you because of the mandate given to you. Why are you governing only in the interest of Hindus?
Are you a political party only for the minority rights?
You have gone away from the constitutional norm. You are trying to make this a dictatorship.
But Mr. Nagaraj, the Congress has always been facing allegations of appeasing the minorities alone all the while.
That is allegation made by BJP. That is allegation made by BJP. We believe in Constitution. We believe in everybody and equality today. Today, Article 15, 19 and 25 speaks about it. Freedom for religion, freedom for speech, freedom for expression, all those things.
We heard you and we're really short on time. A quick word, a final word from you, Captain Ganesh. This is of course been looked at as a tool to arm twist, and that's the fear that the minorities have, that this is an attempt to target them, marginalize them. Especially the Archbishop says Christians are particularly going to be bearing the brunt of this law.
Not
How
at
are you
all.
going to secure their fears?
First of all, this bill, again, I would like to reiterate, this bill will not come in way of anybody willingly to get converted. Number two, this will not stop anybody to preach, profess and practice their religion. Number three, this will only stop...
Mr. Yadav, you've had your time. Please give him 30 seconds before I wrap here. Go on, Mr. Ganesh.
Number one, this will not stop anybody from converting. Number two, this will not stop anybody from any religion to preach, practice and profess their religion. Number three, this will only stop people who are onto forced conversion, conversion with inducements, conversion during marriage. Only these things will be stopped. Third thing is, the last thing rather, Mr. Yadav represents a political party which is actually anti-Hindu party. They have been only promoting the interest.
All right, we heard you on that. Keeping politics aside, this is a bill that's now been introduced through an ordinance by the BJP government in Karnataka. Thank you very much, our panelists, for joining us. We're looking at opposition growing over this anti-conversion bill that could allegedly be used as a tool to target the minorities. That's what the Archbishop has almost indicated, as he fears that this will become difficult for the community itself in Karnataka. We're going to continue tracking those developments there, but on the other side of a short break, I'm going to take you through a big face-off over Akbaruddin Owaisi, Junior Owaisi, visiting the tomb of Mughal tyrant Aurangzeb. BJP and Shiv Sena now lashing out at this kind of provocation that the AIMIM Neta has carried out. I'm going to take you through details of that on the other side. Stay with us.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher,